Chapter 555 The Extreme Een Crown and the Extreme Een Bout. When Feng Yunsheng was still a child, having entered the Sacred Sun clan, her life had taken on a different meaning as a result. It was also from then onwards that obtaining the Extreme Een Crown became Feng Yunsheng's life goal, the peak she had to ascend. If that was all, then perhaps it wouldn't be so unforgettable. However, it was possible that those who had experienced loss would feel even more deeply when faced with regaining what they had lost. This was the case for Feng Yunsheng. In the past, she had been a maiden of extreme Een who had surpassed Mengwan. The Sacred Sun clan's hopes of obtaining the Extreme Een Crown had originally rested on her. However, an accident had caused the Extreme Een energy in her body to be depleted. It was only afterwards that the Sacred Sun clan had been forced to let Mengwan take her place. In the first Extreme Een bout, the still young Mengwan had fought a bitter battle against Jade Sea City's Chinsuting, barely winning by a hair's breadth. That year, Feng Yunsheng had already fled the Sacred Sun clan. However, when those in the clan who were in the know mentioned this matter, they all still felt that it was a great pity, feeling that if Feng Yunsheng had been fine, the Extreme Een Crown would have stably fallen into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan in this first Extreme Een bout. The process would not have been so dangerous. As for Feng Yunsheng herself, her power of Extreme Een had been depleted, and she had been forced to leave because she had injured Xiao Xin. Her originally bright life had instantly fallen from the pinnacle to the bottom. In recent years, Feng Yunsheng would sometimes wonder what her life would be like if she hadn't had that accident that year. Perhaps there would be a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan, Feng Muge, who had long since achieved her goal and stood atop that high peak, wearing a crown on her head as she overlooked all others. But that way, there wouldn't be the current broad Creed Mountain disciple Feng Yunsheng. What kind of relationship did he have with Yan Zhaoge? His temper was even more straightforward than Mengwan's. Presumably, the conflict between them would be even more intense, right? Thinking about it, Feng Yunsheng could not help but laugh, as if she could see Yan Zhaoge winking at her. "You little girl, be careful. I'm a very petty person. None of my enemies have a good ending." Yeah, I know. Feng Yunsheng muttered to herself. "I also know that you are very capable. You always give others a fright. You can do what others can't. So this time you will also return safely, right? Did you come back a long time ago? Did you hide somewhere and plan something? Are you going to come out suddenly and surprise everyone again?" Yan Zhaoge's figure surfaced within Feng Yunsheng's mind. It was this person who seemed a little out of tune who had helped her stand up from the bottom of the valley once more, giving her a chance to once more charge towards the peak. Indeed, even if the power of Een was exhausted with Feng Yunsheng's talent in martial arts, her achievements in the future would still be very high. However, the thing that he had once cherished and lost was now back. The feeling of being able to see the light of day again after the haze was gone was especially memorable. However, at this time, Yan Zhaoge's whereabouts were unknown, even his fate unknown. Feng Yunsheng felt that these days were the most worrying days of her life. Unexpectedly, she suddenly remembered what her master Fu Enchu had said back then. "When we are together, we are happy to spend time with each other and always think of each other. This is actually nothing. If you still think of him after you've separated, then you need to be vigilant." Feng Yunsheng sighed softly. She was already no longer always thinking of that person. It was not that there had never been parting before. However, it had never been like now, with no news at all, his fate unknown. No hope at all, only able to console herself unceasingly within her heart. "Senior apprentice Sister Feng?" Han Long curiously waved his hands in front of Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng came to her senses, then shook her head and smiled lightly. Indeed, she was no longer always thinking of that person. She had never been lost in thought when thinking of someone like this before. The special circumstances, the parting of not knowing if they would ever meet again, caused some sort of throbbing within her heart to grow more and more intense, unceasingly fermenting until it was finally irreversible and could not be ignored. Feng Yunsheng did not resist, nor did she feel embarrassed. Whether this throbbing originated from Yan Zhaoge's gratitude towards her for helping her ascend to the peak once more, or her admiration towards Yan Zhaoge's various miracles, or perhaps that lonely desolation that Yan Zhaoge occasionally revealed that caused one to feel both curious and pained, Feng Yunxing had no interest in distinguishing between them. She only knew that gratitude, longing, and pity might be sprouts, but at the end of the day, they were not true love. Feng Yunsheng did not have much experience in the relationship between a man and a woman. She was also unable to clearly describe her own feelings, only clearly confirming that gratitude, longing, and pity were all not those. Currently, walking within Broad Creed Mountain, she raised her head and looked up. The bright moon hung high in the night sky. In the past, whenever she raised her head and saw the moon, Feng Yunsheng would always think of the extreme Yin crown. Currently, that crown seemed to be getting closer and closer to her. However, having returned from the East Sea and looked at the moon again, what Feng Yunsheng thought of was, in that unknown place, if someone raised their head and gazed up, would they also see such a bright moonlight? Gazing at the moonlight, Feng Yunsheng's gaze gradually regained its calm. In the extreme Yin bout, as she grew stronger and stronger, as she got closer and closer to success, even Feng Yunsheng would instead feel a little anxious. This was human nature. However, having returned from the East Sea, these emotions had gradually been dispelled by Feng Yunsheng into formlessness. Extreme Yin crown, I want to win. This thought grew more and more intense to the point of suppressing all other negative thoughts. However, this unprecedentedly intense will of Feng Yunsheng's, for the sake of her long-cherished wish, grew weaker and weaker. The source of her motivation now was a silent vow with someone else. Junior apprentice sister Feng. Swiveling her head calmly, Feng Yunsheng saw a group of people currently walking over, just happening to meet her, Si Gongqing and Ying Longtu. The one who had greeted her was Jing Yunji. Beside her were Zhao Ming and the others, all of whom Feng Yunsheng had met when she had just entered Broad Creed Mountain. They were familiar with each other and on good terms. Everyone exchanged greetings, chatting as they came to the recent situation of the Eight Extremities world. Everyone here was a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. They were naturally filled with deep hatred towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall for fleeing in the face of battle, distorting the truth and stabbing the Sacred Sun clan in the back while resisting external enemies. Zhao Ming snorted. So what if the Sacred Sun clan has obtained the heaven-cleaving axe? They will have to spit it out sooner or later. Junior apprentice sister Feng, having obtained the extreme Yin crown and returned, the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not be able to overturn the heavens. When the seal of the East Sea is completely completed and Chief returns, it will be time to settle this debt with them. Everyone nodded. Even if Huang Guanglia similarly returned from the East Sea, he would not be Yendi's match. Meanwhile, Old Man Mo and Jade Sea City, Lord Song Wuliang, would also not be biased towards the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Jing Yunji looked at Feng Yunsheng, junior apprentice sister Feng. Focus on cultivating during this period of time. Also take good care of yourself and do not go out tempering, lest you be ambushed by bandits. Feng Yunsheng nodded. Rest easy, senior apprentice sister. I know. For Broad Creed Mountain, for Grand Master, for Master, for Senior Apprentice Brother Yen, I will win. Chapter 556. Zhao Ming, Jing Yunji, and the rest looked at Feng Yunsheng and Si Gongqing, comforting them. Elder Fu is definitely blessed by the heavens. Perhaps she and Senior Apprentice Brother Yen are the same as the old chief. The old chief Yuan Jingfeng had been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space, his whereabouts unknown. While they of Broad Creed Mountain were worried, it also provided them with some consolation on some other matters. For example, regarding Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu's disappearance, Broad Creed Mountain had declared internally that the two had met with the same fate as Yuan Jingfeng. Only those of the higher echelon, as well as people like Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua who had previously traveled with Fu Enchu, knew that Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enchu's situation was a complete mystery. Saying that he was missing was more to reassure himself. Logically speaking, any cultivator below the Martial Saint realm who was sucked into the seal would definitely die. However, Feng Yunqing's gaze was firm. She nodded and said, "Yes, master, and the others will return safely." After chatting for a while, they suddenly saw a dignified middle-aged man walking over from the other end of the mountain path. Upon seeing this, Feng Yunqing and the others saluted. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Chang." "Greetings, Elder Chang." This authoritative-looking middle-aged man was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's current first seat elder, Chang Zheng. Chang Zheng looked at everyone and said, "It's getting late. Go back and rest." His tone was very easygoing, without any intention of reprimand. Hearing this, everyone said, "Elder is right." Chang Zheng looked at Feng Yunsheng, saying, "There are only 100 days until the 7th extreme Yin bout. During this period of time, you and junior apprentice niece Yin should remain in the mountains and not go out. Cultivate and prepare seriously." Feng Yunsheng replied, "Yes, Martial Uncle Chang. I understand." Chang Zheng continued, "Junior apprentice brother remains in the East Sea, while junior apprentice sister Fu's and Zhaoge's whereabouts are currently unknown. Regarding the cultivation of the power of extreme Yin, the two of you cannot relax. Martial nephew Yin, you entered the sect late and your cultivation level is low. Junior sister Fu and Zhaoge need you to summarize the rules. Are you done?" Feng Yunxing answered, "I've already done it and given it to Martial Uncle Wang." Chang Zheng nodded. "Junior apprentice sister Wang will temporarily guide you in your cultivation. It is just a matter of daily martial arts cultivation. She has only just begun to nurture the power of extreme Yin, and it is still very close to the 7th round of extreme Yin dampness. This time, it will be up to you all to work hard." Feng Yunxing bowed. "Don't worry, Martial Uncle. I understand." Chang Zheng said, "All right, go back and rest early." After Feng Yunxing and the others bowed and bid their farewells to Chang Zheng, they returned to their respective residences. Chang Zheng fell into deep contemplation as he watched Feng Yunxing's departing figure. Now, a Broad Creed Mountain disciple came to look for Chang Zheng. Seeing the other party's rather panicked expression, Chang Zheng knit his brows slightly. "Calm yourself in times of trouble. What is it?" While he had been admonished, the panic on this Broad Creed Mountain disciple's face did not lessen. Hearing the report, a look of surprise also appeared in Chang Zheng's eyes. "There was such a matter?" He composed himself and thought for a while before saying, "Don't make this public yet. Bring them to the punishment hall to see me." After that disciple had left, Chang Zheng stood unmoving where he was for a long time, an indistinct voice resounding in the air. "Could it be the will of heaven?" Feng Yunxing returned to her residence, sitting down in the meditative position as she silently cultivated. Her heart jolted slightly as she took out her accompanying shadow shrinking pouch. Opening it, she instantly frowned. Pouring out a few fragments that resembled crystals from the shadow shrinking pouch, Feng Yunxing felt puzzled. Why did they suddenly shatter? It seems to have been triggered by some external force. Those crystal fragments resembled weathered sand sculptures as they shattered unceasingly in Feng Yunxing's palm, finally turning into fine powder that dissipated within the air. Feng Yunxing tried to use her aura qi to protect it, but it was to no avail. This was something that resembled a spiritual orb that she had inadvertently obtained in the East Sea after the seal had been formed and the heavens and earth had fallen into chaos. After pondering for a while, Feng Yunsheng discovered that she was unable to grasp the gist of it. There was nothing stored within the orb, and it also did not contain any spiritual energy, much less any danger. After pondering, Feng Yunxing could only feel that this thing seemed to be a supplementary item of some unique treasure. Seeing that there was nothing to gain from it, she had just kept it in her shadow-shrinking pouch and kept it with her. There had never been any problems before. Who knew that something would suddenly happen today? This seems to be a supplementary item of some treasure. Now that something has happened, perhaps it has been triggered by that treasure? Feng Yunxing pondered. Where exactly did it come from? The orb shattered and turned into dust, leaving no traces behind. Feng Yunxing vaguely felt that it was rather strange, but could not understand why. A night passed. Feng Yunxing pushed open the door to her room, welcoming the morning sunlight as she walked out. She was about to call in Lu Hua when someone came looking for her outside. Seeing that it was an elder of the disciplinary hall who had come, Feng Yunxing could not help but be slightly taken aback. Asking what was the matter, the other party only said that it was the first seat Elder Chang Zheng, who wanted her to make a trip to the disciplinary hall. After arriving at the disciplinary hall, Feng Yunxing saw that other than Chang Zheng, the Grand Elder Zhang Kuan was shockingly present as well. Having consecutively experienced major events, Broad Creed Mountain had suffered great losses. Currently, the two Grand Elders, Zhang Kuan and He Ning, held the highest positions in the mountain. Elder, he had been injured in the Battle of the East Sea and was currently recuperating in secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, Elder Zhang was mostly helping the heavily injured and unconscious Fang Zhuan, not appearing easily. Now that he had actually appeared in the disciplinary hall, something extremely important must have happened. After Feng Yunxing greeted Chang Zheng and Zhang Kuan, Chang Zheng said nothing, just indicating for her to wait by the side. A short while later, yet another elder arrived. It was the first seat elder of the East Heaven region, Elder Qin, whom Feng Yunxing had met once before. Currently, a great many long-time elders of Broad Creed Mountain had died in battle. Elder Qin was already one of the few who remained. After Yendi had become chief, the position of first seat elder of the Martial Inheritance Hall had been taken over by another elder. However, this elder had perished in the great battle of the Earth Domain this time. Elder Qin had returned to the mountain, this time to assume the position of first seat elder of the Martial Inheritance Hall. After everyone had taken their seats, Chang Zheng looked at Feng Yunxing, asking slowly, "Junior apprentice niece Feng, I have asked you to come this time because I want you to tell me again about the matter of junior apprentice sister Fu having been ambushed alongside you in the East Sea previously." Feng Yunxing found it rather strange as she answered, "That day, Master, junior apprentice sister Yin, and I were traveling together. The flame devils rampaged in the outer East Sea. The two sides engaged in a great battle. Chief and the others were about to establish the seal, the situation becoming even more chaotic. As we were battling with the flame devils, the Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, Meng Feng, appeared. From his words and actions, it did not seem like a coincidence. Instead, he had specifically attacked us after confirming our position. I was separated from Master and junior apprentice sister Yin. As the frenzied tides caused by the seal swept outwards, I tried to retreat. Afterwards, I heard martial practitioners of the other clans mention that they saw Master and Meng Feng being swept along by the power of the seal from afar, vanishing without a trace. Afterwards, an elder of the clan found me and junior apprentice sister Yin, bringing us back to the mountain." Hearing Feng Yunxing's words, Chang Zheng looked at her, only asking after a while, "You also feel that it was not a coincidence? Then, how do you think the Sacred Sun clan found your whereabouts?" Feng Yunxing felt that something was wrong as she saw Chang Zheng, Zhang Kuan, and Elder Qin all staring at her. "Senior apprentice Uncle Chang, you seem to be implying something." Feng Yunxing sucked in a deep breath. "I feel that it was not a coincidence. It was because the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Feng said, 'Indeed here, let's see where you can run to.' Therefore, I deduced that he knew our whereabouts." However, this disciple does not understand how he knew. Chang Zheng looked calmly at her, saying mildly, "Is that so? But now there is a lone warrior who is familiar with our sect, and he has accused you of revealing junior sister Fu's whereabouts." To be continued. Chapter 5:57. Me. Feng Yunsheng looked shockingly at Chang Zheng, only to see both Chang Zheng and Zhang Kuan looking at her with solemn expressions on their faces. Feng Yunsheng composed herself, saying in a heavy tone, "The debt of gratitude towards Master is as heavy as a mountain. How could I possibly divulge her whereabouts to those of the Sacred Sun clan?" Elder Qin had only hurried over in shock after having received Chang Zheng's notification earlier, not understanding the details of the matter. Seeing that Feng Yunsheng did not seem to be faking it, he sent a sound transmission to Chang Zheng and Zhang Kuan doubtfully. Could it be an unintentional mistake? Chang Zheng shook his head lightly, saying, "Not only did the other party accuse you of divulging junior apprentice sister Fu's whereabouts, he also gave you the reason for doing so." Feng Yunsheng raised her brows slightly. "What did he falsely accuse me of? Whether it is a false accusation or not is not something that can be determined with just a few words." Chang Zheng glanced at Feng Yunsheng, his tone turning cold. "According to the other party, you divulged junior apprentice sister Fu's whereabouts because she discovered that you were secretly interacting with the Sacred Sun clan. Your relationship unclear. After discovering that junior apprentice sister Fu had discovered your secret, in order to keep it a secret, you sold her out to those of the Sacred Sun clan, their experts coming to silence you. Meng Feng's original target was not you and junior apprentice Nisin, her maidens of extreme Yin. Junior apprentice sister Fu also did not meet with danger in order to protect you. Instead, it was the Sacred Sun clan who had been targeting junior apprentice sister Fu from the start. Junior apprentice sister Fu was the one they wanted to get rid of. Feng Yunsheng was first greatly enraged, but she forced herself to calm down. "May I ask where the informant that senior apprentice uncle speaks of is? I am willing to confront him face to face. The other party is purely spouting nonsense, making things up out of nothing." Elder Qin looked somewhat doubtfully at Chang Zheng and Zhang Kuan. Feng Yunsheng was not an ordinary disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Accurately speaking, she was not an ordinary direct disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. While she was inferior to Yen Zhaoge, she possessed a special significance that ordinary people did not possess. To the entire clan, she possessed a strategic value that far surpassed her current strength and cultivation base. It would be fine if she was useless, but from her performance in the 5th and 6th extreme Yin bouts, Feng Yunsheng was already the strongest contender for the extreme Yin crown. It was publicly acknowledged by the entire 8 extremities world that the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan might not be able to come out on top in this 7th extreme Yin bout. Although Feng Yunsheng had lost to Meng Wan by a single move in the 6th extreme Yin bout, the momentum of her improvement was even fiercer than Meng Wan's. In the current 8 extremities world, Feng Yunsheng's name had already spread far and wide. Because of Yen Zhaoge's existence, virtually all of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation were enveloped by his radiance, Feng Yunsheng being a rare exception. Such a disciple was a treasure among treasures to any force, and could be treated as half a saint weapon. He had to protect his own family, and he had to think of ways to deal with his enemies. Generally speaking, the sect would naturally be biased towards their own disciples when it came to such accusations from the outside world. This was the case for Elder Qin. After meeting Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng in the Eastern Tang Kingdom of the East Heaven region that year, he had first made the decision to have Feng Yunsheng stay behind. All along, his impression of Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng had been pretty good. At this moment, the crime that Feng Yunsheng was accused of was actually not of leaking Fu Enshu's whereabouts, but of intentionally colluding with the enemy and murdering her master. Elder Qin's first reaction was disbelief. After all, betraying the clan colluding with the enemy and deceiving one's master and killing one's master were all great crimes of the first order, no matter which sect it was. As soon as it was verified, there would be no other outcome other than death. The Sacred Sun clan had always wanted to get rid of Feng Yunqing, and it was still like this even now. Feng Yunqing's situation was rather special. Not just when she had entered the clan. She had been subjected to Broad Creed Mountain's investigations, both overtly and covertly, for a rather long period of time afterwards, finally passing all of them, thus achieving her current status. Elder Qin felt that under such circumstances, there shouldn't be any problems with Feng Yunqing. If there had been, it should have been discovered long ago. Why would they have waited until now? Looking at Elder Qin, Chang Zheng slowly nodded. Seeing his solemn look, Elder Qin's heart sank. Chang Zheng swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunqing, first not mentioning the matter of confronting her, as he instead asked, "When you were separated from junior apprentice sister Fu, was junior apprentice niece Yin still together with her, or were they separated as well?" At that time, master and junior apprentice sister Yin should have been together. "It was only I who was blown away by a hurricane-like flow of qi," Feng Yunqing answered. "Afterwards, I heard junior apprentice sister Yin say that she was separated from master after that as well." Chang Jing asked again, "After you were separated from junior apprentice sister Fu and the others, did you meet anyone else?" Feng Yunqing shook her head no. "The next person I met was found by the clan's elders." Chang Zheng stared at Feng Yunqing for a while before he slowly said, "There is indeed a need to confront her, but not with you." He sent his voice out with his true essence, "Bring Hong Jiechi in." Hong Jiechi was the one who had come to testify against Feng Yunqing. He was a solitary martial practitioner active in the region of the East Sea, possessing an essence, spirit, martial, Grandmaster cultivation base, as he belonged to no clan or clan. Chang Zheng looked at Hong Jiechi. "We are old acquaintances. This Chang is deeply moved by your specially rushing over to deliver this news. Still, this matter is of great importance. Junior apprentice niece Feng is our clan's direct disciple, her performance having always been outstanding." Hong Jiechi said calmly, "Elder Chang, it is precisely because you and I are acquainted that I have made this trip. Let's not even mention the matters of the past. Just this time alone, your clan has suppressed the Earth domain on one hand and battled the Flame Devils on the other, sacrificing countless experts on the other. Your sacrifices are immense, your contributions lasting for many generations to come. In the Eight Extremities world, having been able to tide through the great tribulation of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworld's evil devils this time, your clan's greatest contribution is to stab us in the back. Instead, the Sacred Sun clan stabbed us in the back when the entire Eight Extremities world was resisting external enemies together. While I belong to no clan or clan, and my cultivation base is shallow, I too cannot stand the actions of such vile people. I am even more unwilling for your clan to still be schemed against by the schemes of the ghost domain after having already shed blood and sacrificed for this human realm. Therefore, I have made this trip." Hong Jiechi cupped his hands towards Chang Zheng and the others. "I am also not very clear on the detailed situation of your clan's disciples, also not knowing if there are still secrets hidden within. I can only narrate what I have seen and heard. As for how to deal with this, I believe that Elder Chang and you all will naturally be able to decide." Feng Yunqing frowned as she looked at Hong Jiechi. "I am not acquainted with you. Could there be some misunderstanding here?" Hong Jiechi swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunqing. "You are Feng Yunqing?" Feng Yunqing said, "That's right." Hong Jiechi glanced deeply at Feng Yunqing, saying in a rather obscure tone, "You and I have indeed never met before. It is fortunate that this is so. Otherwise, I might have long since ended up like your master." Feng Yunqing raised her brows, Chang Zheng raising a hand to stop her from speaking. "Junior apprentice niece Feng, I have already said that the one who wants to confront him is not you." He then raised his voice. Junior apprentice niece Yin, please come in. Feng Yinsheng was taken aback. Swiveling her head, she saw Yin Luhua enter the great hall. Looking at Hong Jiechi and Yin Luhua, Changzheng said, in order to return the truth, the blood-soul recollection ceremony will be carried out. Do the two of you have any objections? Chapter 558. Miss Yin, it is all thanks to you that our Sacred Sun clan was able to find the location of you master and disciple. No, it's not like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know that you were of the Sacred Sun clan at all. I didn't do it on purpose. That's right, you indeed didn't know that I was of the Sacred Sun clan. However, would your Broad Creed Mountain believe your words? Even if they did, even if it was an unintentional mistake, do you think that you won't have to bear responsibility for it? I didn't know that it would turn out like this. If it was Feng Yinsheng who had committed such an unintentional mistake, perhaps a few words of reprimand might have been enough. However, you are different. With such an outstanding person by your side as a comparison, it would already be wrong for you not to have made a mistake, let alone adding to your mistake now. You don't have to say any more. Let me go. I won't reveal your identity, Miss Yin. The one you should be exposing is not me, but your senior apprentice sister. What did you say? Feng Yinsheng has actually always been of my Sacred Sun clan, lying in ambush in Broad Creed Mountain. In the end, your master, Enshu, saw through her in the East Sea this time. Before your master could be completely sure, she made the first move, contacting our Sacred Sun clan's Elder Meng and killing Fu Enshu to silence her. What do you think of this truth? How? I understand. Your Sacred Sun clan has no confidence in winning the extreme Yin bout this time, thus resorting to such a method. This is not something you should be concerned about. What you need to consider is, if it wasn't her who leaked the secret, it would be you. Returning from the East Sea, these voices had been reverberating unceasingly within Yin Luhua's mind. But gradually a new idea popped up. Like the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain, if they only had a single maiden of extreme Yin. No matter what her results were, the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain would only be able to pinch their noses and accept it. Even if there was just the slightest possibility, they would still put in their greatest effort. The Heavenly Thunder Halls, Nianlei, and Infinite Boundless Mountains, Ling, Hui, had practically always been at the bottom of the extreme Yin bouts every year, but their positions in their respective clans had always been special. At least, even now, the patience of the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Infinite Boundless Mountain had still not run out yet. If it's just me, gradually, all the other voices vanished, with only this one remaining gradually filling Yin Liuhua's mind. Martial Nephew Yin, please come in. Hearing Changzheng's voice, Yin Liuhua's entire body shivered as she regained her wits. She took a deep breath, knowing that the most crucial moment of her life had arrived. After entering the great hall, Yin Luhua bowed towards Zhang Kun, Changzheng, and the others. Changzheng pointed at Hong Jiechi. This Mr. Hong testifies that junior apprentice niece Feng is a spy of the Sacred Sun clan who has infiltrated our clan, also claiming that it was because junior apprentice sister Fu discovered the secret that she was betrayed by junior apprentice niece Feng, drawing over experts of the Sacred Sun clan to silence her. He said that apart from him, you were also a witness. He said that he could perform the blood-soul recollection ritual with you to prove it. Is there such a thing? Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Changzheng stared intently at Yin Luhua. Not only was he the first seat elder in charge of the clan's disciplinary laws, he was also a late essence talisman marshal grandmaster. His gaze seemed to be able to crush Yin Liuhua's body, as no secrets could be hidden from her. Yin Liuhua's body trembled, her soul nearly scattering. However, she then felt that while Changzheng's gaze still seemed the same, it was no longer as shocking to her as it had been at the start. Zhang Kuan and Elder Qin clearly trusted Chang Zheng greatly, not intending to overstep their authority as they left the situation to the first seat elder of the disciplinary hall, Chang Zheng. Yin Luhua composed herself, saying timidly, "This disciple cannot be certain." At that time, Master was clashing with the enemy. This disciple did not dare to get close at all, even being blown all over by the aftershocks of their battle, unable to distinguish north from south. All that I saw and heard were also just words, fragmented and fragmented. She glanced at Feng Yunsheng. Senior apprentice sister Feng has always performed well, also taking great care of this disciple. This disciple feels that she must have been mistaken, therefore not daring to speak nonsense. Chang Zheng asked, "Mr. Hong wants to perform the blood-soul recollection ritual with you. Are you willing?" Looking rather worriedly at Feng Yunsheng, Yin Luhua said hesitantly, This disciple. Feng Yunsheng looked fixedly at Yin Luhua, her gaze shifting between Yin Luhua and Hong Jiechi. Zhang Kuan and Elder Qin both frowned. Seeing this, Chang Zheng flicked his finger, a streak of light flying into the air, transforming into a pillar of light within the great hall as it enveloped both Yin Luhua and Hong Jiechi. Hong Jiechi did not hesitate in the slightest as he pricked his finger, a bit of fresh blood seeping out, forming a thread of blood which coiled within the pillar of light. Under Chang Zheng's guidance, Yin Luhua did the same. The next moment, a mirror of light slowly descended within the great hall. An image appeared within the mirror of light. As everyone looked over, shocked looks could not help but appear on their faces. That was the scene of the seal having already been formed that day, the power of the seal causing frenzied tides to spread unceasingly in all directions. Then they saw Fu Enshu currently in the midst of a great battle with Meng Feng. To really think. The disciple that I, Fu Enshu, am most proud of, was actually raised by the Sacred Sun clan. Fu Enshu's voice resounded amidst the tempest, filled with disappointment and hatred. What a good ruse your Sacred Sun clan played, sacrificing even Pan Buatai's grandson. Meng Feng's voice was majestic as the heavens. If you had not discovered Mu Ji's secret, you could originally have been allowed to live for a little longer. After all, according to Mu Go, you trusted and cared for her greatly. Sadly, however, you just had to be meddlesome, sending yourself to your death in the end. You cannot blame others for that. Fu Enshu said coldly, Even if I die, I will also drag you, old fart of the Sacred Sun clan, down with me. As the two sides battled to their heart's content, Fu Enshu made a risky move, pushing herself and Meng Feng into the frenzied tides formed of the power of the seal, perishing together with them. The scene of light vanished at this point, the tragic aura within seeming to still circulate within the great hall. Zhang Kuan and Elder Qin exchanged looks, their faces darkening. Yin Liuhua's body shook as she looked rather shockingly at Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng no longer looked at Hong Jiechi, instead staring straight at Yin Luhua. Chang Zheng waved his hands, cutting off Feng Yunsheng's forceful gaze from Yin Luhua as he said slowly, Junior apprentice niece Feng, it is not that you are not being given a chance to defend yourself. What do you have to say? Feng Yunsheng said, It wasn't me. Chang Zheng asked, Then who was it? Feng Yunsheng looked at Yin Luhua once more. Yin Luhua had initially been separated from them, only having been able to reunite with them with the help of others. As the situation had been too chaotic at that time, Fu Enshu had not mentioned it to Feng Yunsheng after receiving Yin Luhua. However, Feng Yunsheng clearly knew that she was not a spy of the Sacred Sun clan. Therefore, there was definitely something wrong with this blood-soul recollection ceremony. Either the scene was fake, or her master Fu Enshu had been misled by someone back then, thus misunderstanding her. Feng Yunsheng felt that she had been schemed against by someone. It was not just a single person. Instead, it was as if a great net had enveloped over her. Fury blazed within Feng Yunqing's eyes. She closed them before opening them again, her gaze much calmer than before. I was falsely accused by someone. Her gaze swept across Yin Luhua and Hong Jiechi. The blood soul recollection ceremony can similarly be faked. Hearing her words, Hong Jiechi smiled coldly. Yin Luhua pursed her lips tightly. While her expression could still be considered calm, her heart tightened. Feng Yunqing's words were equivalent to pointing the spearhead at her. There was no longer any leeway between them as fellow disciples. To be continued. Chapter 559. Feng Yunqing wasn't sure how the movements of her master and disciples had been discovered by the Sacred Sun clan, but when she carefully recalled the experience, she was sure that it wasn't her fault. Before today, she had not been willing to doubt Yin Luhua. However, after seeing this blood-soul recollection ritual, Feng Yunqing could not help but think about it. She did not understand exactly what had happened back then. Chang Zheng had asked her to provide evidence that someone had leaked the secret, but she did not have it on hand. Feng Yunqing told herself to calm down. Her gaze swept across Yin Luhua and Hong Jiechi as she said in a clear voice, "The blood-soul recollection ceremony can similarly be faked. I request the clan to investigate junior apprentice Sister Yin and this Mr. Hong thoroughly." Chang Zheng's expression was as per usual as he said unhurriedly, "Of course." Feng Yunqing said, taking 10,000 steps back, even if there is no problem with the blood-soul recollection ceremony. The scene back then could also be that Master was misled by those of the Sacred Sun clan, thus misunderstanding me. Chang Zheng said, "That is indeed a possibility, but according to what you have said, there is the suspicion of sophistry. Because this is purely a one-sided statement, it cannot be used as evidence to prove your innocence. Junior, apprentice niece Yin, and Mr. Hong, the clan will be conducting a thorough investigation afterwards." Chang Zheng swiveled his head to appraise Hong Jiechi and Yin Luhua, the two of them nodding in understanding. Hong Jiechi said emotionally, "Making a false accusation is the same as committing the same crime. It's the same wherever I go. Since I dared to come to Broad Creed Mountain, I naturally fear no crooked shadows." Chang Zheng nodded, turning his head to look at Feng Yunqing once more. Then, "Junior apprentice niece Feng, can you bring up any other examples to prove your innocence? After all, according to what you said earlier, you weren't there when the video happened." Feng Yunqing took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Yes, I doubt the authenticity of the blood-soul recollection ceremony, but I'm unable to prove that it's fake, because I wasn't there at that time, and I was separated from Master and Junior Sister Yin. Even what happened to Master was something that I only found out after hearing about it from someone else. However, my relationship with the Sacred Sun clan has long since been severed. It is even more impossible for me to kill my master." Feng Yunqing said resolutely and decisively, "I dare not say that I have made any contributions in these years, but I have never been disloyal. It is the school and master who have given me a new life." Raising her head, Feng Yunqing looked straight at them, saying that I am a spy of the Sacred Sun clan. It is only this scene where it is hard to distinguish the truth from the falsehood, the cause and effect of which are unclear. Is there any other proof? If I secretly collude with the Sacred Sun clan and want to contact them, there should at least be a channel or a way to do so, right? Saying that I leaked the secret to the Sacred Sun clan, drawing people over to kill Master? How did I draw them over? Chang Zheng looked at Feng Yunqing, saying calmly, "In a while, I will also inspect your belongings and residence. Do you have any objections?" Feng Yunqing shook her head. "Any time." Elder Qin sat there, not speaking a single word. After a long time, he sent a sound transmission to Chang Zheng and Zhang Kuan. Such an outstanding disciple. The Sacred Sun clan would be willing to send him out as a spy. Chang Zheng said, "Her extreme Yin physique was originally crippled. While her talent in the martial Tao is outstanding, it is not impossible. her being able to regain her extreme Een physique in our clan. I believe that even the Sacred Sun clan did not expect it. Elder Chin asked, "What about the extreme Een bout? There are only 3 months left. You must know that Feng Yunsheng stands a great chance this time." Zhang Kuin's brows were knit tightly as Changjing said, "I'm afraid that junior apprentice niece Feng will not be able to participate in the extreme Een bout this time." Elder Qin said, "Currently, we still cannot prove that Feng Yunxing is a traitor who is colluding with outsiders. While there is the blood soul recollection ceremony, we cannot make a judgment based on this. This would not be fair to Feng Yunsheng." Zhang Kuin and Chang Zheng both looked at Elder Qin. Elder Qin's expression was calm. Back then, it had been he who had first agreed to Yen Zhaoge taking Feng Yunxing in, even having not hesitated to come into conflict with the Sacred Sun clan over it. If Feng Yunsheng really was a hidden pawn of the Sacred Sun clan, Yen Zhaoge would bear the heaviest responsibility, as Elder Qin would be implicated as well. However, Elder Qin's temper was fiery and unyielding, as he had no intention of avoiding suspicion or protecting his own safety in the least, as he still spoke his mind. Chang Zheng said, "If it had been confirmed that she was guilty, she would already have been publicly executed." Elder Qin glared at him. "What do you mean?" "Everything is still unknown now. I myself am also not willing to believe that junior apprentice niece Feng is such a person. I hope that her innocence can be proven in the investigations that follow. However, it is indeed unsuitable for her to continue participating in the upcoming extreme Een bout." Looking at Zhang Kuin and Elder Qin, Chang Zheng said slowly, "It might be disrespectful to say this, but her problem is not merely that she caused junior apprentice sister Fu to meet with misfortune." Hearing his words, Zhang Kuin and Elder Qin were both silent for a moment, as they seemed to have thought of something. Chang Zheng continued, "With the current situation, the results of this 7th extreme Een bout are extremely important. The extreme Een crown cannot continue to remain in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan. Otherwise, when the heaven-cleaving axe in their hands recovers, it will be extremely hard to deal with. If Feng Yunsheng really is a hidden pawn of the Sacred Sun clan, with her already knowing that she has been exposed now, if she wins the extreme Een bout, with the extreme Een crown in hand, who among us would be able to suppress her? She would definitely betray and flee on the spot before returning to the Sacred Sun clan. It would be equivalent to us gifting the extreme Een crown to the Sacred Sun clan." Elder Qin said, "The Sacred Sun clan's Mengwan was injured in the East Sea this time. It is precisely because they themselves do not have the confidence to win that they have dealt a blow to our clan's Maiden of Extreme Een, causing us to fall into disarray. That would be equivalent to gifting the extreme Een crown to the Sacred Sun clan." Chang Zheng nodded. "That's right, this is indeed a possibility. However, who can guarantee that Feng Yunsheng will definitely be fine?" Elder Qin wanted to say something, but Chang Zheng said, "Therefore, I suggest that we compromise." Zhang Kuin's white brows twitched slightly. "Compromise? How do we compromise?" Chang Zheng said, "Firstly, we have to guarantee that the extreme Een crown definitely cannot continue to remain in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan." Elder Qin and Zhang Kuin both nodded. "That's right. The Sacred Sun clan's Mengwan is injured, and her injuries are very severe, as she definitely will not be able to recover within a short period of time. She will definitely repeat the same mistake she made in the 2nd extreme Een bout." Chang Zheng said, "Feng Yunsheng cannot be guaranteed, but there are still others who can defeat Mengwan." Zhang Kuin's expression changed slightly. "You mean?" Chang Zheng nodded. "Jade Sea City's Chin-Sutting cannot be guaranteed, but Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiao can stably defeat the Sacred Sun clan's Yun Xiuqing, and also defeat the injured Mengwan. It is fine if we cannot obtain the extreme Een crown, but we definitely cannot let it continue to remain in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan. Having it fall into the hands of Turbid Wave Pavilion would be an acceptable outcome." Chang Zheng's gaze swept past Zhang Kun as he said softly, "Master, our clan actually only needs to seek stability now. Chief is invincible beneath the heavens. As long as we can make this transition smoothly, when Chief returns from the East Sea, even if Huang Guanlia returns together with him, they will also not be our clan's match. Because of Chief's shocking strength in transcending mortality and entering sainthood, Turbid Wave Pavilion might actually have some thoughts about it. It is instead not appropriate for our clan to stand out too much now." Hearing his words, Elder Qin frowned greatly. However, he knew that the Grand Elder Zhang Kun's style had always been conservative. The other Grand Elder, He Ning, who was not present and was currently recuperating from her injuries, was similarly gentle and conservative. That year, they had rather disliked the aggressive, tough style of Yan Di, Fang Juan, Shi Tai, and the other experts of the senior generation. While Shi Tai had perished, as the strength and influence of Yan Di, Fang Juan, and the others had increased day by day, as well as Yuan Jingfeng's support, the clan had grown stronger and stronger. The gentle style had gradually lost its appeal. However, following the great battle of the Earth Domain and the East Sea, the clan had been empty, the gentle and conservative style rising once more. Elder Qin looked at Chang Zhang. In his memories, while Chang Zhang was Zhang Kun's disciple, his thoughts were rather neutral, not being purely of the gentle faction. To be continued. Chapter 560. Elder Qin looked towards Chang Zhang. Chang Zhang's expression was as per usual, but there was some worry amidst his solemnity. Was it because the sect had suffered a series of major changes and had lost too many peak experts, causing Chang Zhang to lean more towards moderation and conservatism, or was there some other reason? Elder Qin couldn't see through him. After a moment of silence, Zhang Kun finally said, "Now that you are the first seat of the disciplinary hall, you have full authority over this matter." Chang Zhang answered, "Yes, master." While Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua were not directly detained, both of them were restricted from going out, their movements being monitored as if they were under house arrest. What awaited them and Hong Jiechi was a complicated investigation. Feng Yunsheng warned herself to remain calm and accept all of this peacefully, not delaying her daily cultivation. There were still around 100 days before the extreme Yin bout. If she could prove her innocence, she could still make it in time to participate, while Zhang Kun and the others wanted to simply give up on this extreme Yin bout. The opportunity this time was extremely great, causing Broad Creed Mountain to hesitate somewhat. While Chang Zhang was fully in charge of this matter, with the strong arguments of Elder Qin and the others, as well as the tacit approval of the two Grand Elders, he did not withhold any benefits from Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua, allowing them to cultivate as per normal. The investigation continued, with Chang Zhang personally presiding over it. "Feng Yunsheng's things are all here?" Chang Zhang asked. Beside him, a female elder surnamed Wang, who was currently temporarily guiding Feng and Yin in their cultivation, replied, "Everything is here, including her shadow shrinking pouch. However, I did not see her shadow shrinking pouch, so I sealed it properly and handed it over to you. However, I can be sure that she did not hide anything else on her." Chang Zhang nodded soundlessly, his expression not changing, but his heart was full of doubts. No, where did they go? Did she not bring it back to the mountain? Some gloominess flashed through Chang Zhang's gaze. Could it be that she already knows? No, she probably doesn't know. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a reaction. Since she hasn't been able to open it after such a long time, it means that she obtained this treasure by accident and doesn't know how to use it. That's good. I still have a chance. But where is it? Looks like I can only slowly torture her. When the other party indicated that he had found a shadow spirit talisman in her shadow shrinking pouch, Feng Yunqing's brows instantly raised. She was now even more certain that someone was plotting against her. But who was it, or rather, who was it? Feng Yunsheng looked straight at Chang Zhang, who was in front of her. Chang Zhang's expression was similarly calm. Not the slightest hint of anything amiss. The shadow spirit talisman has yet to be used, and there is no way to confirm who it can be used to contact. However, a one-time spirit talisman that can be used for training over a relatively long distance was discovered in your shadow shrinking pouch. You are becoming more and more suspicious. It also means that certain people are becoming more and more suspicious. Feng Yunxing said quietly. Changjing asked, "Can junior apprentice niece Yin come into contact with your shadow shrinking pouch?" Sure. Feng Yunsheng looked at him and said slowly, "This shadow spirit talisman is not mine." Changjung said, "But there are traces of your stellar energy aura on it." Feng Yunsheng replied, "It's possible to collect them at the places where I've been cultivating." Changjung nodded. "That's right. I will investigate this matter clearly. However, if there's anything you haven't reported, it's best to make it clear now. If it comes out again, it will only increase the suspicion on you." He glanced at Feng Yunsheng. "Make a list of all the places you've been in recently, especially since heading to the East Sea. The disciplinary hall will investigate them one by one. Remember not to leave anything out. That would only be detrimental to you." Feng Yunxing answered, "I didn't leave anything out. I've said all the places that I can be certain of." Changjing nodded, leaving just like that. What caused Feng Yunsheng to feel anxious was that as time passed, the supervision on her instead grew increasingly strict. Her cultivation arrangements with Yin Luhua were gradually being disrupted, all the resources of the clan being supplied to her being affected as well. While she had not been imprisoned in the disciplinary hall, the checks on her grew increasingly strict, the interrogations becoming more and more frequent. Feng Yunsheng did not covet special treatment, but the problem reflected from these changes was that the clan, or rather the disciplinary hall, was increasingly distrustful of her. Seeing that the seventh extreme Yin bout was about to arrive, the influence on her cultivation had instead grown greater. This indicated that the clan would very likely forbid her from participating in this extreme Yin bout. This was what worried Feng Yunxing the most. Currently, on the Sacred Sun Clan's world illuminating peak, the chief Huang Su and his son Huang Jie were seated facing each other. Looking at his son, Huang Su said, "No news has come after such a long time. It looks like everything is going smoothly. The only thing I don't understand is why you are so certain that Changjung will act according to our plan." Huang Jie's expression did not change as he answered, "It is not according to our plan but his own. We are making use of him, and he is also making use of us. It is just that he doesn't know that his plan is precisely what I want him to do. If not for this person, it would not have been easy for Yin Luhua to pass the first trial, and it would have been very easy for her to reveal a flaw. Only this first seat of Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary hall would have been able to help her along the way." Huang Su asked, "What I find strange is precisely why Changjung wants to do this." Huang Jie said, "Because he has his own selfish motives. He wants to obtain something from Feng Yunsheng, yet also wants to keep it a secret. Therefore, if Feng Yunsheng commits a crime, he can openly investigate it." "What thing?" Huang Su looked at Huang Jie. "It looks like you are very clear about it." Huang Jie retrieved an orb, placing it before Huang Su. "I am indeed clear about it, because the thing that Changjun wants is actually in my hands." He tapped the orb lightly, images of light appearing within. The images recorded by this heaven-spying orb of mine cannot be faked. Therefore, it is irrefutable evidence. Looking through it, Huang Su's gaze instantly lit up. So that's how it is. Infinite, boundless mountains, Li Jingtu actually died at his hands. Huang Jie nodded. That day, Li Jingtu was heavily injured by you and the other elders, fleeing with the heaven-cleaving axe. Encountering this Changjung, he was blinded by greed for the heaven-cleaving axe as he killed Li Jingtu and even destroyed the evidence. Who knew that while the heaven-cleaving axe was heavily injured, it did not lose its spirituality as it fled while he was battling with Li Jingtu, ultimately still ending up in your hands. Chang Zheng dirted his own hands, but at the end of the day, he still ended up benefiting our sacred Sun clan. The heaven-spying orb is a mother-child orb. The child orb that recorded all of this was discovered and destroyed by Chang Zheng, but he recognized the heaven-spying orb. Therefore, he is searching for the core orb itself. Huang Su thought for a moment. You made him think that the heaven-spying orb is in Feng Yunqing's hands. Huang Jie answered, actually it was an accident. Feng Yunqing inadvertently obtained a child orb. After discovering it, I felt that it might be a good opportunity. Therefore, I guided Chang Zheng to pay attention to Feng Yunqing. Generally speaking, the heaven-spying orb has always been a mother-child orb. Only mine is special, being the first in recorded history to have 3 children. Therefore, Chang Zheng does not know that the orb in Feng Yunqing's hands is also a child orb. If we directly divulge the matter, Chang Zheng's days will not be easy, and Broad Creed Mountain will not be able to account to Infinite, Boundless Mountain. If we divulge it later, Chang Zheng will not be able to escape. Still, before that, he can help us. Where is that child orb now? Huang Su asked. Huang Jie held that orb in his palm. It was shattered by me. Therefore, no matter how Changjing searches, he will not be able to find it. Also, Feng Yunqing's cultivation base is still insufficient to destroy the heaven-spying orb. Therefore, Chang Zheng will more likely think that the orb has been hidden by Feng Yunqing. However, he is also unable to reveal all of this, being very hard to verify. Therefore, he can only work even harder in his search. The harder he works, the better it will naturally be for us. He is Broad Creed Mountain's current first seat elder of the disciplinary hall. The only people of Broad Creed Mountain who can suppress him now are 2 old, overcautious people. As long as Chang Zheng does not give up, Feng Yunqing will not be able to escape. Chapter 561. Huang Jie kept the heaven-spying orb, sitting down in the meditative position, his hands on his knees. The decimating abyss causing trouble, the East Sea fighting twice, the Earth domain dying once. With Broad Creed Mountain's current talent dwindling, Chang Zheng can go all out, helping us as well as himself. Huang Su said, after these few battles, everyone has suffered a great blow to their vitality. This generation of the Sacred Sun Clan's 7 reigning sons was virtually all dead, having been replaced over and over again. Even some of the new replacements had perished. Huang Jie continued, even if Yan Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, Feng Zhuan, and Yan Zhaogar are all no longer here, Feng Yunqing's position in Broad Creed Mountain is actually still stable. If it was someone suspected of colluding with our Sacred Sun Clan and murdering their master, even if they are not slain or crippled of their martial arts, they would also be thrown into the heaven-sealing gorge to await trial. Unless there is irrefutable evidence, whoever is in charge of Broad Creed Mountain will not be able to bear Feng Yunqing. However, not killing her does not mean that she can still participate in this year's extreme Yin bout stably. Huang Jie said mildly, I have a general understanding of Broad Creed Mountain's so-called moderate faction. They do not dare to take a risk on Feng Yunqing, most likely placing their hopes on Turbid Wave Pavilion. They are waiting for Yan Di. Speaking of this, how are things over at the East Sea? Is there a way? Huang Jie asked. His father Huang Su shook his head slightly. I am not confident. Huang Jie fell into a rare silence as he sighed. We can only use our final method. Huang Su shook his head, changing the topic. It is fine as long as everything goes according to plan. It is just that will Hong Jiechi and that Yin Luhua reveal a flaw. If that flaw is too obvious, Chang Zheng will not be able to help them. Huang Jie answered, no one can guarantee that nothing will go wrong with the plan. Still, there shouldn't be any problems. Hong Jiechi and Yin Luhua were complete strangers before. As long as they stubbornly clung to that scene of the Blood Soul recollection ceremony, they would not have interacted at other times. The person who saved that Yin Luhua back then and sent her to Fu Enshu's side before informing us will not be allowed to appear within Broad Creed Mountain sight. Huang Su shook his head slightly. My original intention was to kill Feng Yunxing in the East Sea, but I didn't expect Marshal Uncle Meng to fail. Fortunately, it can still be remedied now, Huang Jie said lightly. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no one else, I wouldn't have hoped that it would be Marshal, Granduncle Meng. He hasn't come out of seclusion for too long. Huang Su pointed at him and said, "Be careful with your words. Marshal, Granduncle Meng, has passed away." I was rash. Huang Jie did not refute and nodded his head. He bowed to Huang Su and retreated. He had only taken a few steps when he saw a figure appear on the side of the road, as if waiting for him. "Junior apprentice Sister Meng, you should be focusing on preparing for the extreme Yin bout right now," Huang Jie said calmly. No longer smiling, Meng Wan looked expressionlessly at Huang Jie. "While the news from Broad Creed Mountain is unclear, has something happened to Senior Apprentice Sister Feng?" Huang Jie did not mind Meng Wan's form of address. Looking at Meng Wan, he nodded very calmly. "That's right. It is very likely that she will not be able to participate in the extreme Yin bout this time." Meng Wan looked straight at Huang Jie. "Is it related to the Sacred Sun clan?" Huang Jie answered, "That's right." Meng Wan was silent. Huang Jie brushed past her, taking 2 steps before halting and saying mildly, "If you can always guarantee that you can defeat her, I will naturally not have to act. What do you want to do? Go to Broad Creed Mountain to stand up for her? That would only solidify the evidence of her colluding with our clan." Meng Wan swiveled her head to look at Huang Jie, who had his back to her and did not turn. "If I were you, I would continue cultivating diligently. The stronger you are, the more people will listen to you. For example, I need to explain a few things to you right now. If you become the #1 expert of the Sacred Sun clan and trample over Broad Creed Mountain in the future, it would only be a matter of a single word for you to protect Feng Yunxing. If you want to take care of me and stand up for Feng Yunxing, it would only be a matter of a single word." Meng Wan said slowly, "I will remember." Huang Jie tilted his head slightly, looking at Meng Wan from the corner of his eye. "Let me give you a word of advice. The more you show concern for Feng Yunxing, the more it will expose your weakness. This is true for me, and it is also true for others who have their own intentions." Meng Wan's expression did not change in the slightest as she gazed at Huang Jie. "Senior Apprentice Brother Huang, you are a smart person. I have always known this. But now, you are doing a very stupid thing. The more you show off your cleverness in front of me, the more guarded I will be against you, and the more I will hate you. This is not conducive to your usual style of attaching importance to practical results." Huang Jie swiveled his head to glance at Meng Wan, nodding slightly. "That's right. I was a little too pleased with myself. Thank you for your reminder, Junior Apprentice Sister Meng." Saying thus, Huang Jie turned and left. Watching his figure vanish, Meng Wan swiveled her head to look into the distance. Senior Apprentice Sister Feng, she still did not understand the details of what Feng Yunxing was currently experiencing, but she could vaguely feel that bone-piercing chill that resembled winter. Having once experienced great ups and downs, having now been within reach of the peak, she had once again fallen to the bottom of the valley, lost and regained, gained and lost again. Such a rise and fall was enough to cause any person who had experienced it to go mad. Feng Yunxing did not go mad. Looking at Si Gongqing, who had come to visit her, she smiled slightly. "I really want to go see the scenery at the peak of that mountain. Sadly, it seems that I am not fated to do so, always rolling down the foot of the mountain when I am just a step away." Hearing these words, the usually cold Si Gongqing felt pain in her heart, reaching out to grab Feng Yunxing's hand. Feng Yunxing raised her brows, smiling. "Relax, I won't give up. Even if the sect has no intention of letting me participate in this extreme Yin bout, I will still persevere in my cultivation and improve myself." Making preparations and waiting for an opportunity, no matter how long it takes, is still better than not being prepared for an opportunity when it comes. Hearing her words, Sikong Qing nodded lightly. Feng Yunsheng raised her head to look at the moonlight in the night sky, muttering softly to herself. I wonder if the moonlight he sees is the same. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but while the flow of time was different, the bright moon was currently in the sky of the vast ocean world, and it was also a full moon. Yan Zhaoge looked at the scene of the bright moon over the vast ocean, not speaking for a long time. Standing behind him, Su Fei asked, What is it, Zhaoge? Yan Zhaoge shrugged. It's nothing. I just thought of a poem that I heard a long time ago. Bright moon above the sea. Even the ends of the earth share this moment. Su Fei recalled for a moment. I've never heard it before. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I also can't remember where I heard it before. Pondering over the poetic words for a while, Su Fei could not help but fall into a trance for a time. The two brothers stood by the sea, gazing into the distant horizon. After who knew how long, someone approached. Swiveling their heads, Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei saw Bai Jingkong of Chongli Mountain walking over. Seeing Bai Jingkong, Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up slightly. Elder Bai has good news? Bai Jingkong nodded solemnly. That's right. Located at the Dragon Gate at the bottom of the original Jiamao mountain range, the current Jiamao Basin, the dragon qi within has gradually stabilized. We can now enter. Chapter 562. Hearing that the Dragon Gate had officially opened and could be entered, Yan Zhaoge nodded. Please inform your clan's Chief Gao that I will be there very soon. After Bai Jingkong had left, Yan Zhaoge looked at Su Fei, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, and I will be leaving now. Please take care of yourselves in the vast ocean world. Su Fei said, Take care of yourselves too. With the lofty prestige mirror already having recovered, Yan Zhaoge attempted to open a dimensional passageway with a mirror-dimensional traversing technique, returning to the Eight Extremities world. As expected, the entrance to the passageway was within the Dragon Gate. Yan Zhaoge estimated that during this period of time, due to the distortions and folds of space, as long as a dimensional passageway opened in the vast ocean world, it would most likely lead to the Dragon Tomb. Now that he could enter the Dragon Tomb, Yan Zhaoge prepared to immediately set off. Leaving directionless island along with Fu Enshu and those of Chongli Mountain, Yan Zhaoge's group headed northeast, heading straight for the distant continent. Over there, the original encampment of the brilliant Thunder Sect had already turned into a deep valley. The Dragon Sect was located within. Along the way, many pieces of news came from all over the world that the Dragon's Gate could be entered, drawing the attention of the entire vast ocean world as winds and clouds surged for a time. Yan Zhaoge was also concerned about that legendary burial ground of numerous dragons. Still, he discovered that he was more concerned about being able to return to the Eight Extremities world from there. He was lost in thought, and Feng Yunqing's bright smile appeared in front of him again. The brighter the smile in his memories was, the more overcast the dark clouds within Yan Zhaoge's heart were. Even when they parted before, perhaps it was because he knew that the other party was mostly safe, or perhaps it was because he could rush back at any time, he had never felt this way. This time, however, while Feng Yunqing's fate was unknown, he himself had remained in the vast ocean world for a long time, causing Yan Zhaoge to feel unprecedentedly anxious. Under such special conditions, some things that were just sprouts in the past grew rapidly. Perhaps it had always been there, just that he had truly noticed it during this period of time in the vast ocean world. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes after learning that Feng Yunsheng was in danger. Yan Zhaoge found that the first thing that came to his mind was not how the extreme Yin bout or the extreme Yin crown would be. He also did not consider how such a change would affect the contest between his clan and the Sacred Sun clan. The first thing that came to his mind was to hope that nothing would happen to him. Then he thought of the Sacred Sun clan's killing material courting death. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, a cold light flickering within them. only disappearing after a moment. He groped around his shadow, shrinking pouch, his consciousness landing on the things inside. The pillars of the divine palace were joined together with the beams of the divine palace. Other than that, there were also 9 dragon shadows circling around them, looking like 9 pillars. These 9 pillars, together with the pillars of the divine palace, supported the great beam. There were also lights and shadows flashing on the great beam, forming the shape of the roof. Although the whole thing still looked illusory, a delicate and grand palace was gradually taking shape. Yan Zhaoge calmed himself down and gazed in the direction of the continent and the Dragon Gate once more. It's rare to see your emotions fluctuate so obviously. Fu Enshu's sound transmission resounded by his ear. Yan Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he swiveled his head to look at her. Fu Enshu was also looking at him. "Are you worried about Yunsheng?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, answering candidly, "That's right." Looking at Fu Enshu, he smiled. "Senior apprentice at Fu, it can't be that you want to break up the affectionate couple, right?" Fu Enshu seemed to be no exception to his straightforward words, as she was not very agitated. "I am not a very reasonable person, but this kind of thing still has to depend on Yunsheng herself." Thinking of her usual observations of Yunsheng, Fu Enshu sighed softly. "Don't bully my disciple half-heartedly. I naturally won't interfere." Yan Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his lips. "It's still uncertain who will be the bully." Fu Enshu did not argue with him as she gazed into the distance, slightly lost in thought. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, wisely not continuing to say anything. This senior apprentice was clearly thinking about the matter of that year. It was best for him not to get involved in it. These years, the relationship between Fu Enshu and his father had eased greatly. It was best not to poke the hornet's nest once more. Fortunately, Fu Enshu did not drift off for too long before she regained her wits. She said, "The burial ground of numerous dragons. Just passing by a place like this, there would also be unimaginably huge gains." Yan Zhaoge said, "Whether or not there are any gains, after returning to the 8 Extremities world this time, I will properly settle the score with the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall." He swiveled his head to look at the Northern Ocean, clone beside him. Yan Zhaoge's mind jolted as he communicated with another shadow shrinking pouch. Within this shadow shrinking pouch, a large scarlet gold seal quietly waited there. It was completely silent, and not the slightest bit of spiritual chi flowed out. However, Yan Zhaoge was not in a rush as he silently pondered on the secret technique of the extreme yang scripture, analyzing it. They arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Gate. There were already martial practitioners of the other sects gathered there. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and the others appear, their hearts all simultaneously shivered. The chief of Chongli Mountain, Gao Tianzhong, frowned. Myriad Sword Pool, Soul Shocking Island, Green Snake Island, and the Blazing Wind lineage. Looks like some of the nearer sects have already entered. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "It's fine. There is no use in coming here early." Saying thus, not even looking at the people of the other sects in the vicinity of the basin, Yan Zhaoge directly descended towards the Dragon Gate. The people of the other sects guarding outside dared not obstruct Yan Zhaoge, as they could only watch from the side as he, Fu Enshu, Gao Tianzhong, and the others entered the Dragon Gate. Chongli Mountain also had people standing guard outside. The people of the various sects were not there to obstruct them in the first place. Instead, they were there to prevent others from entering to fish in troubled waters. As Yan Zhaoge strode into the Dragon Gate, he saw the space before him distorting unceasingly as though he had entered a dimensional passageway. The dragon chi at the entrance was no longer as shocking as before, as it had become much more orderly and stable. However, it still unintentionally exerted pressure on one's spirit, causing one to feel an involuntary desire to bow down and worship it. Yan Zhaoge's expression changed slightly as the light of thunder was indistinctly visible within his right pupil. "Ah, while the brilliant thunder sect has been destroyed, Not all of them have died. Gung Hui has indeed entered. The Brilliant Thunder sect had suffered an unexpected calamity as they had virtually been decimated, with only Gung Hui and the other higher echelon experts having survived. They could either cease all activities here and wait patiently for revenge, or risk it all in a final battle. The value of the Dragon Tomb was too high. If the Brilliant Thunder sect were to give up on it now, the gap between them and the other powers would likely grow greater and greater. While they had not had much formal dealings with each other before, according to the descriptions of the other martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, the Crimson Thunder King, Gung Hui would not be willing to lie dormant just like that. With the opening of the Dragon Gate, he was more likely to risk it all. Brushing past his right eye with his finger, Yen Zhaoge smiled coldly. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment has had a reaction. This bastard indeed also has a fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. Did he not bring it along with him last time, leaving it behind at the clan? Chapter 563. Regarding the fragments of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, Yen Zhaoge had always kept them in his heart. If he could obtain more of them, he would be more than happy to do so. After all, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor at its peak had been a high-grade sacred artifact, far surpassing low-grade sacred artifacts like the clear Qi robe, the great sun heaven measuring ruler, the 9 dragon fingers, and the floating sinking sword. Of course, Yen Zhaoge already knew that if it was the complete Eye of the Thunder Emperor, the environments of the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world, and the floating life world would also be unable to contain it. Unless the Eye of the Thunder Emperor also entered a deep slumber, like the extreme Yin Crown or the extreme Yang Seal, not unleashing its full power. Over the years, as Yen Zhaoge's cultivation base had risen higher and higher, his strength had also grown stronger and stronger. He had long since been able to wield the full power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment that he possessed. On the other hand, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment was no longer as helpful to him as before. However, after obtaining a new sacred artifact fragment in the floating life world, the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor had increased once again. Now, if he could gain more in this vast ocean world, he would probably be even stronger. Yen Zhaoge's right eye narrowed into slits, the light of thunder flickering unceasingly within as the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor hidden within seemed like it might leap out at any time. "Let's go!" His expression not changing, Yen Zhaoge strode forward as Fu Enshu, Gao Tianzhong, and the others followed behind him. In front of everyone's eyes, torrential dragon Qi gathered and manifested into the head of a giant dragon. It opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Yen Zhaoge and the others seemed to have entered the belly of a dragon as they traversed within. The majestic and domineering dragon Qi intertwined with the filthy and decaying death Qi, forming a delicate balance that filled the surrounding void. Walking among them, the death Qi was harmful, and everyone avoided it like the plague. However, with the dragon Qi cleansing and refining their bodies, it made them feel relaxed and happy. As long as they could stabilize their minds and not be intimidated by the dragon Qi, under the cleansing of the dragon Qi, their bodies of flesh and blood could clearly feel refreshed, as if they were receiving a baptism. As Gao Tianzhong and the others walked, they all gazed shockingly at Yen Zhaoge up ahead. Around Yen Zhaoge's entire body, black Qi could vaguely be seen rising, before being purified by the dragon Qi. That was not because Yen Zhaoge cultivated in some kind of devilish art. Instead, it was because he had borrowed the power of dragon Qi to temper his body, purging out the impurities hidden within his acupoints. The human body was too delicate. In the process of life, even a martial artist with a high cultivation base would unknowingly accumulate all kinds of small injuries. Some injuries were discovered in time and healed in time. However, some were not discovered in time and would gradually accumulate bit by bit. Usually, it was nothing, but when one's lifespan came to an end or one's body sustained a relatively large injury, one would discover that the small problems that had accumulated in the past had already accumulated to a point where it was difficult to get rid of. When a certain trigger appeared, a small problem would become a big problem, such as aging extremely quickly or the recovery of injuries extremely slow, unable to be completely healed, leaving behind a lingering illness, and so on. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge was clearing up these small problems. Everyone wanted to do this, but none of them had been able to do it as thoroughly as Yin Zhaoge, achieving such remarkable results. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he just quietly felt all the changes occurring within this dragon tomb. Because of the space-time distortion, time seems very chaotic. Some places are much faster than the outside world, and some places are slower than the outside world. It's hard to accurately judge. Yin Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. Still, some are fast while others are slow. Making up for it, there shouldn't be any major problems. While he was concerned about the situation in the Eight Extremities world, Yin Zhaoge was still able to stabilize his mind, maintaining his calm as he was neither flustered nor impatient. The scene in front of him was constantly changing. There was the clear sky above the 9 heavens and also the boundless sea of clouds. There was the trickling of a cold pool of water and also the surging waves of a great river, lake, and sea. In just a few short steps, they seemed to have passed countless places, witnessing various kinds of scenes. Attempting to turn back, they discovered that the scenes they had experienced earlier were not the same. Fu Enshu murmured, "It's the dragons who died here. The scenes engraved within their memories when they were alive, the places where they once lived. The number of dragons who died here is probably uncountable. That is why there are so many colorful scenes." Yin Zhaoge nodded. It should be like this. It was just that these chaotic scenes signified that the space here was chaotic, very easily causing one to get lost within. The entire dragon tomb was like a massive labyrinth. If one did not know how to navigate it, it would take twice the effort for half the results. As they walked, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. From his shadow shrinking pouch, he took out a few shattered dragon scales. These dragon scales had come from the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint of the Eight Extremities world. They did not originate from that ice dragon that had been sealed within the ice pillar, but from the scales of other dragons. With the dragon scales shattered, Yin Zhaoge had always been trying to piece them back together, but with the difficulty being too great, he had still not succeeded. The disappearance of the glacial dragon martial saint was likely related to the burial ground of numerous dragons. Taking out the dragon scales, they had not changed. Yin Zhaoge did not grow hasty as he continued walking patiently within the dragon tomb. After walking for who knew how long, Yin Zhaoge suddenly felt a change happen to the dragon scales that he held in his hands. Gazing over, they were currently situated by the banks of a long river. The river water suddenly rose abruptly, while the dragon scale in Yin Zhaoge's hands seemed to be drawn by a formless force, descending towards the river water. It was like a fallen leaf returning to its roots. Yin Zhaoge did not stop it, just quietly watching as the dragon scale entered the water. A moment later, an even more rampant river water surged, directly forming a suspended river on the ground. From within the river, a dark yellow, true dragon rushed out. That dragon silhouette was condensed of the river water and flowing light together. After appearing, it vaguely appeared a little sluggish, but it did not attack Yin Zhaoge and the others before it, instead nodding towards him. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge instantly laughed, Fu Enshu, Gao Tianzhong, and the others all clicking their tongues in wonder. That yellow dragon shot out of the river water, sweeping Yin Zhaoge and the others along before rushing back into the river water. As it swam freely within the water, Yin Zhaoge and the others discovered that the scenes before their eyes were constantly changing. The yellow dragon carried them, traversing this dragon tomb. The dragon chi and death chi within the dragon tomb no longer had any negative effects on Yin Zhaoge and the others. Riding on the back of the yellow dragon, Yin Zhaoge suddenly felt the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment within his right eye growing more and more restless. He attempted to guide the yellow dragon, the yellow dragon carrying them traversing the chaotic, shattered layers of space, finally coming to a halt amidst a world of ice and snow. Figures appeared amidst the wind and snow, one of them shockingly being the former chief of the brilliant Thunder sect, who had already been exterminated, the Crimson Thunder King Gung Hui. Because of the yellow dragon, Gung Hui seemed to have not been able to immediately discover the existence of Yan Zhaoga and the others. He was currently focused on the person before him, residing at Changli Mountain, that Yan Zhaoga is of the side of good at the end of the day, even having obtained the 9 dragon fingers. However much we dislike Lin Qianqing, after his death, the strength of the side of good has already surpassed ours. If we continue to delay, we will only be sitting ducks and waiting for death sooner or later. Lu Shua, what do you think? Chapter 564. The person standing opposite Gung Hui was precisely the chief of Soul-Shocking Island of the 6 evil sects, Lu Shua. Looking at Gung Hui, Lu Shua said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "What do you want to say?" "You might as well say it clearly. If you want to join hands to obtain treasures in this dragon tomb, it is not impossible. It is just that we have to first discuss how to split the treasures we obtain. If you want to join hands to deal with others, who is your target? That traceless Cloud Yan?" He glanced at Gung Hui. The few of you, together with Nian Chun with the 9 dragon fingers, were still unable to take him down, instead suffering a great defeat at his hands. This old man does not like to boost the morale of others while diminishing my own. However, if it is just the 2 of us, wanting to kill that traceless Cloud Yan would still be insufficient. Gung Hui said, "Myriad Sword Pool's Yan Gang is the weakest. If we meet Yan Gang, joining hands to get rid of him would naturally be best. As for that Yan Zhaoga, while he is powerful, if we join hands with Dragon Slayer Zhao, we will have a chance." Lu Shua stroked his beard, looking at Gung Hui as though he was smiling, whilst also not. You really have your wishful thinking." "What? Lin Qianqing's death is still not enough to quell your fury at the destruction of your brilliant Thunder sect. And you even hate Traceless Cloud Yan. It's just that with your enmity with Traceless Cloud Yan, you want this old man and Dragon Slayer Zhao to make a move. Isn't this a little too well calculated? What is there for us to fight against such a ferocious person?" Lu Shua glanced at Gung Hui. "If you want to take revenge, you settle it yourself." Hearing his words, Gung Hui was enraged as he glared at Lu Shua. Of the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, Gung Hui was ranked first, publicly recognized as the person most likely to become a martial saint. Lu Shua, on the other hand, was ranked at the bottom of the top 10 transcendents. In terms of individual strength, he was the weakest amongst the leaders of the 7 pillars of the righteous path and the 6 evil paths. Gung Hui had never thought highly of Lu Shua. Lu Shua completely ignored Gung Hui's emotional changes. The saint weapon, the soul-shocking box, was his trump card. With the soul-shocking box in his hand, he could actually suppress Gung Hui. No matter how dissatisfied Gung Hui was, he could only hold it in. Gung Hui calmed himself, saying in a heavy tone, "If we do not deal with him now, do you want to wait for him to join hands with Water Crystal Palace's Lin Shi and Myriad Sword Pool Yan Gang? If you want to kill this surnamed Yan, I am willing to be the bait. I will bear the greatest risk." Lu Shua chuckled. "Do you think that Changli Mountain or Water Crystal Palace or Myriad Sword Pool would be able to order around this person?" Gung Hui frowned slightly. Lu Shuoyan said, "I've roughly understood. This person, if you don't provoke him, he actually won't take the initiative to interfere in matters. His mind isn't really on helping Changli Mountain expand its territory, so Changli Mountain truly can't order him around. Someone has taken the initiative to attack Changli Mountain. Only then will he help Changli Mountain out of some kinship. My soul-shocking island has never offended him, and we do not have a reconcilable enmity with Changli Mountain like the evil Shifting Sect and the Blood Dragon Sect. Does this person really care more about the battle between good and evil? I don't think so. At the very least, even if he wants to make a move, He'll look for the evil shifting sect or your brilliant thunder sect, who have clashed with him before. If Dragon Slayer Zhao doesn't provoke him, I'm afraid he won't be interested in the Dragon Slayer sect. Lu Shua looked at Gung Hui. Since that is so, why should I make things difficult for him? Of course, the treasures of this dragon tomb should still be fought over. Fortune descends from the heavens for those who are fated to possess it. Still, if you want me to join you in plotting to kill him, then forget it. He paused for a moment before continuing. You can try to contact Dragon Slayer Zhao. He might be able to be moved by you. Still, it wouldn't be because of the so-called, without the lips, the teeth will be interdependent. Instead, it is because his position as the #1 expert of the vast sea realm has already been shaken by traceless Cloud Yen. Dragon Slayer Zhao has always been a proud person as well. I believe that he would definitely be unconvinced. Gung Hui shook his head. If you say so, we will indeed have no way of continuing this discussion. Don't regret it in the future. Before he had finished speaking, a voice seemed to resound from an incomparably distant place, yet also seemed to be right by their ears. Why wait for the future? Let's end this matter now. The expressions of Lu Shua and Gung Hui both changed slightly. They had actually not sensed the other party being so close earlier. The scenes amidst space changed as a yellow dragon broke through space, appearing before Gung Hui and the others. On the back of the yellow dragon stood a group of people. Their leader was garbed in white clothes with a black border at the edges of his blue clothes as he smilingly looked at Gung Hui. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge first looked at Lu Shua, smiling before turning to look at Gung Hui. Gung Hui's face was livid. The chief of Chongli Mountain, Gao Tianzhong, leapt off the back of the yellow dragon, meeting Gung Hui. Of the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, Gung Hui was ranked first, while the second was Gao Tianzhong. The two had never directly clashed before. Gao Tianzhong had his own thoughts about this ranking. Moreover, while he was traveling alongside Yan Zhaoge in entering the dragon tomb this time, he couldn't always rely on Yan Zhaoge for everything. Firstly, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't let others take advantage of him so easily. Secondly, it would seem like Chongli Mountain was subordinate to Yan Zhaoge, which was not what Gao Tianzhong wanted. He had originally intended to deal with Gung Hui himself, with Yan Zhaoge dealing with Lu Shua, who possessed a sacred artifact. Still, Yan Zhaoge waved his hands towards Gao Tianzhong. It seems that Island Chief Lu does not intend to make a move? Please then, we shall meet again. Still, Crimson Thunder King, please stay. As Lu Shua hesitated slightly, Yan Zhaoge had already made a move. The Northern Ocean clone moved, transforming into a gust of wind as he instantly arrived before Gung Hui. Gung Hui roared furiously, his true martial avatar, the 9 heavens blazing thunder avatar appearing, blocking before him as he faced the Northern Ocean clone. Meanwhile, he himself did not even look back as he speedily fled. While he was already sufficiently decisive, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was too fast as his figure resembled a great rock leaving the water, soaring into the 9 heavens. He instantly passed by Gung Hui's 9 heavens blazing thunder avatar, arriving beside him. Gung Hui grit his teeth, crossing his fists as crimson thunderbolts were emitted, blazing like flames as they were tough to the extreme, seeming even more violent than ordinary thunderbolts. The Northern Ocean clone punched outwards, scattering the crimson thunderbolts. His footsteps were obstructed as he halted slightly. Still, he immediately turned and advanced, closing the distance between him and Gung Hui before striking out with an elbow towards Gung Hui's chest. Gung Hui's 9 heavens blazing thunder avatar now attacked towards the Northern Ocean clone from behind. Yet a green dragon roared as it shot out from Yan Zhaoge's sleeve, sweeping along the 9 heavens blazing thunder avatar. Boom! The Northern Ocean clone's elbow resembled the tip of a great spear as it pierced towards Gung Hui's heart. Gung Hui was truly extraordinary, as he was still alive despite having suffered a blow from a martial saint, even possessing the strength to retaliate. His eyes looked on the brink of imploding as he punched towards the Northern Ocean clone's temples. Even if I die, I will heavily injure your martial saint clone. Without this clone, you will have to hide your tail and live like a coward henceforth. Gung Hui roared furiously, the purple light of thunder also lighting up above his head as one of the orbs flickered, emitting infinite thunderbolts. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoga instead rejoiced. Ha, there is indeed one. Yen Zhaoga was neither flustered nor flustered as he faced Gung Hui's dying counterattack. The light of thunder flickered within his right eye as a purple orb flew out as well, being many times larger in size than Gung Hui's orb. Gung Hui's orb of thunder shook for a moment before directly shooting towards Yen Zhaoga's orb like a tired bird returning to its nest, next merging with it. To be continued. Chapter 565. Seeing the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor flying out of Yen Zhaoga's eye, being much larger than his own, Gung Hui's heart abruptly sunk. This kind of power came from the same source. The stronger side could easily assimilate and devour the weaker side. Then, as expected, he saw his saint artifact fragment throw itself into the enemy's embrace like a child meeting its parent. The connection between himself and the saint artifact fragment was instantly severed. Gung Hui felt his heart bleeding. Having heard of Yen Zhaoga's battle with Fongken, he suspected that Yen Zhaoga also possessed a fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, which was why he had coveted it. He did have the fragment, but in the end he had contributed it to Yen Zhaoga. Gung Hui felt both depressed and resentful. If he couldn't escape, then he could only fight to the death. With the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor having been taken away, Gung Hui felt despondent to the extreme. He could only temporarily put it aside as he went all out, punching towards Yen Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone with his fists. Not only was he not distracted, he became even more ferocious. The violent scarlet lightning blazed like fire. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoga laughed lightly. The Northern Ocean clone's body was suddenly enveloped by a veil of darkness, devouring the crimson thunderbolts emanating from Gung Hui's fists. The red light dimmed, as though it had vanished amidst eternal night. In the next moment, a pale white lightning flashed and tore through the night. At the same time, it also blasted Gung Hui's crimson lightning into smithereens. Meanwhile, the Northern Ocean clone was completely unaffected as he viciously punched Gung Hui's chest once more. Gung Hui, who was already heavily injured, was directly penetrated by the powerful force. The Northern Ocean clone punched backwards, shattering Gung Hui's 9 heavens blazing thunder avatar before punching out again, mightily exploding Gung Hui's head. Amidst an all-encompassing rain of blood, the strongest martial grandmaster of the vast ocean world had perished within the dragon tomb, his bones buried in the same heavens and earth as numerous dragons. Yen Zhaoga watched this scene calmly, the purple orb formed of the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor returning to his pupils. Lu Shua, Gao Tianzhong, and the others also had complicated feelings. The battle between the two sides caused the meridians of the spirit chi and death chi in the dragon tomb to lose their balance, and time and space became even more chaotic. Under their feet, the ground seemed to be collapsing, forming a huge pit. A suction force came from the deep pit, trying to pull everyone down together. Yen Zhaoga's expression did not change as he looked at soul-shocking islands, Lu Shua. At this time, Lu Shua could no longer even think of greeting Yen Zhaoga. He cupped his hands towards Yen Zhaoga, not resisting the suction force of the deep abyss down below. Protecting his disciples, he instead sped downwards, disappearing within the deep abyss. That brilliant Thunder Sect elder, who had entered the Dragon Gate with Gung Hui, was so frightened that he turned around and fled. However, Yen Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone did not let them off as he pursued them unceasingly, directly capturing a late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. having been brought to Yen Zhaoga's side. Yen Zhaoga stared at him for a while before asking, "That martial art that wields the crimson light of thunder is the famed supreme martial art of your brilliant thunder sect, the Crimson Flame Thunder Light Fist." "King, Qi, World King Long Dragon. I, Yen Yen of Emperor. I, ZS Yen. Yen. He, Sun Flame Thunder Light Fist." Yen Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. "This is an unexpected gain. I was thinking that when I clashed with this guy outside the star-shifting sea last time, his crimson thunder was rather interesting. Never would I have thought that it would be related to the 5 elements creation thunder." The 5 elements creation thunder was one of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders alongside an instant's thunder and thunder of eternal night. It was ranked 3rd amongst them, being even higher than an instant's thunder and thunder of eternal night. This thunder was derived from the coexistence of the 5 elements and the endless cycle of creation. The thunder light manifested all things in this world, possessing the great might of the Creator, existing alongside the creation of the heavens and the earth as it contained infinite profundities. Carefully analyzing that crimson thunder light, Yen Zhaoga discovered that it actually seemed to be a profound thunderbolt that had obtained the essence of fire from the 5 elements creation thunder after it had been split into 5. Was it the 5 elements creation thunder that was split into 5 following the great calamity? Yen Zhaoga pondered. The blazing flames thunder before him seemed even more explosive than ordinary thunderbolts, as it resembled blazing flames. Not only did it possess terrifying destructive power, it also possessed the concept of warmth and light that the flames brought to all things, aiding their growth. Buy one get one free. I like this deal. Yen Zhaoga was in a great mood. Not only had he obtained another fragment, strengthening his Eye of the Thunder Emperor, he had also obtained the blazing flames thunder that had been derived from the 5 elements creation thunder. If he could reassemble the 5 elements creation thunder, that would be a wondrous sight indeed. Yen Zhaoga swiveled his head to look at Gao Tianzhong and the others before pointing at the deep abyss down below. "Let's go down too." Observing the spiritual qi flow, there vaguely seems to be the head of a dragon. Gao Tianzhong regained his wits, nodding as the other Changli mountain martial practitioners followed suit. Thinking back to the past, they had still been doubting whether Yen Zhaoga, Su Fei, and the others would be trouble. From the looks of it now, however, they were all incomparably glad that they had been able to get along well with Su Fei and Shi Jun all these years. When the conflict between Shi Jun and the Blood Dragon sect had erupted in the star-shifting sea, Changli Mountain had also immediately chosen to support them. If anything had happened during this period of time, things would probably be completely different now. Amidst their thoughts, they followed Yen Zhaoga down into the deep abyss. Riding on the back of the yellow dragon, Yen Zhaoga quietly felt the changes in space-time within the deep abyss. The flow of time here was fast at times while slow at others. When it was slow, half a day might have passed here while a few months might have already passed in the outside world. When it was fast, a few days might have passed here while not even 2 hours had passed in the outside world. The chaos in space-time was so obvious, the changes so intense that one would feel as though their bodies and minds were being ripped apart. Those with lower cultivation bases would instead be unable to sense the changes within. The higher one's cultivation base, the greater their grasp of time and space, the clearer their senses would be. Yen Zhaoga analyzed the lofty prestige mirror. The dimensional passageway opens in the deeper parts of the dragon tomb. Still, the deeper we go, the slower the flow of time becomes. Also, the deeper we go, the colder it feels. Yen Zhaoga thought of the information he had obtained from the glacial dragon martial saint of the 8 extremities world that year. Numerous stars converge. Dragons enter the sea. Ancient, cold abyss. Reverse scale shocks moon. Ancient, cold abyss. Yen Zhaoga pondered. This should be the true appearance of the dragon tomb, right? Why then did numerous dragons congregate here, finally dying here? It is as though they were sending themselves to their deaths. Having grasped even more of the secrets of this place, Yanjiaoga did not dare to be careless. Feeling the temperature of the surroundings getting colder and colder, he knew that they were getting closer and closer to the core of the dragon tomb. Suddenly, Yanjiaoga's gaze flickered as he halted his descent. Gazing over, he saw a dim light flickering amidst the darkness of the deep abyss. There seemed to be a barrier amidst the light, within which sat a person in the meditative position. Garbed in black, he was already a skeleton, having been here for who knew how long. To be continued. Chapter 566. Space is chaotic here. Those who entered together might not have taken the same path. Looking around, Yanjiaoga did not see the figures of soul-shocking islands Lu Shu'ao and the others. However, it was precisely because space was chaotic that this barrier was actually able to remain stable amidst the chaotic space of the dragon tomb, not being swept along by the flow as it displayed a shocking, miraculous power. While only a skeleton remained within the barrier from his clothes, Yanjiaoga recognized him with a single glance as that black-clothed, middle-aged martial practitioner who had once come to the underwater cave of the star-shifting sea and come into contact with the beam of the divine palace before finally leaving. Thinking of how this black-clothed martial practitioner had once been full of ambition, wanting to open the dragon tomb before turning back to deal with the beam of the divine palace once more, yet dying here in the end, Yanjiaoga could not help but feel a little emotional. With just a thought from Yanjiaoga, the Northern Ocean clone extended a palm, grabbing that barrier. The barrier hovering amidst the chaotic space did not resist external forces as it was sucked into the Northern Ocean clone's palm. Seeing this, Yanjiaoga was even more certain. It is a treasure that specifically deals with time and space. Being able to resist such chaotic space, it should be able to resist the destruction of the power of dimensions as well. This person might really have descended from the world beyond worlds. The source of the barrier's power was a paper fan in the hands of the white bones. As Yanjiaoga took the paper fan, a will emanated from within. As Yanjiaoga intercepted it, a voice seemed to resound within his mind. I overestimated myself, underestimating this burial ground of numerous dragons. I deserve to die here today. I only have myself to blame. I only have myself to blame. What power does the sacrificial sacrifice of numerous dragons truly possess? It truly possesses the power to annihilate the world. Yet this vast ocean world will have to suffer a tribulation along with it. I cannot return to the world beyond worlds at the end of the day. Born in the dim darkness, to return to the dim darkness, death is not frightening. It is just a pity that I cannot see the destruction of these traitors of the Radiant Light sect. Regretful, regretful. These must be the will of the black-clothed martial practitioner before his death. Pondering for a moment, Yanjiaoga thought, it is indeed so. I still have to be extremely careful in this dragon tomb. Otherwise, I might be completely wiped out at any time, even leading to the destruction of the entire vast ocean world. Ever since Yanjiaoga had come to the vast ocean world and understood the situation here, he had always had a question in his heart. The flow of time in the vast ocean world was around 5 times faster than in the 8 extremities world. In other words, following the Great Calamity, the history of the vast ocean world had been much longer than that of the 8 extremities world. Under such circumstances, the development of the martial civilization here was not as prosperous as that of the 8 extremities world, even being slightly inferior. Afterwards, he had discovered that there were much fewer martial legacies and legacies of pre-Great Calamity times here than in the 8 extremities world. Many of the martial arts inheritances here were studied by the martial artists themselves. Undoubtedly, they had to take many detours and wrong paths, so it was normal for them to be slower. However, according to the legends of the vast ocean world, other than that legendary Great Calamity, there had also been many great catastrophes that had occurred in the heavens and the earth, each time bringing about innumerable deaths and injuries, causing the human race of the vast ocean world to appear to have withered. However, The reason for this was unclear, as it had been lost in the long river of history. At this moment, Yanjiaoge somewhat understood that the vast ocean world that had been plagued with so many disasters might be because this world was the closest to the heavens and earth of the dragon tomb, having also suffered many tribulations as a result. Looking at that white skeleton, he sighed slightly. This black-clothed, middle-aged martial practitioner was probably not the only one who had entered the dragon tomb in search of treasures, yet failed. Meanwhile, every single failure could bring calamity to the vast ocean world. Perhaps the glacial dragon martial saint who had come over from the Eight Extremities world was one of them? Thinking like this, Yanjiaoge's expression grew even more solemn. He lowered his head to look at the ancient, cold abyss down below, pondering in silence. Hearing Yanjiaoge's explanation, Gao Tianzhong and the others all exchanged looks. Yanjiaoge began appraising the folding fan in his hand, carefully feeling it for a moment before realizing. So the handle of the fan is forged from world wood. No wonder it can protect one from the power of dimensions as they pass through the wounds of the heavens. With this, even before reaching the 4th level of the martial saint realm, one would still be able to find a way to head to the world beyond worlds. Yanjiaoge stroked the handle of the fan. Still, having established the barrier in this dragon tomb for such a long time, its spiritual energy has virtually been depleted completely. If we want to make use of it, some planning will still be required. Yanjiaoge opened the paper fan, seeing a few simple strokes on its surface that seemed to contain a profound concept of the martial Tao. So it is the concept of the primordial darkness of the universe amidst the intermingling of light and dim. It is rather high class. Still, it should have developed after the Great Calamity, as there are some traces of the Tao tradition of the dim, radiant sect of before the Great Calamity. Oh, wait, he mentioned the Radiant Light sect just now. It is also a power of the world beyond worlds. His tone was rather resentful. From the looks of it, light and darkness are opposing each other? Could it be that the Tao tradition of the dim, radiant sect has split into light and darkness? Seeing the dim darkness sect's Liang Jichao inscribed on the fan, many thoughts and guesses instantly arose within Yanjiaoge's mind. The deep abyss of darkness down below seemed endless. As Yanjiaoge's group traversed it, time quickly flowed by. It was just that amidst these multiple layers of space that were fast at times while slow at others, it was hard to tell exactly how many days, months, or even years had passed. As they traversed here, Yanjiaoge and the others even encountered martial practitioners of other sects, some of whom were allies, some of whom were enemies, some of whom brushed past. The further they went, the more they could feel that the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, Gao Tianzhong and Changli Mountain included, were gradually feeling rather restless and uneasy. They had been in the depths of the dragon tomb for too long. Lingering within, they were also unable to determine how much time had passed in the outside world. If chaos arose in the vast ocean world, it would be hard for them to deal with it. While the various sects had all made arrangements before entering, having prepared sufficient forces at their headquarters, not fearing that others would turn around and launch a sneak attack on them. The most mysterious, inscrutable evil Saint Lin Qianqing had also already been slain by Yanjiaoge. However, if things went on like this, it would be very hard to say if some unforeseen events might occur. Yanjiaoge and the others had even already seen some people attempting to retrace their steps and leave the dragon tomb. After advancing for who knew how long, just feeling the temperature of the deep abyss gradually dropping to the point that even Essence Talisman martial grandmasters found it hard to bear, Yanjiaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly. He vaguely felt a somewhat familiar aura, originating from the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint back in the Eight Extremities world. Yanjiaoge's spirits rose as he controlled the yellow dragon to descend even more rapidly. The deep abyss of darkness before them finally, gradually reached its end. Meanwhile, what appeared before them was a shocking scene. Dragons, they were all dragons. Not scaly dragons, Not hornless dragons, not horned dragons, not any mixed blood dragons. They were all true dragons. Thousands of them. It was hard to tell just how many there were. The scales and claws of the numerous dragons flickered, vivid and lifelike as their majestic, blazing blood chi intermingled with the destructive death chi that caused one's heart to palpitate, resembling a vast, vast ocean. All the dragons seemed to still be alive, yet did not move in the slightest as they stood at the bottom of the ancient, cold abyss. To be continued. Chapter 567. Back in the glacial dragon martial sage's old residence, Xiao Qin had obtained a complete true dragon corpse. Its value was astonishing. The group of dragons that had appeared before Yan Zhaoge now possessed an even greater value that was hard to estimate. Just thinking about it caused one's scalp to go numb. However, at the thought that so many members of the dragon race had perished here, after the initial surprise, the fire in their hearts began to subside. Instead, they felt a chill down their spines. Even a fearless and fearless person like Fu Enshu's expression became incomparably solemn. Yan Zhaoge swept his gaze over. After the previous disturbances, more than half of the spiritual qi contained within has actually already been expended. However, if all of it were to erupt, the vast ocean world would probably immediately experience yet another apocalyptic tribulation. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze flickered as he looked towards the center of the numerous dragons, where a mighty-looking old man stood in midair. Having arrived at the ancient, cold abyss, the yellow dragon was already no longer able to conceal its tracks, and that old man had also discovered Yan Zhaoge and the others. Seeing the Northern Ocean clone, the old man's originally stern expression appeared even colder. The chief of the Dragon Slayer sect of the 6 evil sects, slaying 7 seas Zhao Zhong, had been the #1 expert of the vast ocean world before Yan Zhaoge had appeared in this world. Zhao Zhong looked very seriously at Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone, slowly nodding. "Your reputation is well deserved." Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. "You arrived really quickly." It is not without reason that our sect is called the Dragon Slayer sect. Zhao Chang's voice was like the sharp edge of a blade, cutting through the layers of icy mist at the bottom of the abyss. "You, on the other hand, is it because you were already prepared, or did you obtain something after killing Lin Qianqing?" Yan Zhaoge laughed. "These things are not important now." Zhao Chong nodded. "Indeed, it's not important." As he spoke, he straightened his palm like a saber and slashed down. There was no saber edge, no saber chi, no saber light, and no sound. However, the crimson dragon below had already been beheaded. The red dragon that had been dead a moment ago seemed to have sensed danger. It came to life again and moved its body. However, as Zhao Chang's saber descended, the red dragon lost all signs of life. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows as Zhao Zhong said mildly, "This old man is different from you. This old man has come here to slay dragons. While they are dragon corpses, their bodies have been preserved extremely well. As more of them accumulate, they will still be of great use." Of course it would be of great use. With so many dragons, even if they were all dead dragons, it would be more than enough for him to immediately ascend to the world beyond worlds after slaying them all. If so many true dragons were still alive, they wouldn't even need to move their claws. Just a mouthful of spit from a dragon would be enough to drown him. To Zhao Chong, this place was truly a blessed land among blessed lands. Others had to think about how to bring the treasures out, but he could do it on the spot. The Dragon Slayer sect has entered the dragon tomb. This is really interesting. Yan Zhaoge laughed, the Northern Ocean clone already whistling as he shot out beside him. His fist was like the tip of a spear, instantly appearing in front of Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong's body didn't change as he slashed out with his saber. The clash between the dark north divine spear and the 7 seas dragon slaying saber directly dispersed all the cold mist at the bottom of the abyss. The 2 Saint Realm experts exchanged over 10 moves in an instant, and each move was extremely dangerous. Fresh blood splattered through the air as a bloody saber wound appeared on the waist of Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. Fresh blood oozing unceasingly from within. Even with the strong physical body of a martial sage, Xiao Chun wanted to control his muscles to stop the saber wound. However, he could not stop the bleeding immediately. A horrifying saber intent wreaked havoc in the wound. As for Xiao Chang's shoulder, it had been pierced through. There was a huge hole in his shoulder that was badly mangled. If he had not dodged in time, that spear would have pierced his heart. Both of them had extremely fierce martial arts and extremely violent and overbearing styles. Once they made a move, life and death would be decided. With just a few moves, both of them were injured. This was the first time since Yen Zhaoge had refined the Northern Ocean clone that this martial saint clone had been heavily injured. Zhao Zhong was even more shocked. Although he had never fought against the Northern Dark North martial saint Zhuang Qin, he was confident that he had already surpassed the ancients and his strength was above Zhuang Qin's. Who knew, however, that after being refined into a clone by Yen Zhaoge, the strength of this martial saint cadaver actually surpassed that of when it had been alive. Also, combined with the Northern Ocean clone's previous moves in the deep sea corridor and the star-shifting sea, his strength had risen after not seeing him for a period of time. Zhao Zhong gazed earnestly at the distant Yen Zhaoge. If anyone dared to say that Yen Zhaoge could only be arrogant because of his martial saint clone now, he, Zhao Zhong, would slap them a few times. What caused Zhao Zhong's heart to sink slightly was the fact that he knew that Yen Zhaoge's strength was not limited to just the Northern Ocean clone alone. While it would not normally be able to threaten him, when he clashed with the Northern Ocean clone, it could be a fatal blow. Moreover, who knew if Yen Zhaoge had successfully refined the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, for his own use? At this point, Zhao Zhong's gaze grew heavy. Black light flickered within his palm as a saber appeared, spiritual qi overflowing from it. It was clearly an extremely peak high-grade spirit artifact. While it was not a sacred artifact in the hands of the martial saint, Zhao Zhong's strength instantly skyrocketed as the Northern Ocean clone had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. Yen Zhaoge curled his lips. While he did not have a high-grade spirit artifact spear, it was not that he had no other options. The Northern Ocean clone avoided Zhao Zhong's saber, his figure suddenly descending as he lunged towards the group of dragons at the bottom of the abyss. Zhao Zhong did not think that Yen Zhaoge was avoiding him. Indeed, the Northern Ocean clone reached out with both hands, capturing a long white dragon. That dragon's spirituality had yet to dissipate as it still retained its majesty. Just as it was about to move, it was caught by the Northern Ocean clone, his martial spear intent infused within as the dragon's body instantly straightened. The Northern Ocean clone roared, using this dragon's body as the tip of his spear as an earth-shattering, heaven-shocking spear pierced towards Zhao Zhong's chest. Zhao Zhong faced it head-on, not cowering in the slightest. Even a martial saint would not be able to instantly forge a high-grade spirit artifact. While the dragon's body was powerful and also possessed the Northern Ocean clone's martial will, it was still incomparable to a true high-grade spirit artifact at the end of the day. If his opponent was a martial grandmaster wielding a high-grade spirit artifact, then so be it. As a martial saint, Zhao Zhong naturally did not fear it. The two clashed once more. While Zhao Zhong held a slight advantage, he was still unable to quickly slay the Northern Ocean clone. After all, he was wary of the 9 dragon fingers that had yet to appear, not wanting to perish together with his opponent. This way, Zhao Zhong would be unable to approach the group of dragons at the bottom of the abyss. However, just as they were clashing, more people arrived from the ancient, cold abyss. They were the palace lord of Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi, and the chief of Soul-Shocking Island, Lu Shuo. Paying attention to the current situation, the two exchanged glances. After a moment of silence, they did not interfere, instead simultaneously shooting towards the group of dragons at the bottom of the abyss. Amidst their battle, they were also paying attention to Yen Zhaoge's movements. After all, they had not seen the 9 dragon fingers appear yet. Still, while Yen Zhaoge was able to wield the 9 dragon fingers, it would still be impossible for him to stop the 2 of them alone. Gao Tianzhong and the others descended towards the group of dragons at the bottom of the abyss. The current situation was clearly one of splitting the spoils. Now, it would depend on how much they could obtain with their own abilities. Seeing all this, Yen Zhaoge's gaze was distant as he ignored Zhao Zhong, who was locked in battle with the Northern Ocean clone, as well as Lin Shi and Lu Shua, who were lunging towards the swarm of dragons, instead descending alone in another direction. To be continued. Chapter 568. Yen Zhaoge descended in another direction. Everyone was taken aback for a moment. Such an abnormal action unconsciously felt that something was wrong. Zhao Zhong wanted to come over, but was entangled by the Northern Ocean clone. Water Crystal Palace's palace, Lord Lin Shi, and Soul-Shocking Island's island chief, Lu Shua, hesitated slightly before ultimately not making a move. Whoever made a move now would likely be matched against the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, benefiting others for nothing. They hesitated slightly before ignoring Yen Zhaoge, instead grabbing dragon corpses one after another from the depths of the deep abyss. Yen Zhaoge descended, moving unceasingly as he finally arrived at a corner of the deep abyss. After searching for a while, he actually rose up once more, as though he wanted to leave the deep abyss. The Northern Ocean clone was still entangled in battle with Zhao Zhong, but his body was gradually beginning to move upwards, causing everyone to be greatly astonished. Yen Zhaoge ignored their gazes as he continued upwards. "It's here." Yen Zhaoge's eyes lit up as he extended his left hand, extending it into space, seemingly pressing down on something. His right hand unceasingly drew numerous runes within the air, finally condensing into numerous strange spirit diagrams that were profound and graceful. These spirit diagrams had all been seen by Yen Zhaoge in the old residence of the glacial dragon Martial Saint back in the 8 Extremities world that year. While he had not carefully comprehended them, he had still remembered many of them. These true essences transformed into specks of frost, merging within space before shining brightly. The next moment, a powerful will appeared within the ancient, cold abyss, seemingly awakening from a deep slumber. The expressions of Zhao Zhong, Lin Shi, Lu Shua, and the others all changed as they gazed upwards. They saw space break apart before Yen Zhaoge, as though a great door had opened from a boundless, unknown land. A figure surfaced from within. It was a desiccated corpse, wearing light armor that flickered with an ice-blue luster. That powerful aura was precisely emanating from that light armor. It was clearly a sacred artifact as well. Zhao Zhong and the others nearly vomited blood. Where did this sacred artifact come from? I couldn't sense it at all before. How did that Yen Zhaoge know where it was? Looking at that desiccated corpse, Yen Zhaoge sighed emotionally. After so many years, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Today, this Yen has enjoyed Senior's legacy. Please do not blame me. The vast ocean world martial practitioners did not recognize this desiccated corpse or his sacred artifact. However, Fu Enshu could tell something. Glacial dragon martial saint? Imperious cold martial armor? The desiccated corpse was shockingly the glacial dragon martial saint who had come from the 8 Extremities world for the sake of the dragon tomb, yet had perished here. While he had been an expert of the 2nd level of the martial saint realm in the past, his cultivation base surpassing that of the Northern Ocean martial saint Zhuang Kun, too much time had passed since he had died. Also, he did not have a unique physique or cultivated in martial arts like Zhuang Kun. Therefore, his mortal shell had already decayed and decayed by now. No matter how strong the qi and blood of a martial saint's physical body was, after a long period of time, there would come a day when the ashes would return to the earth. However, it was precisely because the glacial dragon martial saint's qi and blood had dissipated that it had nourished his sacred weapon, the imperious cold martial armor. Even now it was still shining brilliantly, Amidst Yen Zhaoga's laughter, he waved his hand. The Northern Ocean clone directly shattered the dragon corpse in his hand, shook off Zhao Zhong, and returned to his side. Zhao Zhong was anxious and was about to give chase. Even Lin Shi and Lu Shua below were frowning. They stopped collecting the dragon corpse and had the intention to come up. Yen Zhaoga laughed loudly. "Everyone, I won't stand on ceremony." Opening the shadow shrinking pouch, an illusory palace flew out from within. There was only a single pillar and a single beam at the core of the palace. However, the 9 light dragons seemed to have transformed into coiling dragon pillars, supporting this palace together. Seeing those 9 light dragons, Zhao Zhong's pupils dilated slightly, formed of the 9 dragon fingers? This palace blocked Zhao Zhong's path, while the Northern Ocean clone rushed to the corpse of the glacial dragon martial saint. After bowing, his fingers were like sharp blades as they cut through the skin of the corpse. As the Northern Ocean clone's true essence was stimulated, a few drops of ice-blue water that resembled ice crystals actually slowly flowed out from the shriveled corpse. With a wave of his hand, Yen Zhaoga refined one of them. The Northern Ocean clone opened his palm as well, keeping the remaining water droplets within, refining them with his true essence. The next moment, countless ice-blue runes flickered unceasingly within the pupils of Yen Zhaoga and the Northern Ocean clone. Imperious Ocean Cold Dragon Art, a very high-level martial art, Yen Zhaoga roared, the silhouette of an ice dragon flickering above his head. The Northern Ocean clone spread his arms, drawing that imperious cold martial armor over his body. His martial will was stimulated to the maximum, a silhouette flickering above his head. Within the vast sea, other than the bobbing of a great rock, an ice dragon could vaguely be seen soaring. It is only an initial refinement, and its power might not be able to be unleashed completely. Still, it is suitable for now. The Northern Ocean clone let out a long roar before turning, shooting towards the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, Zhao Zhong, at lightning speed once more. Zhao Zhong blocked the Northern Ocean divine spear that was attacking him. Before he could exert force in a counterattack, the roar of a dragon suddenly resounded from the other side as a roaring ice dragon shot out. Faced with the saber intent of the 7 seas dragon-slaying saber, this ice dragon was exceptionally violent, as if its reverse scale had been touched. A majestic force attacked towards Zhao Zhong alongside the Northern Ocean divine spear, pressuring him into constant retreat. While the Northern Ocean clone and the imperious cold martial armor had yet to merge their powers, both were sufficiently powerful. Zhao Zhong's face was livid, his ferocity surging as he wanted to fight the Northern Ocean clone to the death. However, that illusory palace had already descended, enveloping Zhao Zhong as his movements instantly slowed. The Northern Ocean clone exerted force once more, this time directly shattering the saber in Zhao Zhong's hands. The roaring ice dragon lunged towards the old wound on Zhao Zhong's shoulder. Zhao Zhong emitted a muffled groan as his entire arm was forcibly twisted off. Zhao Zhong dared not remain any longer as he roared madly and shot upwards, wanting to flee the deep abyss. Having defeated Zhao Zhong, the Northern Ocean clone did not pursue him. Garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, he descended from the sky along with that palace, landing amidst the numerous dragons at the bottom of the deep abyss. Gao Tianzhong and the others stared wide-eyed, never having thought that things would actually develop in such a manner. In their eyes, Yen Zhaoga's figure was already no longer profound and indiscernible. Instead, it was indescribably terrifying. Lin Shi and Lu Shua felt bitter in their mouths. While not having discussed this beforehand, the 2 great experts of good and evil had unconsciously made a move at the same time, joining forces for the first and possibly only time in their lives. As Lin Shi's palms intersected, he had already executed the heaven-shattering transformation of the 6 dragon transformations. A dragon roared to the 9 heavens, even vaguely causing the numerous dragons there to raise their heads as well. A massive black box suddenly appeared behind Lu Shua's back. As the mechanism was activated, numerous black saber lights flew out from within. Executed by Soul-Shocking Island's supreme martial art, the Soul-Shocking Box, the power of the sacred artifact, was shocking to the very soul. The Northern Ocean clone was unafraid as garbed in the imperious cold martial armor. He brandished his arms, blocking both Lin Shi and Lu Shua. Meanwhile, that illusory palace did not halt, as after having landed amidst the numerous dragons, the entire deep abyss of the ancient, cold abyss seemed to shake as well. Instantly, innumerable dragon corpses surged towards that palace of their own accord like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. This rate of absorption far surpassed that of Lin Shi, Lu Shuo, and the others added together. Everyone's eyeballs bulged as they watched this scene in disbelief. To be continued. Chapter 569. Yan Zhaoge landed on that great hall amidst space, saying calmly, "This yen has no intention of monopolizing it. Still, the two of you should not think of competing with me over it. The two of you should have vaguely sensed that as we collect the dragon corpses, the dragon tomb is becoming more and more unstable. It could close or even collapse at any time. Let's all display our abilities. We don't have much time left." Lin Shi and Lu Shua looked at the Northern Ocean clone who was garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, and then at the palace beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet that resembled a crouching tiger devouring whale, both sighing. Everyone had good eyesight. There were also strong and weak dragons in the abyss bottom. If they wanted to collect dragon corpses, they had to find the best ones first. The position that Lin Shi and Lu Shua occupied was the center of the abyss. The true dragon remains here were the strongest. Now, however, it had been unceremoniously occupied by Yan Zhaoge. Seeing that they were unable to break through the obstruction of the Northern Ocean clone for the time being, and that the current situation was indeed, as Yan Zhaoge had said, time being limited, the two could only helplessly avoid Yan Zhaoge as they attempted to collect the weaker corpses of the dragons in the periphery. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Looking downwards, he saw that the great hall beneath his feet was filled with the essence qi of countless dragons, gradually becoming more and more tangible as its power grew stronger and stronger. With so many true dragon remains, it was impossible to refine them in a short period of time. Most of them had been collected and sealed. However, a portion of it was being refined by the palace. This palace shall temporarily be known as the Myriad Dragon Palace. Yan Zhaoge smiled, feeling a great amount of essence qi flowing unceasingly into his body through the Myriad Dragon Palace from the Yongquan acupoint at the bottom of his feet. The remaining blood essence of the ice dragon in his body was stimulated once again. Yan Zhaoge had been unceasingly cultivating in seclusion at Changli Mountain during the half-year period when he had been waiting for the Dragon Gate to open. Now that he had been stimulated, his martial will and vital energy, which had almost reached perfection, fused together. Numerous origin talismans appeared above his head, forming numerous profound talisman arrays. Then the talisman arrays overlapped with each other, finally condensing into one. When the people around them saw this scene, they felt numb and shocked. "Talisman, heavenly altar," Fu Enshu muttered to herself. "The 9th level of the martial Grandmaster realm, late essence talisman stage." While she had already been shocked by Yan Zhaoge to the point of almost becoming numb, looking at a youth who had still only been a martial scholar a few years ago, now having a cultivation comparable to hers, Fu Enshu still felt a little dazed. Meanwhile, witnessing that existence that resembled a pagoda, whilst also an altar being formed, the people of the vast ocean world were all rendered speechless. After a while, Lin Shi and the others regained their wits, letting out a long sigh inwardly as they completely abandoned all thoughts of contending with Yan Zhaoge. In a year's time in the vast ocean world, Yan Zhaoge had risen from the 6th level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the late essence, spirit, martial grandmaster realm to the 9th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late essence talisman stage. All the vast ocean world martial practitioners had witnessed this, the shock they felt going without saying. In the entire history of the vast ocean world, when had such a figure ever appeared? Even within the Dragon Tomb, due to the chaotic flow of time, Yanjiaoga had actually spent more than a year in the vast ocean world. But even so, such a terrifying speed still made everyone speechless. Gao Tianzhong was virtually murmuring, the most outstanding descendants of major sects, geniuses amongst geniuses, monstrous geniuses amongst monstrous geniuses, being able to reach the 9th level of the martial scholar realm, the late Xiantian stage at his age is already sufficient for him to leave his name in the annals of history. Not to mention martial grandmasters like Gao Tianzhong and Lu Shuo, even the exalted palace lord of Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi, had no temper left at this moment. They were not on the same level. This was Lin Shi's only thought at this moment. The wills of martial saints were incomparably firm, as they would not be easily shaken. However, even as such a thought arose within Lin Shi's mind at this moment, his emotions did not fluctuate in the least, as he was exceptionally calm. It was as though he was only acknowledging that the sun had risen and the moon had set, that winter had gone and spring had come. That was something that could not be any more ordinary. He felt that it was actually an abnormal thing for him to face such a reality with such a normal attitude. However, looking at the current Yanjiaoga, he was unable to think of anything else for the time being. Looking at the heavenly altar above his head, Yanjiaoga murmured to himself, "Take a step forward." He looked calmly at the true dragon corpses within the ancient, cold abyss before him, pondering why there would be numerous dragon corpses buried here. Accompanied by the diminishing number of dragon corpses, starlight gradually lit up at the bottom of the deep abyss. Numerous stars congregating, numerous dragons entering the sea. Gazing at the specks of starlight, carefully analyzing it, Yanjiaoga gradually came up with an idea. It is indeed a formation diagram, seeming to originate from the principles of the stars in the sky of pre-great calamity times. Numerous stars congregating referred to this formation diagram. Numerous dragons entering the sea referred to a group of experts of the dragon race sacrificing themselves, relying on this formation diagram to execute some sort of sealing Tao. The ancient cold abyss was the location. Then, the reverse scale shocking the moon mentioned in the final sentence was the target that had to be sealed. Yanjiaoga's gaze was deep and distant. Reverse scale shocking the moon. Reverse scales are something that only dragons possess. Yet, the seal here was also completed by numerous dragons. Could it be that there was internal strife within their race? What Yanjiaoga paid even more attention to was the fact that the existence that had been sealed here actually seemed to have long since ceased to exist. The other party had long since broken free, leaving the seal where it was. If not for having paid attention to this, Yanjiaoga would not have dared to collect the numerous dragon corpses so openly. Who exactly was it? Or rather, what was it? As Yanjiaoga pondered, he also analyzed the grand formation established of starlight, as he seemed to have comprehended something. Accompanied by the numerous true dragon corpses being collected, the seal gradually collapsed as heat vaguely emanated from within. As the icy mist within the ancient, cold abyss dissipated completely, everyone actually felt a wave of dry heat. Yanjiaoga thought, "It's the aura left behind." No wonder the ancient, cold abyss was chosen as the location of the seal. It was to make use of the geography here to assist in the sealing. A distant dragon roar resounded, seemingly traversing through infinite space and time as it was violent and manic, wild and unbridled, like blazing fire. Within Yanjiaoga's mind, red light vaguely flickered as it seemed like an extremely powerful existence was observing him. This should be the remnant aura left behind by the one who had been sealed. Still, just this aura alone seemed to possess a will of its own. Extreme. Yang. Seal, is it? Long time no see. To think that we would actually meet again under such circumstances, that aura quickly vanished. Soon afterwards, Yen Zhaoge and the others could clearly feel the dry heat fading as the ancient, cold abyss began to become even colder than it had been before. Even martial saints were gradually finding it hard to bear the rapid changes in the harsh cold. Right, the one who was sealed has disappeared, the seal collapsing. This is the true nature of the ancient, cold abyss. Otherwise, how could it have assisted in sealing such a powerful existence? Yen Zhaoge called Fu Enshu over, entering the myriad dragon palace together. Meanwhile, after Lin Shi and the others had collected some of the dragon corpses as much as they could, unable to bear the increasingly intense coldness within the ancient, cold abyss as well as the increasingly unstable environment of the dragon tomb, they all began to think of ways to flee. Gao Tianzhong swiveled his head to look at the myriad dragon palace as Yen Zhaoge's sound transmission resounded by his ear. "Chief Gao, please take care of my senior apprentice brother and junior apprentice nephew. This Yen will be grateful for your kindness. We shall meet again in the future. No need to stand on ceremony, Mr. Yan. My Chongli Mountain welcomes Mr. Yan's arrival once more." Knowing that Yen Zhaoge came from a world beyond the vast ocean world and was about to return from the dragon tomb this time, Gao Tianzhong and the other higher echelons of Chongli Mountain solemnly bade him farewell before hurriedly leaving the ancient, cold abyss as well. Within the myriad dragon palace, looking at Fu Enshu, Yen Zhaoge said slowly, "The dimensional passageway is in the intersecting space up above. We should be on our way as well." Chapter 570, 8 Extremities World, the headquarters of the Sacred Sun Clan, World Illuminating Peak. The current chief of the Sacred Sun Clan, Huang Su, was seated within the clan's great hall. Below him, to his left and right sat a number of people, all of them the Sacred Sun Clan's current core, higher echelon experts. It was just that following the previous great battles, the Sacred Sun Clan's experts had also suffered disastrous losses, with the 7 reigning suns having been completely replaced. Pan Wutai and Meng Feng had both fallen out of the clans for transcending mortality stage grand elders, and now there were only 2 left. At this moment, a group of people were sitting together with serious expressions on their faces. Currently, the overall situation of the 8 Extremities world was comparatively advantageous to the Sacred Sun Clan. At the very least, it was more advantageous to them than it had been prior to the simultaneous great battles of the East Sea and the Earth Domain this time. Their enemies, Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City, and Infinite Boundless Mountain, had suffered even greater losses. However, the Sacred Sun Clan did not have it easy either. No one would forget that within the seal of the East Sea, there was a terrifying person who, having just stepped into the martial saint realm, was able to suppress Huang, Guanglia, and Old Manamo, who were both at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, invincible in the current 8 Extremities world. Whether Broad Creed Mountain's Yuan Zhenfeng was dead or missing, it would be very difficult for him to reappear within a short period of time. However, as long as that person known as Yen Wudi returned from the East Sea, the Sacred Sun Clan situation would immediately turn for the worst. If he advanced a step further, stepping into the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, the Sacred Sun Clan would immediately be faced with the calamity of extermination. Even their number 1 expert, Huang Guanglia, who had advanced into the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, other than Yen Di and Huang Guanglia, there were still others within the seal of the East Sea. Even if the painting saint, Old Man Mo, watched on without lifting a finger, Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang and his sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, would also not let the Sacred Sun Clan off just like that. If this problem was not resolved, the Sacred Sun Clan was destined to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. A supreme elder asked in a deep voice, "Is there still no way to break the seal in the East Sea?" Huang Su shook his head. That seal was established by the 4 strongest experts of the 8 extremities world. Its formation also profound and unfathomable. It would be hard for us to deal with it. Everyone present was silent. Huang Su's words were not particularly clear, but everyone present understood the situation. This so-called disposal was in hopes of completely burying Yan Di, Song Wuliang, and the others within the East Sea. It would be best if he could get Huang Guangli out alone. But if he couldn't, everyone lowered their heads and lowered their heads. Whether from an emotional point of view or from the sacred Sun Clan's own strength, Huang Guangli was extremely important. However, if Huang Guangli alone could be exchanged for both Yan Di and Song Wuliang, purely from the perspective of the pros and cons, it would not be unacceptable. Otherwise, how could he resist Yan Di? This was a dead knot that could not be untied. Even if Huang Guangli were alive, it would be useless. If Huang Guangli returned alone, the Sacred Sun Clan would immediately be able to sweep through the current 8 extremities world. It was just that he had to prepare for the worst. Seizing the heaven, cleaving axe, and vying for the extreme Yin crown were all preparations for this. But now, they still couldn't find a way to solve the seal of the East Sea, causing the problem to reach an impasse. The Sacred Sun Clan's current situation that seemed glorious was merely a castle in the air. Looks like we can only use our last resort. Huang Su turned to look at Huang Jie. Let's contact the Radiant Light Sex Powerhouse. As these words left his mouth, the faces of those of the Sacred Sun Clan all darkened somewhat. While they had benefited greatly from being able to establish a relationship with a major power of the world beyond worlds, the other side was also considering them. This was equivalent to admitting that they were incompetent. Would the other side make a move against them? Even if they did, their impression of them would probably be extremely poor. Huang Jie asked instead, "Is it certain that the treasure that was originally used to seal the crevice to the 9 underworlds in the Earth domain cannot be found? With that treasure, there will be a way. These past few months, the Earth domain has virtually already been completely searched. There are no traces of it at all." Huang Su shook his head. "Shenli Yan Zhaoga, and if Yuan Jingfeng is not dead, there should still be Yuan Jingfeng. It shouldn't be Shenli. If it was that Yan Zhaoga, he would most likely have been brought into the seal of the East Sea as well. With Yuan Jingfeng nowhere to be found, we similarly cannot find him." Hearing his words, Huang Jie was silent for a while before he said, "Then we can only use our last resort." An elder beside him asked hesitantly, "Will the other side be willing to help us?" "According to what you said, Huang Jie, if someone from the world beyond worlds wishes to descend, those below the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm will not be able to ascend if they do not have a special treasure protecting them. They will have to cultivate to the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm in our 8 extremities world before ascending. Experts above the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm will have their strength suppressed to the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm after descending. Their foundations might even be affected. Evil devils do not care, but normal people might not." Hearing this, Huang Jie shook his head, saying calmly, "That supreme treasure that has vanished in the Earth domain will arouse their interest in descending. That way, they will descend of their own accord. Still, in seeking the treasure, they will naturally have to help us resolve our problems." Hearing his words, those of the Sacred Sun Clan all seemed to be in deep thought. Huang Jie continued, "It is just that this way, if that supreme treasure is found, it will definitely be theirs. It will be hard for our Sacred Sun Clan to obtain it. As long as we can take care of our opponents and achieve our goal, I do not care what method we use or what power we borrow." Huang Jie's expression was calm. "The reason this is our last resort is because the negative effects are too great. The treasure of the 8 extremities world that we did not report to the Radiant Light sect earlier would be very hard to keep. However, since there is no other way to resolve the threat of Yan Di and the others now, reporting this to the Radiant Light sect would be the best choice. After taking care of Yan Di and Song Wuliang and grandfather's safe return, our Sacred Sun clan will be able to dominate the 8 extremities world, slowly developing and planning everything from the beginning. Everyone nodded, Huang Su looking at Huang Jia, saying, "Go ahead and do it." Huang Jia sliced his wrist. Fresh blood flowing as golden light appeared. A pillar of light enveloped Huang Jia's entire body, the crimson blood on his wrist turning a pure golden luster before condensing into a golden lamp. Huang Jia did not stop in the slightest as he raised the flame of the lamp. The light expanded, transforming into a spiritual light that connected to the heavens, penetrating the great hall and shooting straight into the 9 heavens, seemingly arriving at a higher unknown land. Light is eternal. The universe is immeasurable. Huang Jia lit the golden lamp, different from that of Huang Guanglian Huang Su that day. A will suddenly emanated from that unknown land, powerful as none of the Sacred Sun clan had ever seen before. Whether it was Huang Guanglia or the number 1 expert in the clan's past history, the Purple Sun Marshal St. Zhang Chao, they were both far inferior to it. Huang Jia said calmly, "This disciple is afraid to disturb Master's peaceful cultivation." Similarly, in the 8 extremities world, in the outer North Sea, adjacent to the vast, endless ocean, there existed a deep-sea trench. Within the deep-sea trench was a dark, deep abyss that was extremely cold and gloomy, no living beings active within. One day, however, the depths of the deep-sea trench suddenly shook intensely. A streak of light flickered from within the deep-sea trench, traversing through the layers of deep sea until it shot out of the sea's surface. The light dissipated, revealing the figures of Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu. Feeling the spiritual qi flow between the heavens and the earth here, Yan Zhaoga exhaled slowly. "I didn't go the wrong way. I finally returned." Chapter 571. Above the Great Sea, Yan Zhaoga raised his head to look at the sky. According to the flow of time in the vast ocean world, over 2 months should have passed here in the 8 extremities world. However, the flow of time in the Dragon Tomb is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, chaotic, and hard to judge. It is hard to say what day it is here in the 8 extremities world now. Feeling the familiar spiritual qi flow of the heavens and earth here, Fu Enshu felt rather emotional. She said, "This should be the outer North Sea. Let's first hurry back to our clan. We can pass through the East Sea. There are people of Jade Sea City there, and our clan may also have people guarding the seal. We can first understand the current situation of the 8 extremities world, ascertaining the safety of Chu Yunsheng and Lu Hua." Yan Zhaoga nodded. "That's right, it should be like this." As the two traveled, passing through the outer East Sea, gazing into the distance, they saw a mountain peak that flickered with white light descending into the Great Sea, its peak rising high above the sea surface. In the air above the mountain peak was a vast, boundless sigil that flickered with a gentle radiance. The current outer East Sea was already no longer filled with blazing fire and rampaging flame devils, as it had been in the past. It appeared calm and peaceful. Comparing the past and present, Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu both felt happy, their efforts not having been in vain. Father and the others should still need some time before they can emerge from the seal. Yan Zhaoga appraised the area, having an idea of what was going on. In the vicinity of the seal, there were indeed broad creed mountain martial practitioners watching over it. At the same time, there were also martial practitioners of Jade Sea City, Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, and the other sections. Seeing Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu, 2 people who were said to have long since been dead, appear once more, they were all greatly shocked. After their initial shock, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were overjoyed, being able to see their fellow disciples. Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu were also overjoyed. After exchanging greetings, they inquired about the current situation. Knowing that Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua had already returned safely to the clan that day, Yan Zhaoga and Fu Enshu first heaved a sigh of relief. After learning that the heaven-cleaving axe had ultimately still fallen into the hands of the sacred Sun Clan, Yanjiaoge shook his head slightly before smiling coldly. No matter. How they swallowed it back then will make them spit it out later. He scanned the surroundings. I don't see anyone of the sacred Sun Clan. What? Aren't they concerned about the safety of their unreasonable old Huang? The broad Creed Mountain elder guarding this place said he was still here before but just left 2 days ago. Yanjiaoge knit his brows. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason behind it. After returning to the clan and settling things down, I will directly make a trip to the world illuminating peak. Let's just wait for Chief to emerge from the seal. Hearing Yanjiaoge's tone, that broad Creed Mountain elder was inwardly speechless. His expression suddenly turned dark as he gazed at the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners who were currently in the midst of silently retreating. Jiaoge, when you left the Earth domain previously and headed for the East Sea, you once said that the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shenli, deserted in the face of battle, causing the situation to go out of control as the old chief had no choice but to sacrifice himself in order to seal the 9 underworlds. After you disappeared in the East Sea, no one knew if you were dead or alive. But Chen Qinglei made a false accusation, accusing you of activating the treasure in the Earth domain, which almost caused the 9 underworlds to descend and caused the warriors who enter the Earth domain to suffer heavy losses. Hearing his words, Yanjiaoge was angered to the point of laughing. Fine, bald Shin. This broad Creed Mountain elder said in a heavy tone, now that you have returned, you can confront him directly, letting the truth be revealed to the world. Yanjiaoge bared his teeth in a smile. Confront? Why go through so much trouble? His smile caused the hearts of those who saw it to turn cold. Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, you should return to the mountain first. I will make a trip to the Thunder Domain. Yanjiaoge swiveled his head and said to Fu Enshu. Hearing his words, the broad Creed Mountain elder suddenly thought of something. Right, Elder Fu, you should hurry back to the mountain first. There seems to be much debate within the clan regarding the matter of you being attacked by the Sacred Sun clan back then. I heard that the disciplinary hall is even conducting an investigation, and the disciples who traveled with you back then, Feng Yinsheng and Yin Luhua, are also involved. Staying at the East Sea, this old man is also not clear on the specifics. Still, since you are fine now, everything should be fine. Yanjiaoge and Fu Enshu exchanged glances, the latter nodding, saying that's fine too. I will return to the mountain first then. Jiaoge, you go to the Thunder Domain and return quickly. Hearing Fu Enshu's words, the surrounding broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were all simultaneously dazed. They had not thought that not only would Yanjiaoge himself speak such big words, even Fu Enshu would be so confident in him. They all felt a chill within their hearts, only now knowing that Yanjiaoge was not speaking big words. Carefully observing Yanjiaoge, the more they looked, the more inscrutable he seemed. He was definitely already no longer the late essence, spirit, martial grandmaster he had been during the great battle over the seal of the East Sea. Then, what was his current cultivation base? Early essence talisman stage? But how could an early essence talisman martial grandmaster have such big words, daring to charge into the world illuminating peak, daring to enter the Thunder Domain? Even a transcending mortality martial grandmaster would not be able to do so. The broad Creed mountain martial practitioners all felt that they were increasingly unable to see through this youth before them. Yanjiaoge took his leave of Fu Enshu, heading towards the Thunder Domain alone. He ignored the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had fled from the outer East Sea earlier. The monk could run, but the temple could not. He also did not fear that the other party would report this to him. Brought along by the Northern Ocean clone, as the various powers on the East Sea were busy transmitting news, Yanjiaoge had already traversed the vast ocean, ascending the mainland and arriving at the Thunder Domain. Nearing the U region where the Heavenly Thunder Hall was located, the Northern Ocean clone's figure flickered, vanishing without a trace. Yen Jiaoge himself had a calm expression on his face, his hands behind his back as he strode through the air towards the heavenly thunder hall. His pace seemed slow, but very quickly, thunderclouds filled the distant sky densely. Amidst the mountain ridge below the thunderclouds was a massive palace constructed of purplish-green metal, resembling the palace of the Emperor of Thunder as it shook one's heart. Streaks of dazzling thunder descended from the sky, causing this place to resemble a world of thunder. Those who dared to tread within would immediately be blasted into charcoal. However, Yen Jiaoge ignored these thunderbolts as he just said mildly, "Shenli, are you coming out yourself, or do you want me to drag you out?" His tone was calm and indifferent, but his voice was like a great bell that shook the heavens and the earth, directly drowning out the sound of thunder as it resounded throughout the entire heavenly thunder hall. A streak of lightning flew out from the heavenly thunder hall, stopping before Yen Jiaoge. It was an old man with purple hair and beard, glaring furiously at Yen Jiaoge. "G'da, kid, you're not dead?" Yen Jiaoge said mildly, "That's right. I'm fine, but something is going to happen to Shen Li and you too." The purple-haired old man laughed furiously. "Shameless boasting. Do you think that you are Yendi?" Before he finished speaking, a purple light appeared, one of the two supreme martial arts of the heavenly thunder hall, the fastest sword of the 8 extremities world, the divine sky lightning mother sword. It was a sword art so fast that no one could react to it. However, just as his sword light lit up, Yen Jiaoge had already punched out, his fist already arriving before that purple-clothed old man at a speed even greater than his. Dark North Divine Spear. Rock ascends to the 9th heaven. The old man's heart trembled. His hair stood on end as if they were electrified. As his quintessential essence surged, it transformed into the image of the goddess of lightning behind him. The divine firmament lightning mother form appeared, and the purple-haired elder's sword beam became even faster. The acupoints of Yen Jiaoge's entire body pulsed, one true martial talisman after another flying out from within. The heavenly altar that resembled a pagoda, whilst also an altar enveloped Yen Jiaoge's entire body. The purple-haired old man's vision blurred, unable to react in time as his sword light was extinguished. The chest of the tall, dignified divine sky lightning mother avatar shattered as it was pierced through by Yen Jiaoge's spear. Yen Jiaoge's voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth. "In the current 8 extremities world, with my heavenly altar rising, who amongst martial grandmasters is a match for me? Shenli, come out yourself." To be continued. Chapter 572. That purple-haired old man was a grand elder of the heavenly thunder hall, having attained the transcending mortality, martial, grandmaster realm. However, facing Yen Jiaoge now, he could only feel dark clouds obscuring the sun, unable to see any light at all. Yen Jiaoge strode forward amidst space. The purple-haired old man activated his high-grade spirit weapon and wanted to fight to the death again. Yen Jiaoge ignored it as he directly raised his palm. The divine sky lightning sword that seemed even faster than lightning was enveloped by Yen Jiaoge's palm that could flip the heavens and overturn the earth, reversing the very heavens and earth, instantly slowed to the point of resembling a crawling tortoise. Yen Jiaoge's palm slowly descended, but in the eyes of the heavenly thunder hall's grand elder, there was a sense of despair that could not be avoided. It was as if the world he was in had completely collapsed, and as long as he was in it, he would not be able to escape death. If heaven and earth did not exist, how could humans rely on them? As Yen Jiaoge's palm descended, the massive force that seemed to overturn the heavens and the earth directly shattered his opponent's divine sky lightning mother avatar. The majestic force descended, and it was unstoppable as it smashed onto the top of the purple-haired elder's head. Within the heavenly thunder hall, another streak of light flew out. It was the sole remaining grand elder of the heavenly thunder hall, originally intending to assist this purple-haired old man, who was instantly rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he saw the scene. He shuddered, his entire body shuddering. Not even turning his head back, he shot back into the heavenly thunder hall at an even greater speed than when he had come. The next moment, numerous massive runes condensed in midair above the heavenly thunder hall, manifesting as a massive formation which enveloped the entire cluster of metallic palaces. The guardian grand formation of the heavenly thunder hall, the divine sky heavenly thunder formation, activated. Numerous lightning dragons flickered within the thunder clouds up above, extending into the distance as they enveloped the entire sky. The destructive aura of endless thunder seemed to want to turn the ground below into scorched earth. The divine firmament sky lightning array was extremely violent. Although it was a protective array, it didn't have much defensive power. Instead, it had terrifying offensive and destructive power. Even their own disciples of the heavenly thunder hall were currently trembling in fear. Yen Zhaoge sat amidst a sea of thunder and lightning, his expression not changing as he quietly watched all of this. His gaze was deep and condensed, as if it had condensed into substance. It pierced through the metal palace and swept its gaze over everything. Met by Yen Zhaoge's gaze, the heavenly thunder hall martial practitioners all felt their hearts tremble. Yen Zhaoge's gaze came to rest on a youth of around 30 years of age. Meeting Yen Zhaoge's gaze, the youth's entire body felt cold. His right arm, which had been cut off and reattached with great difficulty, seemed to be in pain again. However, he still straightened his back. Yen Zhaoge! It was precisely the most outstanding disciple of the Thunder Domain's Zhao region's Yen family, at the same time also an elite of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation, Yen Shan. He was indeed a genius. His right arm had been severed by Yen Zhaoge the ear. While it had been reattached, it could no longer be used in combat. Relying on his willpower, Yen Shan had also trained in the sword with his left hand, remaining a hero amongst his peers in the Heavenly Thunder Hall. However, it was also a tragedy for him. His former competitor, young Master Thunder Rumbling Lin Zhou, had left him far behind. Even if he didn't have an arm, he still wouldn't be his opponent. Even if Lin Zhou had died long ago, he was still inferior to Lin Zhou before he died. As for Yen Zhaoge of the Central Heaven regions, Yen family, who had severed his arm and caused him to hate him to the bone, he had already reached a height that he was unable to reach. Previously, when the seal of the East Sea was completed and Yen Zhaoge was trapped within, I could logically deduce that he would definitely be dead. Yen Shan and the others were incomparably overjoyed as they all laughed loudly. This scourge is finally dead! But now, Yen Zhaoge stood before them once more, also becoming incomprehensibly powerful. 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster Realm, Late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Also, he had easily slain a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who was at the 10th level of the Martial Grandmaster Realm, the Transcending Mortality stage. Glancing at Yen Shan, Yen Zhaoge said calmly, "No need to be nervous. I have no interest in quibbling with you now. If I want to settle scores, it is also with your Zhao region's Yen family as a whole. My Central Heaven region's Yen family was ambushed on the way to the Heaven Domain that year. My grandfather and grandmother included. Countless members of our clan were killed or injured. Everyone is very clear on what exactly happened." Yen Shan choked. Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered. "Oh, you're back!" Without any prior warning, the Northern Ocean clone appeared by Yen Zhaoge's side, light suddenly shooting out from one of his pupils, forming an illusory scene of light in midair. Within the illusory scene of light, the Northern Ocean clone appeared above a large manor that resembled a city. Within the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Yen Shan stared wide-eyed, his face filled with shock. That was precisely the ancestral manor of his Zhao region's Yen family. The Northern Ocean clone's foot descended, the bottom of his foot seemingly becoming infinitely large as it stomped down on the entire Zhao region's Yen family manor. The radiance of spirit patterns lit up above the manor, but like insignificant little embers, it was instantly extinguished. The head of the Zhao region's Yan family, as well as the clan elders and other experts who were in charge of the formation within the manor, were all forcibly jolted to death. Yan Shan was stunned like a wooden chicken. The other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were all terrified as well. Yan Zhaoga's face was calm. This time I want to settle scores. Big or small, none of them will be able to escape. The Northern Ocean clone strode out from the side, stepping into the sea of thunderbolts. The all-encompassing thunderbolts descended together, but the Northern Ocean clone seemed not to have seen them at all. Instead, a great amount of frost suddenly surged on his body, vast as the sea, instantly transforming into a vast, boundless icy sea, hovering above his head. The sea of thunderbolts descended, clashing unceasingly with the icy sea, clashing against each other. Thunderbolts exploded, ice and snow melted, waves roiling unceasingly. Occasionally, some thunderbolts would break through the obstruction of the icy sea and descend, but they were already scattered, no longer possessing the terrifying momentum of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth from before. The Northern Ocean clone's figure flickered, quick as a mirage, as the scattered thunderbolts were completely unable to strike him. Arriving above the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Northern Ocean clone punched downwards, resembling a great rock descending from the heavens, the great rock transforming into a massive fish as it shot into the sea's surface. The main palace of the Heavenly Thunder Hall of the Eight Extremities world mightily collapsed. His hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoga raised his brows as he saw this. "Oh, Xinli isn't here?" A Heavenly Thunder Hall elder spat out a mouthful of blood. "If the Hall Lord was here, how would he allow you to be so insolent?" Yan Zhaoga smiled, his heart suddenly jolting slightly as he swiveled his head and gazed into the distance. "Oh, he's back!" The rumbling of thunder resounded in the distance, deafening to the ears as the entire heavens and earth seemed to be shaking as a result. The next moment, a bald old man with a purplish-green goatee appeared above the Heavenly Thunder Hall. It was precisely the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Xinli, looking at Yan Zhaoga, also looking at the Northern Ocean clone. Xinli's face was livid. Yan Zhaoga said mildly, "Fleeing in the face of battle in the Earth domain. Scamming my grandmaster. Scamming my second apprentice uncle. Scamming everyone else." "Xinli, aren't you very good at running? Why didn't you run this time, instead coming back?" Shan Li's attention was placed more on the Northern Ocean clone as he glanced coldly at Yan Zhaoga upon hearing his words. "This old man doesn't know where you found this helper from, but my Heavenly Thunder Hall will not tolerate your impudence. What are you doing here, wanting to confront this old man face to face? Do you think you are worthy?" Looking at Xinli, Yan Zhaoga suddenly laughed. The clan has its own system, being fair and just in terms of punishment, reward and punishment. I still have some patience in arguing with fellow disciples, but as for those outside of our clan, slandering me, framing me, I'll just beat you to death. Who would have the patience to confront you face to face? Amidst his words, the Northern Ocean clone transformed into a streak of light, instantly arriving before Xinli, punching outwards. To be continued. Chapter 573. Xinli opened his mouth, wanting to say something but not uttering a sound. He did not recognize the Northern Ocean clone, thinking that he was an expert cultivating in seclusion that Yan Zhaoga had come to know and pulled over to assist him. Therefore, Shen Li's tone of belittling Yan Zhaoga had actually been an attempt to stabilize the Northern Ocean clone first, who knew that the Northern Ocean clone would not even listen to him as Yan Zhaoga struck, as he said he would, his iron fist instantly arriving before him as Xinli felt stifled within his heart, his vision turning dark. Carefully looking at the exact same expressions on Yan Zhaoga's and the Northern Ocean clone's faces that looked like they were smiling, whilst also not, the same runes surfacing within their pupils. Only then did Xinli realize that something was wrong. A martial saint clone? Xinli almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he looked at Yan Zhaoga and the Northern Ocean clone. You, a martial grandmaster, can actually refine the body of a martial saint into a clone. Yan Zhaoge often performed shocking feats that could not be taken lightly. This had long since been the consensus of the 8 extremities world. Even a chief of a sacred ground like Shen Li, a martial saint, recognized this. Still, he held great authority at the end of the day, possessing great strength and knowledge. There were few things that could truly shock him to the point of being rendered speechless. Today, however, Shen Li also felt like his worldview had been completely destroyed, the world collapsing. As the fist wind assaulted his face, the threat of death caused all of Shen Li's hairs to stand on end. His body seemed to have transformed into lightning as he rapidly retreated, before abruptly advancing once more. As he retreated and advanced, he wanted to bypass the Northern Ocean clone before attacking Yan Zhaoge himself. Whether or not you refined a martial saint into a clone, you yourself are still only a martial grandmaster. If I kill you, your clone will fall apart on its own, even falling into this old man's hands. Shen Li thought as he raised his speed to the maximum. The essence of the heavenly thunder halls, swift as rushing thunder, quick as flashing lightning, was displayed to the point by Shen Li, who was a martial saint, deciding victory in an instant, deciding life and death in a few moves. This was precisely the method that Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were most proficient in. However, Shen Li only felt his vision blur for a moment before he saw the Northern Ocean clone clearly still blocking before him. That iron fist that resembled the tip of a spear, still punching over towards him, coming even closer now. Shen Li was shocked again. Another thing that he found hard to believe really happened right before his eyes. Shen Li was shocked once more. Yet another unbelievable thing happening right before his eyes. The terrifying hand clenched into a fist, the knuckle of the middle finger protruding slightly, forming the shape of a phoenix's eye fist. Like the sharp tip of a spear, it pointed straight at the center of Shen Li's brows. This stab of the spear opened up a large hole on Shen Li's head. Shen Li took a deep breath, his expression solemn and his gaze focused. A saber appeared in his right how. A short knife appeared in his right hand, and a long sword appeared in his left. The saber moves spun 9 times in a row. Streaks of green lightning condensed in the air. The extremely violent lightning actually showed signs of stillness. Within the stillness there was a great terror. The sword light flashed, moving at an incredible speed. Even a martial sage realm expert would find it hard to follow the trajectory of the sword light. It was so fast that it seemed to pierce through time and space. The space where Shen Li's body was that seemed to have been split into 2 halves. One half was solidified blue lightning, while the other half was rapidly flashing purple lightning. In the green world, the imposing figure of the Thunder King appeared. In the purple world, the unfathomable figure of the Mother of Lightning appeared. Shen Li wielded a high-grade spirit artifact in each hand before combining his saber and sword, attacking towards the Northern Ocean clone together. The 2 worlds, which were half green and half purple, shattered at the same time. Endless thunder and lightning converged together, pouring down like a torrential flood. 9 Revolution Thunder King's saber. Divine Firmament lightning sword. Thunder and lightning clashed. The ferocious power engulfed the void for thousands of miles. The explosive power was even more ferocious and unstoppable than the divine firmament sky lightning array. Shen Li let out a long howl. Other than swift speed, the martial arts of his heavenly thunder hall were also ferocious to the extreme. Yan Zhaoge looked expressionlessly at Shen Li before him. The Northern Ocean clone was similarly expressionless, his footsteps not halting in the slightest as he met Shen Li's violent attacks boldly advanced. In the sea of lightning, a Kuan Peng seemed to be flying over from the horizon. Then it dove into the sea and turned into a Kuan Peng. As it bobbed up and down, an incomparably vast, vigorous power emanated. With a flick of the Kuan Peng's tail, the sea of lightning mightily broke through. Beneath Shin Li's disbelieving gaze, the Northern Ocean clone's iron fist mightily broke through the countless bolts of thunder and lightning, continuing to strike towards him. Shen Li roared, simultaneously striking out with his 2 high-grade spirit artifacts, his power pushed to the maximum. However, an icy sea suddenly manifested around the Northern Ocean clone's body. Numerous ice dragons broke through the surface of the icy sea, locking down Shen Li's saber and sword, rendering them unable to move. The sound of thunder and the light of lightning both subsided. Surrounded by the icy sea, Shen Li felt that it was hard for him to move, his speed plummeting as even evading would be difficult. The Northern Ocean clone seemed to have teleported the coldest region of the outer North Sea into this great land of the Thunder Domain. Amidst the whistling sound, his fist did not cease as it struck Shin Li's forehead. Shin Li let out a tragic cry, raising his head as fresh blood spurted madly from his bald head. Martial saints possessed great vitality. Struck by the Northern Ocean clone's spear, Shen Li was heavily injured but not dead. However, the Northern Ocean clone's attacks did not cease at all as he substituted a spear with his fist, stabbing out once more, striking Shin Li's chest. An all-encompassing mist of blood erupted as Shen Li was directly pierced through from his chest to his back. His scattered flesh and blood suffused the horizon, yet having yet to descend, they were already sealed in layers of ice by the icy sea. The dying Shen Li clenched his teeth, breaking open his shadow-shrinking pouch as a streak of thunder arose from within. The thunder contained an extremely unstable, yet violent, majestic power. Jade Sea City aside, how was the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Turbid Wave Pavilion not planning on forging their own sacred artifacts as well? This thunder was the preparation that the Heavenly Thunder Hall had prepared for forging a sacred artifact. While it was not a sacred artifact, its power was not to be underestimated. Shen Li had no time to feel heartache now as he directly exploded that thunder. Violent thunderbolts swept the area once more, fighting for a chance of survival for Shen Li. He no longer dared to clash with Yan Zhaoge as he fled with all his might towards his clan. Having fallen into a low ebb after having erupted earlier, the Divine Sky Heavenly Thunder Formation had recovered its strength after this short period of recuperation as it was drawn over by Shen Li to obstruct Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Shen Li spat out a mouthful of blood, the blood transforming into a sigil in midair that flickered with radiance. Something within the Heavenly Thunder Hall was drawn over by Shen Li, also emitting radiance. Amongst the palaces, a great hall was enveloped by radiance, the center of that radiance turning dark, resembling a black hole. Finally, the entrance to a dimensional passageway was actually manifested. Shen Li wanted to flee within, yet light suddenly lit up before his eyes, the deafening roar of dragons resounding as numerous dragons roared, even the sound of thunder being drowned out. A massive palace directly blocked the entrance to that dimensional passageway, sealing it. Shen Li was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you would choose to flee in the face of danger back, then, in the Earth domain. With the descent of the 9 underworld's true devils, the entire 8 extremities world was destroyed, hard to resist. Where could you possibly flee to? Appearing atop the myriad dragon palace, Yan Zhaoge looked coldly at Shen Li. So it was you who obtained a fortuitous encounter, opening a dimensional passageway that leads to another world. No wonder you wanted to flee. Good, Baldy Shin, you are indeed very good at running. Still, why don't you run one more for me to see now? Chapter 574. Yan Zhaoge stared coldly at Shen Li. The unceasing roars of dragons resounding within the myriad dragon palace, as streams of dragon chi overflowed from within. Dragons of light circled around the great hall, suppressing the entrance to the domain passage below until it began to become unstable. Those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were currently still in a state of extreme shock. His clan was one of the 6 great sacred grounds of the 8 extremities world, having reigned unhindered for many years. Yet today, it actually seemed as though it was about to meet its end. The number one expert of the clan, one of the few martial saint experts of the 8 extremities world, the Green Thunder Martial Saint Shinli, appeared to be unable to withstand a single blow from the other party. With the Black Nightmare Mountain in front of them, no one could guarantee that their own country was made of iron and would never fall. However, the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had never thought that the one who would bring about their demise would actually be a young man who was not even 30 years of age. Jean Donga, the revered skyshaker who had destroyed the Black Nightmare Mountain in the past, was far older than this. The martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who were around Yan Zhaoga's age, all fell into a daze. Before this, they had already gradually come to know that Yan Zhaoga was on a completely different level from them all. However, from the looks of it now, this difference was just too great as it felt incomparably surreal. The appearance of the domain channel's entrance caused everyone to be alarmed once again. No one knew that Shen Li actually still hid such a move. Originally, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had still firmly believed in Shen Li, believing that it was indeed due to Yan Zhaoga that the human martial practitioners of the Earth Domain had suffered such heavy casualties in the Earth Domain War. No one believed that the exalted martial Saint Shen Li would actually flee in the face of battle. However, seeing this dimensional passageway entrance now, seeing Shen Li's earlier actions corroborating Yan Zhaoga's words, everyone's hearts began to pound. Having been established for more than 1,000 years, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had naturally formed its own pride and internal cohesiveness over the long years. Suddenly facing a great foe, the reaction of the descendants of the Heavenly Thunder Hall was that most of them were still united, resisting to the end. But at this time, the martial artists that once rampaged through the Thunder Dominion had low morale. They lowered their prideful heads, feeling the pride and perseverance in their hearts shattering. The one who had shattered all of this was precisely the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who had just attempted to flee, Shen Li. For a time, the gazes of the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were filled with confusion. Having been struck twice by the Northern Ocean clone spear, Shen Li had already been heavily injured to the point of near death. In his final, desperate attempt, he had been blocked by Yan Zhaoga with the Myriad Dragon Palace. At this moment, the Green Thunder Martial Saint had no choice but to vent his anger. His face that was covered in fresh blood was covered by a layer of despairing death chi as he stared woodenly at Yan Zhaoga, appearing exceptionally savage. The Northern Ocean clone blocked a strike of the Divine Sky Heavenly Thunder Formation with the imperious cold martial armor before chasing after Shen Li, punching out once more. The iron fist that was like the tip of a spear pierced through Shen Li's body, piercing through his back and coming out from his chest. The Northern Ocean clone did not retract his fist as he extended his arm, seemingly lifting Shen Li up and hanging him on the spearhead. Shen Li spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression completely ashen as the vital energy and blood in his body rapidly aged and decayed. Looking calmly at Shen Li, Yan Zhaoga said mildly, "Bald Shin, when my broad Creed Mountain faced a great tribulation that year, engaging in a bloody battle with the decimating abyss, your Heavenly Thunder Hall came to take advantage of us. Do you think that with the deaths of Lin Tianfeng and the others, the matter would be over? Today, both old and new debts will be settled together." Shen Li looked at Yan Zhaoga with great difficulty. "Child of the Yan family, you don't be arrogant. While this old man has fallen at your hands today, you and Broad Creed Mountain will not be happy for long." As he said this, light shone within Shen Li's eyes, resembling the final radiance of the setting sun as he chuckled strangely. "This old man will be waiting for you down below." Yan Zhaoga raised his brows slightly. "You placed your hopes on the Sacred Sun Clan? I know that the Sacred Sun Clan wrested the heaven, cleaving axe from infinite, boundless mountain. But so what? I said that this time I will settle all debts with you. Big or small, not a single one of you can think of escaping." Shen Li stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoga. "Arrogant brat, not knowing the difference between life and death. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, he chuckled strangely. You are still so confident now because you don't know that in this world there is an existence known as the world beyond worlds. That is a world that is much more powerful than the 8 extremities world and the flame devil world. No, not more powerful, but much higher. It is like before the great calamity, the human realm and the heavenly court, one on the earth, one in the heavens. Of our world, only those who have attained the 3rd level of the martial saint realm and above can go to that world beyond worlds. How many experts do you think there are in that world beyond worlds? What kind of unimaginable experts are there? Shinli murmured. The Sacred Sun Clan. Haha. They told this old man that they do not have any good intentions, instead wanting this old man to go see how powerful their backer is, to see that the conflict between our sacred grounds these past years is merely a game of chess on their chessboard. Hearing this, Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change as he just nodded in understanding. The Sacred Sun Clan has run out of tricks, having still invited someone from the world beyond worlds at the end of the day. From what you say, it looks like they have already arrived in the 8 extremities world. You know of the world beyond worlds. Rather taken aback, Shenli shook his head. While you know of it, it looks like you are still completely unaware of how terrifying that place is. This old man is not afraid of telling you that you will be on your guard, because no matter how much you guard against it, it will still be useless. Looking at Yen Zhaoge's calm face, Shenli said, This old man knows what you are thinking. You think that those who have come from the world beyond worlds will be like the 9 underworld's true devils who have entered the 8 extremities world. Their strength no higher than the 3rd level of the martial saint realm at most. That's right, that is indeed the case. Still, let this old man tell you that those who have come from the world beyond worlds have come to deal with your old man, Yendi, in the first place. Yendi is indeed a heaven-defying genius, already able to stand against a great flame devil king just after stepping into the martial saint realm. Still, he is just one person at the end of the day. This old man knows Yendi's level, and the Sacred Sun Clan knows it as well. Do you think that those who have come from the world beyond worlds would not know? How many experts do you think they will send? This old man admits that you are truly a top figure in the 8 extremities world. Still, even Yendi has to die, much less you. Shenli laughed. What do you want to do? Flee through this dimensional passageway that this old man opened? This is your only path of survival. Sadly, while you can run, Broad Creed Mountain and Yendi within the seal of the East Sea cannot. What do you think this old man went to do in leaving the mountain just now? It was precisely because I was invited by the Sacred Sun Clan to trample your Broad Creed Mountain together. Having received a report from the clan, I turned around and hurried back. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge did not say anything, just that his gaze turned even colder. Shin Li could not see any fear on his face at all. You! Shen Li's eyes widened, yet he was unable to utter another sound. The Northern Ocean clone behind him flicked his arm before punching out once more, directly sending his head flying. A bald head flew into the air, tumbling as it revealed Shin Li's face that had yet to die in peace. That day, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Martial Saint Shin Li, was slain by Yen Zhaoge at the headquarters of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Yen Zhaoge's expression was indifferent as he turned and left. The Northern Ocean clone behind him, garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, struck out with both hands before forcefully splitting them apart. The divine sky heavenly thunder formation collapsed, the all-encompassing thunder clouds being ripped apart. This great earth, which never saw the light of day all year round, was bathed in sunlight once more. To be continued. Chapter 575. After parting ways with Yen Zhaoge, Fu Enchu headed west, hurrying back to the clan. However, when she had traversed the Earth domain and arrived at the easternmost East Heaven region of the Heaven domain, making contact with the Broad Creed Mountain Martial practitioners here, she received a shocking piece of news. The Sacred Sun clan headed north, invading Broad Creed Mountain in the central heaven region. Fu Enshu had a bad premonition in her heart. Infinite, Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City currently did not have any sacred artifacts or martial saints, not having the strength to send reinforcements to the distant Heaven Domain. Turbid Wave Pavilion had always been neutral, but under such circumstances, they would most likely intervene. Even if Yen Jiaoge had not come looking for Shunli, he might still be obstructed by Turbid Wave Pavilion. Therefore, the Sacred Sun clan could only single-handedly attack Broad Creed Mountain. While they grasped the extreme Yin crown and the heaven-cleaving axe, it should still be insufficient for them to trample over Broad Creed Mountain. With the clear Qi robe watching over Fang Zhuan's body, unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not easily be used to battle with others. However, logically speaking, this matter should only be known by the highest echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain. The Sacred Sun clan should not be aware of it. Broad Creed Mountain still had the two transcending mortality martial grandmasters Zhang Kuan and He Ning sitting over it. With the clear Qi robe on Broad Creed Mountain, as well as the geographical advantage of the clan, the Sacred Sun clan would not be able to gain much of an advantage in attacking them. Could it be that someone of the Sacred Sun clan has transcended mortality and entered sainthood, or that a maiden of extreme Yin has stepped into the martial Grandmaster realm? Fu Enshu pondered in her heart, but she faintly felt uneasy. She recalled her conversation with Yen Jiaoge back in the vast ocean world. Not daring to hesitate, Fu Enshu immediately continued west towards the central heaven continent. Before returning to the sect, just stepping into the central heaven continent, Fu Enshu felt strange. As she neared the region of Broad Creed Mountain, she saw numerous ribbons of light lighting up in the sky, runes densely covering the entire sky. This was clearly the manifestation of the clear Qi Grand Formation circulating to the maximum, and other than their clan's guardian Grand Formation. Fu Enshu could also vaguely feel that there was more than one extremely powerful aura emanating from the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Those powerful auras made Fu Enshu feel as though she was facing Huang Guanglia, or Old Man Amo. In fact, he seemed even stronger than Huang Guanglia and Old Man Amo. At the very least, there was more than one expert of the second level of the martial saint realm. Fu Enshu's heart sunk. It was impossible for the Sacred Sun clan itself to suddenly produce so many peak experts within such a short period of time. There was only one explanation. The worst-case scenario had become reality. The Sacred Sun clan's backer in the world beyond worlds had made a move. Whether it was the Sacred Sun clan's pleading or enticement, that massive entity of the world beyond worlds had finally personally made a move, interfering in a matter that they had never cared about before. The Sacred Sun clan had drawn in power from outside the Eight Extremities world. From a certain perspective, he should be happy. This meant that the Sacred Sun clan itself had no other choice. Still, they still had to face the problems that they had to face. The forces of the world beyond worlds had finally entered the Eight Extremities world. How should Broad Creed Mountain face them? Everything else aside, with more than a single great army of experts at the second level of the martial saint realm pressing down on them, how should they deal with this? What caused Fu Enshu's heart to sink even more was the fact that it was impossible for the other party not to know about Yan Di's situation. As a massive entity originating from the world beyond worlds, its confidence and pride would definitely not allow it to avoid Yan Di's question. That they had still made a move under such circumstances meant that they had sufficient confidence in taking care of Yan Di as well. Those of Broad Creed Mountain here might not even be their main force. The other side definitely had experts of the third level of the martial saint realm who had descended into the Eight Extremities world. Fu Enshu felt anxious. She still could not approach rashly now, being completely unable to break through the blockade of the other side's experts and return to the mountain. While her personality was unyielding and fearless, The gap between the two sides was just too great. Fu Enshu would not be so foolish as to directly send herself to her death, not gaining any benefit at all. Now, Fu Enshu heard a voice resound from the distant horizon, shaking the surrounding space as it seemed to resound throughout the entire central heaven region. Has that kid called Yen Zhaoge returned? On broad Creed Mountain, with the Grand Elders Zhang Kuan and He Ning at their head, the higher echelon experts who were currently still at the clan were all gathered on the heaven-rising peak. The clan that had once flourished now appeared rather dilapidated, other than the two transcending mortality martial grandmasters. Only a few essence talisman martial grandmasters remained. The first seat of the disciplinary hall Changzheng, the first seat of the heaven ceiling Gorge Elder Gong, the first seat of the martial repository Elder Meng, and the first seat of the martial inheritance hall Elder Qin all had stern expressions on their faces as they stood beside Zhang Kuan and He Ning. In the air above them stood a group of people. The exalted current chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, shockingly carried some respect as he stood beside the two people at the head of the group. The other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners who had accompanied them here all stood respectfully behind them. The two at the head of the group looked to be in their 30s or 40s. Their actual age is hard to discern. However, their auras pressured the entire broad Creed Mountain into not daring to make any rash moves. Of these two, one was garbed in white with a pattern of crimson flames embroidered on his back, ostentatious and dazzling. He did not speak as he stood there quietly, his expression nonchalant. Meanwhile, the other was garbed in green, a sword hanging by his waist. The one who had spoken was precisely this green-clothed man who gazed down at broad Creed Mountain. Atop the heaven-rising peak, Zhang Kuan sucked in a deep breath, saying, "Our clan's disciple Yen Zhaoge participated in the great battle of sealing the Flame Devils on the East Sea. After the seal was completed, he has not appeared again, his current status unknown." The green-clothed man did not dwell on this issue, as he just said, "Since that is so, leave everything he left behind on this mountain to me." Zhang Kuan and the others exchanged looks, their faces all sunken. However good a temper, faced with such a request, they too would feel enraged. It was just that the other party's strength and background left them unable to voice their anger. The green-clothed man's expression was calm as he said matter-of-factly, "My name is Jin Jia, a guest elder of the Radiant Light sect. You all know where I come from. We of the higher worlds originally had no intention of interfering in the matters of your world. However, there is a treasure belonging to my Radiant Light sect that ended up in your world, currently in the possession of a disciple of your lineage called Yen Zhaoge. Since he is not here, let's find some clues from his things." Jin Jia said slowly, "We must definitely retrieve that treasure. If you cooperate, we will not make things difficult for you." Zhang Kuan sucked in a deep breath, saying in a heavy tone, "His things are all in his accompanying shadow shrinking pouch, together with him." Jin Jia said nonchalantly, "It's fine. I'll take his residence away first." While his tone was casual, his meaning was that he wanted to use his strength to excavate the mountain, digging away Yen Zhaoge's residence along with the surrounding soil. Zhang Kuan was still dealing with the other party when Huang Su suddenly said, "Of those of Broad Creed Mountain who left the Earth domain alive back then, other than Yen Zhaoge, there was also someone called Fang Juan. Also, a sacred artifact known as the Clear Qi Robe accompanied Fang Juan back here. Also, it should have been Yen Zhaoge who sent them out of the Earth domain back then." Jin Jia raised his brows slightly. "Oh!" Hearing his words, the white-clothed man who had always been standing quietly beside him said nonchalantly, "Then this Fang Juan and that sacred artifact can be taken away by us as well." Chapter 576. Hearing that the other party wanted to bring Fang Juan and the Clear Qi Robe away as well, the expressions of Zhang Kuan, He Ning, and the others all changed. However gentle and conservative they would also be hard-pressed to agree to such a request. It was equivalent to surrendering unconditionally. Zhang Kuan said in a heavy tone. "This is a little too much," that white-clothed man interrupted him. "I am not discussing this with you. You just need to obey." Numerous rays of light shot out from the acupoints of his entire body, emitting infinite radiance as the clear Qi Grand Formation trembled slightly. That green-clothed swordsman Jin Jie did not draw his sword as he just said nonchalantly, "As I said earlier, we have no intention of interfering in the matters of your world. We also have no intention of participating in the conflict between your sections. However, on the other hand, destroying your Tao tradition is just a casual matter, no big deal at all. Everything will depend on your performance, or whether we want it or not." While powerful enemies were before them, 2 experts of the second level of the martial saint realm, just standing there, caused the clear Qi Grand Formation to tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. However, those of Broad Creed Mountain did not show any intention of submitting as they silently faced the 2 people up above. A Sacred Sun clan martial practitioner smiled coldly. "You are still placing your hopes on Yen Di of the East Sea? I advise you to give up on this. The place where that Yen Jiaoga last disappeared was within the seal of the East Sea. While it is most likely that he is dead, the power of that seal is definitely unable to destroy the treasures that he took away. Experts of the higher worlds having specially come here, how could they have missed out on the East Sea?" An expert of the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm and 2 experts of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm descending to the 8 extremities whirled together. If Yen Di dares to act impudently, only death awaits him. Hearing his words, the faces of Zhang Kuan and the others instantly turned pale. This verified the worst-case scenario within their hearts. The truth left them in despair. There was no need for the other party to deceive them. With the Sacred Sun clan explaining the situation of the 8 extremities world in detail, the people of the Radiant Light sect would naturally be fully prepared upon descending from the world beyond worlds. While that expert of the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm would have his strength suppressed to the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm, he would still definitely be more powerful than ordinary experts of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm. With 3 such experts descending upon the 8 extremities world together, they would truly be able to sweep through all beneath the heavens without any doubt. Huang Su glanced at that Sacred Sun clan martial practitioner who had just spoken. The other party realized that he shouldn't have told Broad Creed Mountain about the situation in detail. Broad Creed Mountain did not know about this, still holding on to the hope of struggling within their hearts. Thus, they would resist Jin Jie and the other 2 here, going with the flow to directly flatten Broad Creed Mountain. Now that Zhang Kuan and the others' final hope had been dashed, it was possible that they would surrender. Jin Jie and Zhang Kuan would not make a move. In a world like this, someone who has just entered the Martial Saint Realm is able to contend against 3rd-level Martial Saints? I don't believe it. The white-clothed man said mildly, "A pity that senior apprentice uncle ordered me to come here. Otherwise, I would really want to go to the East Sea to take a look." Jin Jie said, "I heard that the person we're looking for, that youth called Yen Jiaoga, is his son, his strength also far surpassing martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Perhaps this is true? It's just that I don't know if it is because this father and son have unique constitutions and great fortune, or if there are some other profundities within this Broad Creed Mountain's legacy." The white-clothed man Yang Zhanhua said, "Since that is so, let's bring back the scriptures in this sect's martial vault as well. I want to see what exactly is special about them." Hearing his words, Zhang Kuan, He Ning, and the others sucked in a deep breath, glaring furiously at the 2. Yang Zhanhua glanced casually at those of Broad Creed Mountain. "It looks like they don't want to listen obediently. Since that is so, let's just exterminate them directly, wasting so much breath on them." Saying thus, he raised his palm, all-encompassing radiance congregating within it before descending towards the peak of Broad Creed Mountain. Zhang Kuan's expression was bitter, Could it be that the legacy of our ancestors is going to be destroyed at our hands today? He Ning sighed. Now that things have come to this, there is no other way. Saying thus, she waved her hands. Broad Creed Mountain's sacred artifact, the clear chi robe, landing on the body of this white-haired old woman. At this time, she naturally could not care about protecting Feng Zhuan, handing over the sacred artifact, handing over the clan's longtime elders, handing over the clan's scriptures, allowing the other party to search the mountain. If she agreed to these things, a clan would be no different from being exterminated. Bolstered by the clear chi robe, He Ning's short figure instantly grew tall, but faced against that martial Saint Yang Zhanhua of the Radiant Light sect, she still appeared small and weak. Fortunately, the radiance of the clear chi grand formation descended, causing her to actually surge once more. Yang Zhanhua, however, seemed not to care in the slightest, as he simply descended with a palm, the heavens and the earth turning completely pitch black as all the light was congregated within his palm. The patterns of the clear chi grand formation were still unceasingly breaking apart. In virtually just an instant, fresh blood spurted out of He Ning's mouth, the bones of her entire body emitting cracking sounds. Those of Broad Creed Mountain were all shocked. A casual palm from the other party was already hard for them to withstand. Looking at Yang Zhanhua, who had made a move, then looking at Jin Jie, who was standing by the side without any intention of making a move at all, the faces of those of Broad Creed Mountain were pale as paper, devoid of any blood at all. Looking at such powerful experts of the Radiant Light sect, those of the Sacred Sun clan felt rather complex emotions. However, seeing their old enemy now heading for extermination, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners felt delighted to the extreme. The stifled anger that they had suffered at Broad Creed Mountain in recent years was finally vented. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Huang Su's mouth. From today onwards, there will no longer be a Broad Creed Mountain in this world. Looking at those of Broad Creed Mountain who were about to collapse, Jin Jie smiled nonchalantly, refusing a toast, wanting to drink a forfeit. Who can you blame for that? Yang Zhanhua's interest waned somewhat. Your palm arts are not bad. Your cultivation arts are also not bad. Your foundation's rather good. Still, it is not worth it for you to come along with me. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the East Sea to meet that Yen Di. As he said this, Yang Zhanhua's expression suddenly changed slightly. Beside him, Jin Jie's smile also retracted somewhat. A voice suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. You are still not qualified to battle with my father. The shaking, clear chi grand formation seemed to have suddenly gained its backbone at this moment as numerous patterns of light condensed together, transforming into a path of radiance that extended towards the northeast. A few figures appeared at the end of the path of light. The one at the front was precisely Yen Zhaoge. The Northern Ocean clone and Fu Enshu both followed behind Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was calm as he looked at the other party. Even 3 martial practitioners of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm would require quite a bit of time to open the seal of the East Sea. I will deal with you guys first. Yen Zhaoge's gaze swept across the people of the Sacred Sun clan. While they were clearly standing behind Yang Zhanhua and Jin Jie, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners, Huang Su included, all felt a chill in their hearts. Yen Zhaoge's gaze swept past them, finally coming to rest on Jin Jie and Yang Zhanhua. Reckless brat! Jin Jie raised his brows slightly, chuckling. You are Yen Zhaoge? Yang Zhanhua asked quietly, Who did you say was not qualified? Yen Zhaoge appraised him, spreading his hands apart as he smiled. Sorry, I indeed said something wrong. Let me correct myself. Not waiting for the other party's expression to change, Yen Zhaoge's smile turned cold. It should be. Even you are not qualified to battle with me, let alone my father. Chapter 577. Yang Zhanhua appraised Yen Zhaoge all over, his expression not changing much. But everyone in the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain could feel that the sky had turned gloomy and cold. He tilted his head slightly, asking Huang Su, "He is that Yen Zhaoga, right?" Huang Su nodded. "That's right. He is Yen Zhaoga. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to survive being swept into the barrier of the East Sea without having reached the Martial Saint Realm. Who would have thought that he would actually appear here now? It's good that he's alive. He's the one we're looking for," Yang Zhanhua lightly said. "You brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I won't kill you, but I'll smash your mouth first." Saying thus, Yang Zhanhua ignored those of Broad Creed Mountain, directly striking out with a palm towards Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga could only feel as though the heavens and earth before him had instantly turned completely white as he was unable to see anything else. As his cultivation and strength continued to increase, it had been a long time since he had encountered such a situation where he almost lost his senses. Just this move alone was enough to show that Yang Zhanhua's strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The dim, radiant sex methods that year. Oh, could it be that the Sacred Sun clan's backer in the world beyond worlds was the Radiant Light sect that originated from the same source as the Dim Darkness sect, yet was their mortal enemy? Yen Zhaoga pondered, his expression not changing even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. Beside him, the Northern Ocean clone strode forward, his body lighting up with an ice-blue radiance which transformed into a light armor, manifesting the true form of the imperious cold martial armor. The vast ice sea expanded. Between the ebb and flow of the tides, ice dragons emerged from the sea. The ferocious Kuin Peng rose from the frozen sea, sweeping up boundless power and the group of ice sea dragons to meet the boundless light in Yang Zhanhua's palm. The two sides clashed head-on. The Kuin Peng was shattered and the light was extinguished. Yang Zhanhua raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is this where your confidence comes from? You were able to survive the seal of the East Sea because he saved you?" Jin Jia looked rather surprisedly at the Northern Ocean clone. "Your cultivation base is indeed not weak. There are few figures like you in the lower worlds." Experts of the first level of the Martial Saint Realm who wielded a sacred artifact would be able to contend with experts of the second level of the Martial Saint Realm. However, Yang Zhanhua was of the direct lineage of the Radiant Light sect, having transcended mortality, and entered sainthood as his cultivation base was extraordinary amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Even unarmed, there were not many first-level martial saints who would be able to resist him just by relying on a low-grade sacred artifact. The Sacred Sun clan's Huang Su, Broad Creed Mountain Zhang Kuin, He Ning, and the others also felt shocked. While Yang Zhanhua's earlier attack on the mountain had merely been a small demonstration, it had still caused the hearts of the Eight Extremities World martial practitioners to sink. As they saw it, even Jade Sea City, Lord Song Wuliang, who possessed the Jade Sea Pale Heart Sword, would probably be unable to stand against this Yang Zhanhua who had come from the world beyond worlds. Unfortunately, that's all. After feeling slightly surprised, Yang Zhanhua's expression returned to normal. Boundless golden light rose from his head, and a golden crown floated in the air. Boundless light shrouded the surroundings like a blazing sun. Feeling the vast, vigorous energy fluctuations within, the hearts of those on Broad Creed Mountain sunk to rock bottom. Sacred artifact! Bolstered by the power of the golden crown, Yang Zhanhua's aura instantly surged madly, suppressing the Northern Ocean clone and the imperious cold martial armor. Standing behind Yen Zhaoga, Fu Enshu was also frowning. It is not just that his cultivation base is high. Yen Zhaoga's face showed no surprise. It is just like how those above the fourth level of the Martial Saint Realm would be hard-pressed to descend from the world beyond worlds. Even if they did, their strength would be suppressed to the third level of the Martial Saint Realm, unable to descend with mid-grade sacred artifacts. Still, low-grade sacred artifacts can. Looking at Yang Zhanhua, he suddenly laughed. A pity that it is useless. I said that you are not qualified, but you are still unconvinced. Let me let you know why you are not qualified then." Before his words had landed, the roars of numerous dragons resounded as a glorious palace suddenly appeared before the Northern Ocean Martial Saint, blocking the path of Yang Zhanhua and his accompanying sacred artifact, the Dawn Sun Crown. The great gate of the palace opened. Feeling the chi of true dragons that resembled a vast ocean within, Yang Zhanhua was rather shocked. "Why are there so many dragons here?" Streams of radiance were emitted from the myriad dragon palace, enveloping Yang Zhanhua and temporarily suppressing him and the Dawn Sun Crown. Yang Zhanhua roared furiously, his entire body emitting light as he wanted to charge out of the area enveloped by the radiance of the myriad dragon palace. He was indeed powerful as he rampaged left and right, the myriad dragon palace up above shaking unceasingly as if it might be overturned at any moment. Yan Zhaoga's expression was heavy and calm as he watched all this, yet he was inwardly comprehending the concept of the other party's martial arts. Jin Jie's expression darkened. While he saw that Yang Zhanhua would be able to break free very soon, the scene before him still caused him to lose all face. As those of the Sacred Sun Clan and Broad Creed Mountain watched on, Jin Jie shook his head, striding forward as his entire person instantly turned sharp and incomparably sharp. While it was not as majestic and tyrannical as Yang Zhanhua's, the feeling that Jin Jie emanated was even more ferocious and sharp. The sword by his waist left its sheath, transforming into a streak of jade light that shot straight towards Yan Zhaoga. Jin Jie did not go to help Yang Zhanhua, lest the other party might not appreciate it. Still, he did not hesitate in taking down Yan Zhaoga at all. However, while his sword was fast, the Northern Ocean clone was even faster as garbed in the imperious cold martial armor he blocked before Jin Jie. A pity that my sword was damaged earlier, having been left in the world beyond worlds to recuperate. Jin Jie frowned. Still, he was extremely powerful as well, completely not inferior to Yang Zhanhua in the least. With a high-grade spirit artifact in hand, he too unleashed an extremely powerful force, sword light expanding as it enveloped the Northern Ocean clone. As he calmed down and clashed, Jin Jie gradually discovered that something was wrong. The Northern Ocean clone before him was taciturn and silent, while his cultivation in the martial Tao was shocking and displayed to the point of perfection. There was always a somewhat stiff feeling to him. As Jin Jie observed carefully, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It shouldn't be, right? At this moment, the spectators, be they of the Sacred Sun Clan or Broad Creed Mountain, were all shocked. Two experts of the second level of the Martial Saint realm who had come from the world beyond worlds were actually unable to take down Yan Zhaoga immediately. This inevitably surpassed their expectations. That palace, what treasure is that? Why is that Martial Saint helping Yan Zhaoga? That sacred artifact looks like the rumored imperious cold martial armor of the past glacial dragon Martial Saint. Yet this person is not the glacial dragon Martial Saint. What exactly is this? Everyone felt shocked and uncertain. The chief of the Sacred Sun Clan, Huang Su, now strode forward on air towards Yan Zhaoga. Glancing at him, Yan Zhaoga said mildly, "You really know how to pick a time." Huang Su said, "You, however, don't know how to pick a time. If I were you, I wouldn't have appeared." Jin Jie had yet to fall into a disadvantageous position. While Yang Zhanhua was trapped, he looked like he would be able to extricate himself soon. Victory was still firmly within their grasp as Broad Creed Mountain seemed unable to truly have a chance of turning things around. Making use of this chance to take down Yan Zhaoga, they would be able to gain merit while also not letting the radiant light sect of the world beyond worlds underestimate their sacred sun clan too much. Huang Su had indeed made a good plan. The only problem was whether he had the ability to take down Yan Zhaoga. A dense black clump of light appeared within Huang Su's hands. As he raised it high into the air, the surrounding space instantly shook. the sacred artifact that had originally belonged to infinite, boundless mountain, the heaven cleaving axe. As Huang Su's axe chopped downwards, cracks instantly appeared amid space as it descended above Yan Zhaoga's head. Seeing this, not only did Yan Zhaoga not evade, he instead laughed lightly. Purple light flickered within his hand as a dark green bamboo cane suddenly appeared. The bamboo cane had 5 segments, being 5 feet long in total. No spiritual qi emanated from it at all. No miraculousness whatsoever, as it seemed just like an ordinary bamboo pole. However, Yan Zhaoga raised the bamboo cane, smashing it down towards Huang Su's head. The dark green bamboo cane collided with the heaven cleaving axe. In the end, the sacred artifact, the heaven cleaving axe, actually shook. Huang Su was taken aback. A sacred artifact had been shaken by a 5-foot-long bamboo cane. The heaven cleaving axe halted in midair. Yet Yan Zhaoga's movements did not pause in the slightest as he immediately struck out a second time, continuing to strike towards Huang Su. Huang Su was greatly shocked, radiance flickering on his body as his robe lit up with radiance, the 9 bright golden suns on his robe rising simultaneously. Pa! A muffled boom resounded as the 9 suns simultaneously plummeted. A high-grade spirit artifact had been destroyed by a single cane of Yan Zhaoga's. Huang Su was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. No matter how broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan fight, this is still a matter of the 8 extremities world. Yan Zhaoga chuckled. Now that you've found an outsider to flip the table, you're telling me that you don't intend to follow the original rules? That's fine too. Being able to find someone can also be considered a kind of ability. If you flip the table, I'll burn down the house. You and the person you found can all forget about leaving. Chapter 578. Having been missing for a long time, Yan Zhaoga had suddenly reappeared, accompanied by a martial saint and protected by a supreme treasure of the myriad dragon palace. This had truly surpassed the predictions of those of the Sacred Sun Clan. However, Huang Su still decided to make a move. Since he dared to make a move, he naturally had full confidence. Although he had lost the great sun, heaven-measuring ruler, the heaven-cleaving axe was also a sacred weapon. Although it had been heavily injured and had yet to fully recuperate, its vitality had already recovered, and Huang Su had gradually familiarized himself with this sacred weapon. Whether it was that unfamiliar martial saint or the strange palace, they were currently being held back by the 2 martial saints of the Radiant Light sect. Those within Broad Creed Mountain were blocked, unable to leave. If that foreign martial saint dared to give the imperious cold martial armor to Jin Jie, he himself would not be able to stand against Jin Jie. With the heaven cleaving axe in hand, Huang Su was naturally confident of taking down Yan Zhaoga of the martial Grandmaster realm. Therefore, he had made a move. While this might arouse the dissatisfaction of Yang Zhanhua and Jin Jie, the Sacred Sun Clan still had to put up a good performance. Otherwise, they would inevitably be looked down upon by others. And so Huang Su made his move, and then he was stunned. The Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners by the side were all stunned as well. Even Jin Jie, who was currently clashing with the Northern Ocean clone, was momentarily dazed. A saint weapon was forced to retreat by a bamboo cane? Was that still a bamboo cane? Could it be some kind of special treasure? Is that why I can't see anything special from the outside? But no matter how he looked at it, apart from the faint purple glow, it was just an ordinary dark green bamboo joint. There was no spiritual qi leaking out, nor was there the slightest manifestation of any unique energy. Even when it came into contact with the heaven-cleaving axe and repelled the heaven-cleaving axe in that instant, he could not feel anything special. But it was precisely this unremarkable bamboo cane that had repelled the sacred artifact, the heaven-cleaving axe, and had even shattered the high-grade spirit artifact, the 9-sun robe that Huang Su carried with him with a single cane strike. The 9-sun robe, the accompanying high-grade spirit artifact of the chief of the Sacred Sun Clan. The great sun heaven-measuring ruler was generally held in the hands of the clan's strongest expert, not necessarily for the sole use of the clan's chief. And this 9-sun robe was equivalent to the status symbol of the sacred Sun clan's chief. But now it had been destroyed by a seemingly ordinary bamboo stick in an instant. Huang Su was dumbstruck, and he felt his vision go black as he almost fell from midair. This kid is so weird. Looking at the dark green bamboo cane in Yan Zhaoge's hand and then at the Northern Ocean clone before him, Jin Jie felt a chill within his heart. This martial saint does not have his own independent thoughts, instead being a clone refined by this kid. A great grandmaster martial artist refined a martial sage into a doppelganger. Sucking in a deep breath, appraising Yan Zhaoge earnestly for the first time, Jin Jie was even more shocked. His true age is not much older than his outward appearance. At such a young age, an essence talisman martial grandmaster. He composed himself, his sword light expanding, waves surging all the way to 10,000 feet as he attacked towards Yan Zhaoge. Kid, let's see if your bamboo branch can break the sword in my hand. The Northern Ocean clone laughed coldly, a dazzling golden spear suddenly appearing within his hands, its shaft covered entirely in dragon scales. With a thrust of the spear, the dragons roared. Having obtained so many dragon corpses in the dragon tomb and also having the Northern Ocean clone as a martial saint, Yan Zhaoge's artifact forging arts could be displayed to the fullest. Sacred artifacts were hard to forge, but forging high-grade spirit artifacts within a short period of time was nothing more than a walk in the park. This spear of the Northern Ocean clones was not a high-grade spirit artifact, instead being the model of a sacred artifact. While it had yet to enter the martial saint realm, it possessed incomparable power. Garbed in the imperious cold martial armor and wielding a spear, the Northern Ocean martial saint's strength far surpassed when he had been bare-handed earlier. With a Kuan-Ping descending wings, the jade-green swordlight that spanned tens of thousands of feet was directly extinguished. The spear pointed straight at Jin Jie's forehead. Shocked, Jin Jie retracted his sword to defend, barely managing to block the spear. At the same time, after having repelled the heaven-cleaving axe once more, Yan Zhaoge swung, his dark green bamboo cane in a circle in midair, striking towards the sword in Jin Jie's hand. Jin Jie's immense strength as a martial saint was suppressed by the Northern Ocean clone and the imperious cold martial armor as he was hard-pressed to exert it. He could only watch helplessly as Yan Zhaoge's cane directly broke the high-grade spirit artifact, sword in his hand, into two. As I see it, it can be broken. Yan Zhaoge laughed. This bamboo cane of mine is not that useful in beating people. Still, it should still be of some use against various treasures. His words not only angered Huang Su to the point that his vision darkened once more. Even Jin Jie felt stifled to the point of wanting to vomit blood. It should still be of some use? Beating a sacred artifact into retreat. Beating a high-grade spirit artifact directly to the point of collapse. Jin Jie sucked in a deep breath, swiveling his head to look at Huang Su as he roared fiercely, "Give me that axe!" Huang Su could no longer hold anything back now as he hurriedly agreed. However, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone came over once more, the dragon scale spear in his hand, sweeping horizontally between the two. Jin Jie's gaze turned cold. "Do you really think that a first-level martial saint can block us?" Jade green light surged madly about his entire body, transforming into a sword aura that resembled jade, condensing into a tangible form as it was sturdy and sharp, seemingly indestructible. The sword aura rampaged through the horizon, space condensing wherever the jade light passed before shattering. However, he discovered that Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone did not attack, as he instead stood unmoving where he was, streams of light also circulating from the acupoints of his entire body. An icy sea of 5,000 kilometers condensed above the Northern Ocean clone's head, numerous ice dragons bobbing within it. An incomparably huge Kuan-Ping rushed out from the deep sea, transforming into a great pung. However, with a flash of light, the Kuin pung actually split into two. The Kuin fish returned to the water, and the great pung soared into the sky. The Northern Ocean clone's entire aura was no longer the same. Even without the imperious cold martial armor, Jinjie would not be able to dominate him. "Let me correct a misunderstanding of yours," Yen Zhaoge smiled. "This clone of mine is not at the first level of the martial saint realm." He had obtained many top-notch absolute arts and cultivated them successfully, improving even further. More importantly, he had refined a large amount of essence energy left behind by the true dragon in the dragon tomb into his body. After the vast, surging power had been integrated with his martial arts, Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had stepped into the second level of the martial saint realm. The Northern Ocean clone gripped the dragon scale spear with both hands, stabbing out with it. Kuenping and Kuenping combined attacks, accompanied by a surging icy sea, instantly shattering Jinjie's jade sword aura into smithereens. Roaring, the Northern Ocean clone struck out with a spear once more, forcing Jinjie to hurriedly retreat. On the other side, Huang Su was shocked. He currently felt regret, feeling that he had been too hasty. Still, seeing that the myriad dragon palace was on the verge of being unable to suppress Yang Zhanhua and the Dawn Sun Crown, Huang Su felt slightly reassured. He hurriedly retreated. As long as Yang Zhanhua and the Dawn Sun Crown extricated themselves and joined forces with Jinjie, victory would immediately be reversed. However, Yen Zhaoge arrived before Huang Su in a single step, the dark green bamboo cane in his hand striking downwards, instantly causing Huang Su to nearly lose his grip on the heaven-cleaving axe. Looking at Huang Su, Yen Zhaoge smiled coldly. "Right, this thing does not belong to your sacred Sun clan. You won't feel pained if it is broken." He drew a circle with the bamboo cane in his hand, his movements turning from ferocious to gentle. The bamboo cane pressed down on the heaven-cleaving axe, suppressing it such that it was unable to move. Huang Su's expression changed greatly. Yen Zhaoge's bamboo cane flicked lightly, sending the heaven-cleaving axe to the side. Then he raised his left hand high into the air, striking down towards Huang Su with a palm. Huang Su emitted a muffled groan, striking upwards with a palm. A heavenly altar that resembled a pagoda, whilst also an altar rose, shining with all-encompassing sunlight as 8 great golden suns slowly rose into the air. However, Yen Zhaoge's palm struck the heavens, a cyclic heavenly seal mightily slamming down, directly shattering the great golden sun along with that heavenly altar. Yen Zhaoge's tone was cold and indifferent. "Today the sun sets." The terrifying momentum of his palm swept along the shattered golden light, resembling the descent of the sky as the great sun was extinguished. Huang Su's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding as his brain was smashed apart by Yen Zhaoge's heaven-flipping palm. To be continued. Chapter 579. The current chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, was slain on the spot by Yen Zhaoge with a single palm outside Broad Creed Mountain. The other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners present were all dazed like wooden chickens. Even Zhang Kun, He Ning, and the others on Broad Creed Mountain were somewhat dazed for a time. When Yen Zhaoge had appeared, the people of Broad Creed Mountain all felt complex emotions. While Yen Zhaoge seemed to be the main culprit, with 2 experts of the Radiant Light sect descending upon Broad Creed Mountain precisely because of him, as if it was Yen Zhaoge who had brought such a calamity upon Broad Creed Mountain. Still, when Yen Zhaoge had truly appeared, while they were thankful for his responsibility and even more glad that he had been safe and sound during the Seal of the East Sea, they could not help but worry for him. After all, the enemy in front of them was too powerful, and they were completely suppressing them. Already heavily injured, He Ning had originally intended to hand the clear Qi robe over to Zhang Kun so that he could save Yen Zhaoge. Now, however, all the long-time grand elders of Broad Creed Mountain collectively fell into a daze at this moment. seeing Yan Zhaoge resist Yang Zhanhua and Jin Jie, these two great experts, seeing Yan Zhaoge's bamboo cane causing his sacred artifact, the heaven-cleaving axe, to be hard-pressed to withstand, watching Yan Zhaoge kill the chief of the sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, with a single palm, even though Broad Creed Mountain and the sacred Sun clan had long since been irreconcilable enemies. Seeing the chief of the other side's clan being beaten to a pulp by Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Kuan and the others could not help but shiver all over. If this had been Yan Di or Yuan Zhengfeng, it would have been fine. However, Yan Zhaoge having slain Huang Su so casually just like that, not only did it cause those of the sacred Sun clan to feel dazed, even those of Broad Creed Mountain felt as though the world had become unreal, especially when Huang Su had the holy weapon, the heaven-cleaving axe, in his hand, yet it was completely useless. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he shook the bamboo cane in his hand, the heaven-cleaving axe already breaking free of Huang Su's control and landing within his hand. The surging black light faintly resisted, but then it returned to silence. Jin Jie's face was ashen. Even if it was the death of the chief of the sacred Sun clan, Huang Su, he did not care. However, Huang Su had traveled alongside him, accompanying him and Yang Zhanhua to Broad Creed Mountain. In the end, someone of Broad Creed Mountain had killed Huang Su right in front of him. How could Jin Jie not feel ashamed and furious at this? Yet, facing the Northern Ocean clone who was similarly at the second level of the martial saint realm and possessed the sacred artifact, the imperious cold martial armor, as well as the dragon scale spear, he was completely unable to rescue Huang Su at all, as he could only watch on helplessly as Yan Zhaoge slew Huang Su, wresting the heaven-cleaving axe away. What made Jin Jie even more embarrassed was that he couldn't even protect himself now. The Northern Ocean clone violently struck out with a spear, shattering Jin Jie's sword light. Evading with all his might, Jin Jie was still wounded, his blood staining the sky. Now, however, the myriad dragon palace shook unceasingly, the dragon-shaped radiance it emitted gradually beginning to shatter. A glowing figure broke free from the suppression of the myriad dragon palace. Jin Jie was overjoyed. Yang Zhanhua had finally escaped. Yang Zhanhua possessed the sacred artifact, the Dawn Sun crown, which should be able to stand against Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone and the imperious cold martial armor. The only thing he was wary of was that strange, dark, green bamboo cane of Yan Zhaoge's. Jin Jie had just wanted to warn Yang Zhanhua when he saw Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone retreating instead of advancing after a feint. It was not that the Northern Ocean clone was afraid. Instead, he shot towards the vicinity of Yang Zhanhua and the myriad dragon palace at a speed that was hard for others to see clearly. Having originally been at a disadvantage, Jin Jie was also inferior to the Northern Ocean clone in speed, as he was unable to stop him at all. He could only yell, "Zhanhua, be careful!" Yang Zhanhua had just shot out of the suppression of the myriad dragon palace, the streams of dragon chi before him still having yet to disperse when he felt his vision blur. The violent spear was just inches away from him in the blink of an eye. Yang Zhanhua didn't even have the time to evade, as he could only circulate the power of the radiant light illuminating art to the maximum, combining it with the power of the sacred artifact, the Dawn Sun crown, executing the radiant light sex direct lineage martial art, the inextinguishable light body with all his might. It was like light illuminated the entire world, eternally inextinguishable. Infinite radiance condensed on Yang Zhanhua's body, causing him to resemble a person of light. His powerful defensive power forcibly withstood the Northern Ocean clone's attack. This spear of the Northern Ocean clone was actually unable to break through his protective, treasured light. Even so, however, Yang Zhanhua's body mightily retreated as he was sent flying backwards. Behind him, the great gate of the myriad dragon palace opened, resembling a massive dragon opening its mouth as it swallowed him in a single gulp. Then the great gate shut tightly with a bang, resembling a massive dragon closing its mouth. Yang Zhanhua who had been radiating infinite radiance a moment ago, was instantly nowhere to be seen again. Trapped by the myriad dragon palace once more. The ups and downs of life really came too quickly. Jean Jia, who had just relaxed due to Yang Zhanhua's escape, immediately tensed up once more. Indeed, the Northern Ocean clone did not enter the myriad dragon palace to continue pursuing him. Instead, he turned and aimed his spear at him once more, shooting over amidst flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. Unarmed and only able to rely on his cultivation base, facing the Northern Ocean clone who was armed to the teeth, Jean Jia instantly fell into a perilous situation as he found himself in dire straits. I hope that Elder Lu and the others are still in that Earth domain, not having gone to the East Sea in time. That way, they should be able to arrive very quickly. Jean Jia emitted a muffled groan, a jade pendant suddenly appearing in his palm, which he crushed forcefully. Now, the Northern Ocean clone strode forward, stabbing towards Jean Jia with his spear. Jean Jia barely evaded it, but the Northern Ocean clone's speed was like lightning as he strode forward, closing the distance between them before he struck out with the shaft of his spear, striking out horizontally at Jean Jia's chest. The other party spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Having gained the upper hand, the Northern Ocean clone grabbed the spear shaft with his right hand, his left hand shooting out at lightning speed, grabbing Jean Jia's arm with the fish-rock divine claw, preventing him from retreating any further. Then, wielding the spear with his right hand, he stabbed it into Jean Jia's chest. Jean Jia did not look at the Northern Ocean clone, instead glaring at the distant Yan Zhaoge. "Brat, what vicious methods you have!" Yan Zhaoge said indifferently, "Is there still any meaning in saying all this now?" Blood leaked uncontrollably from the corner of Jean Jia's mouth. "I originally only wanted to ask you about the whereabouts of that treasure, which suppresses the crevice to the 9 underworlds in the earth domain of your world. Now, however, it is you who is seeking death. You and the clan behind you shall all be exterminated." Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. "Oh, that treasure that you are looking for is with me. Still, I do not intend to give it to you." Jean Jia's eyes widened. "How dare you?" Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. "If we say that we are trading on equal terms, from the looks of it, firstly, you do not feel that we are equal, and secondly, you also do not intend to trade. Also, speaking of which, I very much doubt whether you have anything that is more valuable than this treasure." Jean Jia stared at Yan Zhaoge. "Kid, you really don't know the height of the heavens and the boundlessness of the earth. Some treasures are not something that you can control and possess. Those treasures are not something that this world of yours can contain in the first place. Holding them in your hands, you are only inviting trouble for yourself. Offer it to the Radiant Light sect, and the Radiant Light sect won't mistreat you. This is your only way out." Yan Zhaoge laughed. "Therefore, you see, we still had to make a move at the end of the day. I said that I was going to keep it, but you all seem to not intend to give up, still wanting to snatch it away. You want to snatch it, but I don't want to give it to you. What should I do? We can only fight. Higher world experts, hee." Yan Zhaoge said plainly, "What I'm fighting are higher world experts like you." The Northern Ocean clone mightily exerted force. Jean Jia's eyes widened as he shouted. "You!" Before he could finish speaking, the Kuan Peng's immense strength directly split open his abdomen. To be continued. Chapter 580. The Northern Ocean clone slashed downwards with his right hand that grasped the spearhead, the terrifying spear directly cleaving open Jean Jia's chest beneath the impetus of a boundless, immense force. Rays of black and gold light shattered Jean Jia's internal organs, bones, and blood vessels. A series of crackling sounds rang out between heaven and earth, as if countless rocks were shattering. Even the fleshly bodies of martial saints that were tougher than metal and mountain rocks were unable to withstand the terrifying power of the Northern Ocean clone as they were unceasingly destroyed. Fresh blood burst out. It was even hotter than the magma of a volcano. When it splattered on the ground, it was like a raging inferno that covered the mountains and plains. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he waved his hand, the blazing prairie fire extinguishing. Jin Jie's eyes widened. The light in his eyes gradually faded, and the flame of his life extinguished. Whether it was the sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners in midair or the broad creed mountain martial practitioners at the top of the heaven-rising peak, they all stared dazedly at this scene. The impact of the scene before them was even greater than when Yan Zhaoge had slain Huang Su with a single palm earlier. While Huang Su was the current chief of the sacred Sun Clan, he was still someone of the Eight Extremities world at the end of the day. Whether it was on the enemy side or on the other side, he had interacted with them quite a bit, being extremely familiar with them, having clashed openly and covertly for so many years. While it was shocking that Huang Su had perished at Yan Zhaoge's hands, it was also very quickly accepted. However, Jin Jie was not someone of the Eight Extremities world. Instead, he hailed from the legendary world beyond worlds. It came from a place that many people didn't even know about and couldn't imagine. It was as though it resided above the 9 heavens on a completely different level from the Eight Extremities world that they all lived in. In their eyes, it was an existence akin to the heavenly court, the immortal realm. Even the sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners did not know how powerful the Radiant Light sect was. They only knew that after receiving the news, the other side had immediately dispatched manpower to descend into the Eight Extremities world. From their limited conversations, in the eyes of Yang Zhanhua, Jin Jie and the others, descending to the Eight Extremities world was not a good thing. If not for treasures like the Extreme Yin Crown and the Extreme Yang Seal, no one would be willing to descend. Just like that, the descending experts of the Radiant Light sect were sufficient to sweep through the Eight Extremities world. Even though there was Yen Di here who was comparable to an expert of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm, the other side had already made preparations, wanting to surround and kill him through sheer numbers. Jin Jie was not of the Radiant Light sect's direct lineage, but as a martial saint, his status in the Radiant Light sect was different. Now that Yan Zhaoge had actually domineeringly slain Jin Jie, how could they not be stunned and at a loss as to what to do? The sacred Sun Clan martial practitioner stared dazedly at Yan Zhaoge. Has he gone mad? Does he not know that with this, there will no longer be any room for reconciliation with the Radiant Light sect? The Radiant Light sect did not just send these 2 experts of the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm to the Eight Extremities world. There are also experts of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm and even the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm. While they could not wait for the Radiant Light sect to exterminate Broad Creed Mountain, seeing that Yan Zhaoge had actually domineeringly slain Jin Jie now, those of the Sacred Sun Clan also felt terrified. The Radiant Light sect won't vent their anger on the entire Eight Extremities world on us, right? I don't know about other things, but since this kid has caused such a great disaster, he must have a plan. On Broad Creed Mountain, the faces of Zhang Kuan and the others were also rather pale. In a situation where death was certain, having been bullied at their doorstep, they would not lack the courage to resist to the end, putting their lives on the line. However, seeing that the situation was no longer as dangerous as it seemed, Yan Zhaoge had domineeringly slain his opponent, sowing great enmity. Zhang Kuan, Chang Ning, and the others instantly felt bitter within their hearts. Zhang Kuan could not help but raise his voice. Zhaoge! The Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who descended from the world beyond worlds are not just these 2. There is at least 1 4th level martial saint and 2 3rd level martial saints who have descended. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head and glanced at Heaven Rising Peak, nodding nonchalantly. While I do not know their exact numbers, it is obvious that they will not be lacking in experts. The Sacred Sun Clan must have already informed the Radiant Light sect of my father's situation. Wanting to make things difficult for us, they will definitely have to include my father within their calculations. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and pondered for a moment, descending to the 8 extremities world of the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm, would be suppressed to the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm. That would be equivalent to 3 3rd level Martial Saints. Zhang Kuan said, "That's right. Your father will still need some time before he can emerge from the seal of the East Sea. Even if he does emerge, he will still be hard-pressed to stand against so many." As he was speaking, Yan Zhaoga flicked his hand, that dark green bamboo cane landing in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone. Then the Northern Ocean clone directly turned and entered the myriad dragon palace. Everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Zhang Kuan stared. "Zhaoga, that Jin Jia claims to be a guest elder of the Radiant Light sect, not of their direct lineage. Meanwhile, this Yang Zhanhua is probably of the Radiant Light sect's direct lineage." Yan Zhaoga smiled. "I know. It is precisely his direct lineage that we are fighting." Zhang Kuan opened his mouth, yet was unable to speak. Over the years, Yan Zhaoga had unceasingly accomplished great feats, as he was like the number 1 heaven's favored son of the younger generation of the 8 extremities world, able to stand on equal footing with the longtime elders of the various sections. His status and strength could not be measured by the standards of ordinary youths. It was to the extent that even those of Broad Creed Mountain would sometimes forget that beneath that graceful exterior of the youth before them was an arrogant, domineering soul. This number 1 heaven's favored son of the younger generation was renowned for his ability to cause trouble as well as his ability to render meritorious service. It was just that he was different from others in that even if he pierced through the heavens, most of the time, he would not need the help of others to deal with the aftermath, as he himself would have the ability to reverse the collapse of the heavens. Therefore, he had his great reputation today. The Myriad Dragon Palace was currently shaking unceasingly as Yang Zhanhua wanted to charge out from within. Just as he was about to break through the great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace, it suddenly opened. Yang Zhanhua wanted to charge out before his vision blurred as the sharp tip of a spear instantly arrived before him. Such a familiar feeling. Yang Zhanhua was greatly enraged, yet could do nothing about it. It was as if time had flowed in reverse as a familiar method, a familiar posture. Everything was repeated once more. The Northern Ocean clone struck out with his spear once more, forcing Yang Zhanhua back into the Myriad Dragon Palace. This time, the great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace was not closed. The Northern Ocean clone charged in as well, his spear striking towards Yang Zhanhua like a tempestuous storm. Looking at the Northern Ocean clone, who was garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, Yang Zhanhua roared, "Good! Let's see how great your capabilities are!" Bolstered by the dawn sun crown, his palm seemed endless, all-encompassing light illuminated without interruption. Day and night as the heavens and the earth were eternally bright. The radiant light sect's direct lineage martial art, the infinite bright light palm. This time, however, the Northern Ocean clone did not forcibly clash against it. Wielding his spear with one hand, his spear turned from tough to soft as he dispelled the force of Yang Zhanhua's palm. With his other hand, he raised the dark green bamboo cane, striking towards Yang Zhanhua's dawn sun crown. Yang Zhanhua had been completely entangled with the Myriad Dragon Palace earlier. Seeing that the dark green bamboo cane was completely ordinary and unremarkable, not seeming to stand out in the least, he felt greatly puzzled. While he felt stifled to the extreme, he still chose to play it safe with regards to this abnormal situation, wanting to first evade it. However, the Northern Ocean clone's spear turned tough to soft as it entangled Yang Zhanhua. Yang Zhanhua's footsteps slowed as the dawn sun crown was struck by the dark green bamboo cane. The golden crown that emitted infinite radiance instantly shuddered, its radiance dimming. Yang Zhanhua could not make heads or tails of this. Looking at the dark green bamboo cane, which still did not emanate any power or aura, he could not help but feel rather dazed. To be continued. Chapter 581. Following Jinjia, Yang Zhanhua was also stunned silly by Yan Zhaoge's bamboo. After discovering that Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was actually at the second level of the martial saint realm, Yang Zhanhua finally grew serious. His opponent's strength was outstanding among cultivators of the same realm, and he could be considered a strong opponent. However, just as Yang Zhanhua was about to have a proper battle with the Northern Ocean clone, the Northern Ocean clone raised his dark green bamboo cane, smashing down fiercely towards his face. The saint weapon, the Dawn Sun Crown, was like a small boat bobbing up and down in the raging waves, swaying back and forth. The Rising Sun Crown withstood the attack. The Rising Sun Crown also withstood 2 hits. However, the violent winds and torrential rain came wave after wave, as if there was no end to it. The light of the Rising Sun Crown dimmed, and that light was like a candle in a storm, about to be extinguished at any moment. Yang Zhanhua's heart ached to the extreme, but there was nothing he could do. What made him even more furious was that as the light of the Dawn Sun Crown dimmed, the spiritual energy gradually disappeared. It was difficult for him to obtain any additional power from his saint weapon. This directly led to him being suppressed and beaten up by the Northern Ocean clone, who was wearing the imperious cold martial armor. The Northern Ocean clone's domineering stance became tough and sharp once more, each spear faster and fiercer than the previous, as it forced his opponent to the point of being unable to control himself. Flames of fury surged within Yang Zhanhua's heart as he simultaneously extended his hands, abruptly bringing them together as he actually accurately caught the Northern Ocean clone's dragon scale spear between his palms. "I'll first destroy this spear head of yours that looks good but is useless." Yang Zhanhua roared furiously, infinite light surging madly as it mightily struck the Northern Ocean clone's dragon scale golden spear. The majestic and overbearing power was about to break the spear that was not yet a holy weapon. Wielding his spear with a single hand, the Northern Ocean clone did not appear weak in the slightest. The immense power of the rock broke through the heavens and parted the sea, bolstering the spear with even more ferocious power than Yang Zhanhua's. The boundless power was like a Kuin Peng emerging from the sea, crashing into the pillars of the sky, wanting to collapse the pillars together. Yang Zhanhua's expression was extremely solemn, and his palms were forced to retreat slowly. In terms of pure power, although his illumination art was domineering, it was not as vast as the power of the Kuin Peng. Still, Yang Zhanhua did not panic as he slowly retreated, unceasingly wearing down the pressure that the Northern Ocean clone was exerting on him, wanting to engage in a prolonged battle with him. His holy light illuminating art was derived from the true meaning of eternal light, illuminating the boundless universe. His palm technique, the endless bright light palm, was also characterized by its unending radiance and endless power, as if it would never end. In terms of endurance, a battle of attrition, and a battle of attrition, Yang Zhanhua was confident that he could compete with any martial artist of the same realm. As long as he wasn't defeated by his opponent within a short period of time, Yang Zhanhua was confident that he could defeat his opponent. However, the icy sea around the Northern Ocean clone surged, numerous ice dragons shooting out from within before coiling around the dragon scale spear, shooting towards Yang Zhanhua. Yang Zhanhua's eyes widened as he watched the cold qi continuously extinguish the brilliance of his palms. It was as if the end of the universe had arrived. Everything returned to darkness and coldness without light or heat. The power of Yang Zhanhua's infinite light palm instantly weakened, no longer able to withstand the Northern Ocean clone's Northern Ocean divine spear. The spear tip pierced into Yang Zhanhua's body amidst the dragon's roar. Yang Zhanhua emitted a muffled groan unresignedly, only able to focus fully on defense. The radiant light sect's most powerful defensive martial art, the inextinguishable light body, was executed once more. Bright light emanated from his entire person from the inside out, as if he was eternally inextinguishable amidst boundless darkness. The light condensed on his body, causing his entire person to seem like a transparent person of light, the light turning tangible as it was indestructible. As the Northern Ocean clone's spear pierced into his body, its momentum slowed as well. However, the Northern Ocean clone did not care about this as he raised the dark green bamboo cane, continuously striking down once more. Yang Jianhua could only watch on helplessly, unable to do anything at all. He dared not even move his little finger now, lest the Northern Ocean divine's spear immediately pierced through his chest. Finally, a muffled bang resounded as the golden crown on Yang Jianhua's head was directly sent flying by the Northern Ocean clone's cane, landing in a corner of the myriad dragon palace, cracking sounds resounding as it rolled. Having completely lost the boost of the Dawn Sun crown, Yang Jianhua appeared even more powerless against the Northern Ocean clone, who was garbed in the imperious cold martial armor. Currently, he could only unleash the power of his inextinguishable light body to the maximum. The inextinguishable light body was indeed worthy of being a direct lineage martial art of the Radiant Light sect, as it forcibly resisted the sharpness of the Northern Ocean divine spear with all his might. Looking at Yang Jianhua before him, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly smiled. He kept the dark green bamboo cane neither hurriedly nor slowly, still wielding the spear with a single hand. Yang Jianhua looked rather astonished at the Northern Ocean clone, yet heard the Northern Ocean clone suddenly say, "Don't be hasty. It is still not the time to claim your life for the time being." While his voice was different, his tone was the same as Yen Zhaoga's. Carefully observing the Northern Ocean clone, Yang Jianhua discovered to his astonishment that this expert of the second level of the martial saint realm before him was actually a clone that Yen Zhaoga had refined. At the critical moment of life and death, Yang Jianhua recovered from his initial shock, looking coldly at Yen Zhaoga. "Kill me, and you will be seeking your own death." Yang Jianhua's expression was terrifyingly calm. "You, your father, the clan that you hail from, even this world that you hail from, only death awaits you." His tone was so calm as if he was speaking of something that was only natural. Yen Zhaoga was not angered. "I have already slain those who came with you. There is no need for you to be one more. Even if I let you off now, there would be no difference, right?" Yang Jianhua glared at the Northern Ocean clone. "Jin Jie was really killed by you." The Northern Ocean clone smiled nonchalantly. Yang Jianhua slowly shook his head. "You are dead for sure. Your father and this broad Creed Mountain are all dead for sure. If you have the ability, kill me as well. The myriad life forms of this world that you hail from will all be buried along with me and Jin Jie." The Northern Ocean clone had just been about to speak when his gaze suddenly flickered slightly as he swiveled his head to look outside the myriad dragon palace. The heavens and earth of broad Creed Mountain were shaking. The heavens and earth of the entire central heaven region were shaking as well. It was not just Yen Zhaoga. Everyone present gazed towards the east. There, an incomparably powerful existence was currently approaching broad Creed Mountain. That was an existence that caused the entire heavens and earth to shake, an existence that stood at the peak of the current 8 extremities world. And it was not just one. Before the other party had truly arrived in the vicinity of broad Creed Mountain, the clear Qi Grand Formation was already rippling and distorting like water. As 3 figures appeared in the distant horizon, the clear Qi Grand Formation that had guarded broad Creed Mountain for many years began to break apart unceasingly. Looking at those 3 figures through the entrance of the Great Hall, Yang Jianhua said coldly to Yen Zhaoga, "You had best immediately commit suicide. If you can die a little more easily if my senior apprentice uncle and the others are in a good mood, they might even let your lineage off." Yen Zhaoga laughed. "What is it that gives you the misconception that I dare not kill you?" Yang Jianhua stared, seeing the Northern Ocean clone gripping the shaft of his spear with his other hand before stabbing out mightily. The power of the imperious cold martial armor was stimulated to the maximum, numerous dragons of light descending from the myriad dragon palace. bolstering this northern ocean divine spear. The violent force mightily broke through Yang Zhanhua's inextinguishable light body that was already on the verge of collapse. Yan Zhaoge smiled coldly. Having suffered a setback here, the people of the Sacred Sun Clan will definitely inform your fellow disciples. In having descended into the 8 Extremities world this time, you have primarily come for me and the Extreme Yang Seal. Knowing that I am here, your fellow disciples will definitely temporarily give up on the Seal of the East Sea and rush over here. Not killing you earlier was in order to leave all of you here now. The Northern Ocean Clone's violent spear pierced through Yang Zhanhua's chest. To be continued. Chapter 582. Even before his death, Yang Zhanhua's face had still been filled with shock. He could not understand how Yan Zhaoge had dared to kill him, daring to do so right in front of his fellow disciples. If Yan Zhaoge had secretly killed him before fleeing and hiding, while he did not think that Yan Zhaoge would have been able to escape death, he would still be able to understand his actions. Yet, Yan Zhaoge had actually intentionally left him alive now, only making a move after his fellow disciples had arrived. As Yang Zhanhua saw it, this was already no longer a matter of being audacious to the extreme. Instead, it was madness. How dare he do this? What gives him the confidence to do so? What gives him the right to do so? Even though Yang Zhanhua hailed from the Radiant Light sect, possessing a high cultivation base and vast knowledge, he could only feel that this was absurd and inconceivable at this moment. Just with that martial saint clone? Yes, that was right. This clone of a 2nd-level martial saint was extremely powerful, also possessing a sacred artifact. Just with that strange bamboo branch? Yes, that was right. Yang Zhanhua had never seen such a strange treasure in his life, beating down a mid-grade sacred artifact, like beating up a grandson. Just with this palace that was filled with dragon chi? Yes, that was right. This palace could temporarily trap a 2nd-level martial saint like him. However, all of this added together was still insufficient to support a single person making such a crazy decision. It was still unknown whether all of this would be able to do anything to a single expert of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, let alone 3 of them. Yang Zhanhua felt his life flowing away, his pupils gradually losing their luster as they lost focus. The final scene that remained in his field of vision was the 3 figures appearing in the distant horizon through the wide open great door of the Myriad Dragon Palace. Lu Feng, a 3rd-level martial saint. Like Jin Jia, he was a guest elder of the Radiant Light sect, not of their direct lineage. However, his shocking cultivation base was sufficient for him to rampantly dominate this 8 Extremities world. Sun Hao, a 3rd-level martial saint of the Radiant Light sect's direct lineage, cultivated in the sun-moon interchanging art of the Radiant Light sect's 3 direct lineages, which was domineering beyond compare, like the Radiant Light illuminating art that he cultivated in. Deng Sen, a 4th-level martial saint of his direct lineage, the number 1 expert of the Radiant Light sect who had descended to the 8 Extremities world this time, being even more powerful than Lu Feng and Sun Hao. Yang Zhanhua believed that even if the Yen Di of the East Sea truly possessed the strength of a 3rd-level martial saint, as long as Deng Sen acted, the other party would not be able to overturn the heavens. Yang Zhanhua found it hard to imagine how Yan Zhaoge would be able to withstand the combined might of these 3 great experts. But all of this had nothing to do with him anymore. The Northern Ocean Clone's spear completely destroyed his life force. After Jin Jia, another expert of the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, the direct lineage martial saint of the world beyond world's Radiant Light sect, Yang Zhanhua, perished at Broad Creed Mountain. All of this was seen by the crowd. At this moment, no one had any other thoughts. They were shocked to the point of numbness. In the distance, the 3 great experts of the Radiant Light sect descended together, causing everyone's hearts to tremble as their minds virtually blanked out. As the 3 neared, the entire space surrounding Broad Creed Mountain shook, the heavens and earth seemingly suffering from immense pressure as it seemed as though it might collapse completely at any moment. That powerful force seemed to have surpassed the limits of the universe and was about to burst the sky. The scene of Yang Zhanhua's death was also witnessed by Deng Sen and the other two. The three experts were all taken aback, not having thought at all that Yan Zhaoge would actually mercilessly kill Yang Zhanhua right in front of their faces. After being taken aback, there was rage. Yang Zhanhua's direct lineage senior apprentice uncle, the strongest of the three, strode out, instantly arriving within the myriad dragon palace. Wherever he passed, space collapsed as the patterns of light of the clear Qi Grand Formation directly shattered, dissipating within the air. As Deng Sen entered the myriad dragon palace, the dragon Qi within it directly surged. However, Deng Sen's entire body glowed brilliantly, sweeping aside the streams of dragon Qi as he struck out towards the Northern Ocean clone with a palm. The Northern Ocean clone was jolted into retreat as Deng Sen caught hold of Yang Zhanhua's body, his roiling true essence unceasingly pouring within. Yang Zhanhua's body began to emit streams of light, his skin seemingly regaining the color of blood. However, there was still no aura. Deng Sen's face was sunken as water, his true essence surging unceasingly as he attempted to rouse his junior apprentice nephew's life force once more. The radiant light sect's guest elder Lu Feng's eyes involuntarily lit up as he sensed the overflowing qi of true dragons within the myriad dragon palace. Seeing the myriad dragon palace and feeling the overflowing qi of true dragons, the guest elder of the radiant light sect Lu Feng's eyes involuntarily lit up. He too rushed into the myriad dragon palace, sucking in a deep breath as an expression of satisfaction and admiration appeared on his face. I really would not have guessed that there would actually be such abundant essence, qi, of true dragons here. My trip down here this time was really not in vain. Even as Deng Sen pressed down on Yang Zhanhua's back with his palm, he said expressionlessly, "Lu Feng, kill everyone here." Lu Feng raised a palm, striking out towards the Northern Ocean clone. Streams of crimson light instantly filled the entire myriad dragon palace. The myriad dragon palace shook mightily, actually seeming like it was about to disintegrate. Bolstered by the imperious cold martial armor, the Northern Ocean clone raised the dragon scale spear, the Northern Ocean divine spear not retreating in the slightest as it clashed with Lu Feng. However, that crimson light mist was vast and endless, entangling the tip of the Northern Ocean divine spear as it was unable to advance even an inch further. The terrifying light mist even swept towards the Northern Ocean clone, suppressing the imperious cold martial armor. The vast icy sea was actually gradually dyed red at this moment. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. Now I can compete with my father when he had just transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Lu Feng similarly clicked his tongue in admiration. Good spear arts, good skills. Sadly, you are unable to adapt to the circumstances. If you had offered up your treasures and pledged allegiance to the Radiant Light sect, you might still have had a good future ahead of you. However, having killed an elder of the Radiant Light sect of the direct lineage as well as a guest elder of a martial saint, no one will be able to save you. I advise you not to struggle. Dying by this old man's hands, you will still feel good. If Elder Deng makes a move, you will die an extremely miserable death. The crimson mist formed of his palm force roiled forward, shocking the Northern Ocean clone to the point of trembling unceasingly as he toppled backwards in retreat, the imperious cold martial armor vaguely emitting a mournful wail. However, the Northern Ocean clone was not panicked or panicked, as a hint of a smile was even revealed at the corners of his mouth. You don't have to worry about me. I only know that the two of you will die very miserable deaths. Deng Sen's and Lu Feng's expressions simultaneously changed. The great gate of the myriad dragon palace mightily closed. Within the palace, space changed illusory, suddenly transforming into countless overlapping chaotic spacetime as it was like innumerable small worlds had been stacked together. Streams of terrifying black qi surged simultaneously from the various space-time, resembling thick ink. The extremely dense qi of death was condensed to the extreme, transforming into an incomparably terrifying qi of extermination that filled the entire myriad dragon palace. The qi of extermination transformed into a terrifying, frenzied tide that swept through the heavens as it shot towards Deng Sen and Lu Feng. How can there be qi of extermination on such a scale? Such qi of extermination is virtually sufficient to destroy this entire 8 extremities world. The expressions of Deng Sen and Lu Feng both changed. The qi of true dragons here was all agglomerated after the deaths of dragons. Apart from the qi of true dragons, there is also an infinite qi of death. How many true dragons have died here? Guided by the myriad dragon palace, the Northern Ocean clone had retreated into the chaotic space-time, vanishing without a trace. Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly. The qi of death is a hidden threat at the end of the day. If it is not cleansed, I will also be unable to freely refine the essence qi of true dragons here. I have always been waiting for someone to help me block this tribulation. Now it shall be the two of you. Chapter 583. The entire myriad dragon palace was shaking as it seemed like it might collapse at any moment. The terrifying qi of extermination formed a frenzied tide, not only rampaging amidst the space-time within the palace, as it expanded towards the outside world as well. The power of extermination that resembled the tribulation of the end of the world was virtually able to destroy an entire world. Not long ago, such things had already consecutively occurred within the Dragon Tomb several times. Each time, the vast ocean world that was closest to the Dragon Tomb would experience a great calamity that resembled the end of the world, causing that world to be unable to recover its vitality even after a long time had passed. Those few times had merely been people who had entered the Dragon Tomb in search of treasures, triggering the restrictions, causing a portion of the qi of extermination to be released. Now, under Yan Zhaoge's intentional guidance, the accumulated qi of extermination within the myriad dragon palace was completely released. In the Dragon Tomb, at the depths of the ancient cold abyss, most of the true dragon corpses had fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands, stored within the myriad dragon palace. Now that the qi of extermination had been completely released, the frenzied tides of destruction formed would truly be able to sweep through the entire 8 extremities world, bringing it to its end. Still, Yan Zhaoge was not worried. He wanted to slay these experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, not to perish together with them. It was precisely because of Deng Sen and Lu Feng that the 8 extremities world was safe. The 2 3rd-level martial saints could only forcibly exert all their power to resist the frenzied tides of destruction before them now. However, even they would be hard-pressed to resist this terrifying power that virtually destroyed the world. Seeing that the situation was bad, Deng Sen even wanted to forcibly break through the suppression of the power of dimensions, recovering his strength as a 4th-level martial saint and directly ascending out of the 8 extremities world. However, swept along by the qi of extermination, he was unable to take that step. Because of this action, even more power of extermination was drawn in, madly bombarding his body. Beneath the power of extermination that resembled the heavens and the seas, Deng Sen and Lu Feng seemed to be experiencing the agony of being dismembered as their entire bodies decayed and collapsed. "You, Junior, you shall die a horrible death." Light flickered madly about Deng Sen's entire body, yet was extinguished unceasingly. Meanwhile, the protective crimson mist of light around Lu Feng's body had already gradually dissipated. The 2 experts of the Radiant Light sect would be able to do as they pleased in the 8 extremities world. Yet, at this moment, they could only watch helplessly as they were engulfed by the destructive tides of destruction. Outside the Myriad Dragon Palace, the other 3rd-level martial saint of the Radiant Light sect, Sun Hao, did not enter the palace, instead remaining outside. He didn't think that the other party could stop Deng Sen and Lu Feng. In fact, if it wasn't for saving Yang Zhanhua, one of them would have been enough. When Sun Hao saw the great door of the myriad dragon palace slam shut, he slowly shook his head, naive. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, who was outside the myriad dragon palace, Sun Hao said calmly, "A frog at the bottom of a well who views the sky from the bottom of a well, feeling that jumping up and nearing the well is already an incredible thing. I feel like I'm at the top of the world, as high as the heavens. But in fact, this world is far vaster than you can imagine. In this world, there are people who are unimaginably powerful and stand at heights that you cannot comprehend. Even if you jump out of the well, wanting to crush you to death would also be as easy as lifting a finger. Moreover, you are still within the well?" Sun Hao's tone was indifferent as he raised a single hand, the silhouettes of a sun and a moon alternating within his palm, light and darkness intermingling. The profound principles of the variations between light and darkness were deduced with a single palm, the constant cycles of the sun rising and the moon setting. From a certain perspective, your words are indeed correct. People indeed need to reflect on themselves from time to time, lest they become frogs at the bottom of a well. Looking at him, a slightly strange smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. "Still, these words are applicable to both you and I. Let's encourage each other." Sun Hao was expressionless, not moved in the slightest, as he looked at Yan Zhaoge like he was looking at a speck of dust that was devoid of life. "While I don't like leaving the world beyond worlds and coming to these lower worlds, I have still traveled quite a few times over the years. Having traveled to so many worlds, I have seen too many scoundrels like you in the lower worlds who do not know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. All of them think highly of themselves as extraordinary, their hearts higher than the heavens as they reign supreme over a region of their own little heavens and earth. All of them think that they are powerful enough to rampage unhindered between the heavens and the earth, able to go wherever they want, free and unfettered wherever they want. Still, in the end, you will all discover that you are but mere specks of dust. In the eyes of us from the higher worlds, we can make you vanish with just a casual wave of our hand." As Sun Hao's palm descended, light and darkness intermingled between the heavens and the earth, the sun and moon seemingly competing in radiance simultaneously as space distorted as a result. That violent palm sought to shatter Yan Zhaoge along with the broad Creed mountain beneath his feet with a single blow, directly erasing them from this eight extremities world. The Sacred Sun Clan and Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all looked nervously at Yan Zhaoge. Even though Yan Zhaoge had domineeringly, consecutively slain 2 experts of the Radiant Light sect who were at the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm, as they saw it, it was still insufficient to stand against Sun Hao, who stood at the peak of the 8 extremities world at the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm. Moreover, the Northern Ocean clone, the imperious cold martial armor, the myriad dragon palace, and that strange bamboo cane that Yan Zhaoge had relied on to kill Yang Zhanhua and Jin Jie were all unable to help him now. However shockingly talented Yan Zhaoge was, his talent outstanding. He was merely a martial grandmaster, facing an expert of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm. He was truly like specks of dust. How would he be able to escape death? Those of Broad Creed Mountain could not even bear to watch as they wanted to help, yet were helpless to do so. Sun Hao's palm enveloped them, wanting to kill them all together. Looking at Sun Hao, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. "That's right. There will always be some people who think themselves to be extraordinary, thinking that they can rampantly rampage wherever they go, liking to posture. Still, you have to be careful. If you meet someone who is even better at acting than you might just end up playing to your death." Amidst his laughter, brilliant sunlight shot into the skies, seemingly stealing away the radiance of the true sun-up in the sky in an instant. A great golden seal appeared amidst the sunlight, its majestic, tyrannical power seemingly not tolerating this region of the heavens and the earth. As the great seal appeared, with Broad Creed Mountain and the Heaven Domain as their center, The entire 8 extremities world trembled together as it seemed like it would soon be unable to bear this boundless, tyrannical power. High-grade sacred artifact, the extreme Yang seal. Shock finally appeared on Sun Hao's face. This treasure is different from that extreme Yin crown. Even experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm would be unable to wield it. How is it that you, a martial grandmaster, can do so? Yan Zhaoge said leisurely, "You are lucky, not having to be as miserable as the 2 of them. I will bestow upon you a more straightforward way of dying." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge punched forward. The extreme Yang seal mightily shook, light illuminating all. It was even more dazzling than the power of light born of the radiant light sect's martial arts, even more blazing than the power of sun born of the sacred Sun clan's martial arts. Everything else was illusory, only this light being the only reality. Everything else was insignificant, only this sun being the sole ruler. The great golden seal swept along with a heaven-shocking, earth-shaking force, descending toward Sun Hao, to be continued.